could you ever love me? You don't even see me. I'm hanging around, wasting time, hoping that you drop by. And I don't pretend to know what you want. I don't even know where to start, but I'm willing to try. Even if you push me under, it's only gonna make me stronger. It's only gonna feed my hunger. Say the words, say the words. Even if the tide stops turning, even if the world keeps burning, nothing's gonna stop this feeling. Say the words, say the words. Watching the flames burn higher, setting my world on fire. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, risking it all on you. And I don't pretend to know how you feel. Either you won't or you will, but I'll give it a try. Even if you're too blind to see, and even if you look right through me, I never thought it would be easy. Say the words, say the words. Even if the world stops breathing and every beating heart stops beating, nothing's gonna stop this feeling. Just say the words, say the words.
All right. Good morning, everyone, or probably I should say GM, which is probably more suitable. Thank you all, first of all, for being here this very morning, right after an amazing, or I should probably say epic day one. I don't know if you partied a lot last night, but it's respectable that you're all here, and we're going to have an awesome morning here at the main stage, but obviously also elsewhere. There is later today a wonderful fire chat with Nigel Farage. Then there is going to be the developer portal stage, another future of money stage, a startup showcase, lots to do later today. It's also important to mention that I'm Alex, I'm the founder and CEO of Throat Labs, and more importantly, this morning I'll be your MC. Now, we are moving towards the first very exciting, or indeed thrilling, panel. We'll be speaking about product market fit, and I'm about to announce the wonderful speakers to you. All right, so we'll discuss really what it takes to build a lasting company in the space where product market fit is a constant, but also a moving goalpost. I'm very, very happy to announce various people. First of all, Austin Barger, the product marketing manager of Unchained. Please feel free to join us all on stage. Alongside Ashton, there will be also Alexandre Dreyfus, the founder and CEO of Chili's. Please be welcome. Yeah, you can put your hands together. I can't clap because I hold this too. Irina Chukina is the Chief Growth Officer. Please put your hands together at Wallet in Telegram. Please be very, very welcome, Irina.
Should I sit here?
And then, of course, Ivan Zelev, who is the co-founder of Paragon. Please be very, very welcome as well. I will move.
Thank you. I'll squeeze through here.
Wonderful turn. And last but not least, we also have Zach Nelson, who's joining us on stage. Yes, thank you. The CEO of Gensio Media. Please take it away. Ladies, gentlemen, thank you for being here.
Thank you so much for the kind introduction and the high energy. We really appreciate it in the morning. Thank you so much for coming today. I know that there are some unreasonable delays on some of the lines, and all of you made it here on time, so thank you so much for that. Before we start the discussion, just want to check how many of you guys are actually developers, or how many of you are building something, trying to get a product? Okay, a reasonable number. Like I would say 15%, 15%. How many of you have ever thought about building something but don't have the technical skills to do it, and you're kind of excited that now we have AI, so you'll be able to do it? Oh yeah, nice. Zach, Ashton, so nice. Okay, cool, good. We have a fantastic panel today, and I would like to start with quick introductions. They all have amazing resumes, but let's try to focus on how your experience fits in this product market fit panel, and try to talk about what you kind of learned throughout the years that you've been working within the industry. Ashton, let's start with you.
Sure, happy to. Yeah, so I'm Ashton Barger. I currently am product marketing at Onchain. So Onchain is a sort of Web3 research firm, and we really focus on both internal and external reports for the space. A lot of great stuff there. And we've also been dabbling with building some consumer-facing products, but also business-facing products. And so I've been kind of scoping a lot of that out and really just figuring out what does this product look like, who is it best fit for, and also packaging up kind of services and offers to make sure that the pricing and the offer is really what people want. But also, not so relevant, I used to run this event, Zebu Live, for 3 years, and so it's always a pleasure to be back here and just see it growing and continuing to scale and just get to new heights. And thanks for being here at 10 a.m. on a Wednesday morning, second day. But yeah, thanks everyone.
Thanks for the invitation. I'm Alex. I'm the founder of Chili's Group. We are the company behind the concept of fan tokens, which are these digital assets / cryptocurrencies for most of the sports property, like football clubs. Here in the UK, we have Arsenal, City, Spurs, Aston Villa, and a few others. But we have Barcelona, Paris Saint-Germain, Inter Milan, AC Milan, like 80 sports teams all over the world, in Brazil, in Turkey, in Southeast Asia, everywhere. And what we've done for the last 7 years, we more or less had 3 different products. One is called socios.com, which is the consumer-facing app to onboard user in order to use the fan tokens, which is the second product that we've launched. And the third one is Chiliz, which is more or less a layer one dedicated to the sports space. We like to say that we are not here to change the world. We are not here to make the fastest blockchain or to change the financial industry. We are just dedicated to the sports space. And we own kind of our vertical and our niche all over the world. And to the question about product market fit, we spent the last 7 years in our journey to connect clubs and fans using tech, crypto, blockchain, in order to make global fans closer to their team. So especially Korean fans, Japanese fans, Brazilian fans, Turkish fans, closer to their favorite team, and try to help club to monetize their fan base. And yeah, we started like this, and happy to continue after.
Yes, please, Irina.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for inviting me to join Zebu Live, but also thank you for coming. My name is Irina. I am Chief Growth Officer at Wallet in Telegram. Wallet in Telegram is, well, it is in the name. It's a digital asset wallet that is natively integrated into the Telegram app. We currently have over 100 million registered users. It's quite big globally, but the vast majority of the audience is in the emerging market. So if you haven't tried it yet, you should absolutely do it. And my role as Chief Growth Officer is twofold. So I oversee user growth and marketing, but I also run expansion. So launching new markets, making sure that we scale the product in more places and bring it to more people. Ultimately, the goal is to bring it to up to a billion monthly active users on Telegram. And I think we're making very good progress.
Awesome. Hey, everyone. My name's Zach. I'm CEO of Genzio Media. Past experience was at Ripple, actually working on go-to-market and product market fit, and OKX, where I did token listings. And as you can imagine, in token listings, a lot of that also comes with trying to find revenue, product market fit. But at Genzio, what we do is we help companies scale, whether that's through building their communities with socials, Discord, running events. So like, this is a great event, so shout out Ashen.
I didn't do it this
honestly.
time.
No, seriously. And
You should take the credit, man. Be like, yeah, that's
credit.
me.
Yeah. But yeah, that's kind of what we do in this space, and we've worked with a lot of different projects, some of the ones I just mentioned, and I think this panel is going to be really interesting because a lot of companies in Web3 raise a ton of capital, launch a token, and then search for product market fit, but we're seeing more and more use cases like Polymarket and others that kind of have that baked in from the beginning and are growing very rapidly. So I think the time is right to have a discussion like this, and we have a great panel full of really smart people. So I'm excited to chat on it.
Nice. We're actually going to be talking about Polymarket in a bit and how they stand through very, very challenging moments. But Alex, I want to start with you. And fan tokens have been this very interesting concept that people kind of adopted in the last 2-3 years. But you've been in the space for such a long time. And I actually got a few of my friends to engage with your ecosystem because they get discounted and free tickets for some of their favorite teams. But tell me, as a founder, how do you decide when is the right time to pivot? And when exactly do you know that actually it's, I found product market fit, people are interested in this, we just need to withstand the storm, and then people come around and they'll appreciate the value of what we're doing?
That's interesting. I'm happy you have actually friends who are using the real utility of the tokens that we created. I will not use the word pivot because actually we at Chiliz and Socios, we have been doing the same thing since day one. Like literally the white paper 2018, we talk about fan tokens, we talk about what we want to launch for each teams. It got traction in it really exploded actually in 2021, where some of our fan tokens had $100, $200, $300 million market cap. Chiliz was $3 billion, and we onboarded that year 1.5 million users or something like that. And the issue in our space is always to balance utility and the trading component. because our assets or the fan tokens are tradable. They're available on OKX, they're available on Binance, Upbit, and all this stuff. And you have people who trade and you have people who use. And these are two different usage of the exact same asset. And to find a balance is difficult. I will say, to your question about pivoting, I think the difficulty in our space is to not be attracted by the trend. So I will remember that when was Friendtech? Friendtech was in 23, I think.
23, yeah, towards the end of 23.
I remember very well us at Chili say, hey, there is that thing, it's booming, they do $2 million a day or something like that for the first few days. And we were like, we should do the same. We actually spent $400K to do a copycat of that product, which dried up in 3 months. And so did Friendtech. And so I think the difficulty in Web3 is to stick, if you can, to your original idea, if you have a conviction about what you're building, and if you think that what you're building is really, does fit a need. In our case, we have a very specific need. 99% of sports fans of, let's say, football clubs are not in the stadium, period. What can a football club can do to monetize and engage their fan base? And so our job is to try to build tools to achieve that. Some of the tools we've built works, some don't. But the foundation of it, which is the asset itself, the token of the team, yes, it's still there, and it's been there for 6-7 years for most of the teams, and it's going to be there for the next 20 years easily.
Thanks for that. Thank you so much. Ashton, I want you to elaborate on that point, and I know that you guys collect a lot of on-chain data, and I'm really interested in how you can utilize on-chain data plus AI and to quickly gauge whether there is interest. And you know how in Silicon Valley they always advise you to launch the product, try to see whether there's interest, and then build the full stack and present it to your clients. So could we implement the same approach in crypto now that we have on-chain data, we have AI, and we have a lot of intelligent people that are not necessarily technical, but are still willing to build a product?
Yeah, it's a great question. I guess on the first point about just getting product market fit in general, taking a step back and just looking at what is the real value of building a product in this space and how do you actually reach that fit, it's taking the target audience. A lot of people don't really understand their target audience to a really deep level, and I think if you start there, you talk to those people, like you talk to them in person, you talk to them in video call, you actually get real insights from real people with stories to back it up and real hearing of their struggles. That'll drive you a lot more than anything else that you can think could be possible, right? Maybe it's your own pain, that's why you started the business, but you also have to verify that there's a market for that. There's more people like that need this or have this problem, this pain point in their life. And so you take that, you take the whole market of that type of person in general, you get as much data as you can from that, and it's not always on-chain related, it can be, but you sort of take that and you say, what are the exact set of features that this product needs in order to meet their basic needs to fill those pain points, and then build from there. So a lot of people try to build 1,001 whistles in order to make this product be amazing, but actually you need to start with what's the most basic minimum thing that's going to actually solve their problem. And so once you get that, it'll help you actually start getting some traction, and you'll start seeing those people sharing it with other people, and that word of mouth based on just the fact that it's solving their problem, they'll share it with everyone else who also has that problem or also needs a solution like that. So I think you don't necessarily need a lot of on-chain data or AI to do that, but when you're actually starting with a product that's at the very basic level, you can start to use AI to build a proof of concept, which is really revolutionary. And I've used Lovable before just to test out, here's this idea I have, let's go share it with someone and see what they think about it. And you can easily start to iterate, get some feedback, see what things you need to change, and not spend hundreds of thousands of dollars, weeks and months and years trying to build something without actually going out and getting that feedback, getting that testing experience. So I think, yeah, start small, understand the person, get to talk to them, and then give them something quickly and iterate. So that's what I would say.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Irina, can you just tell me more about how you guys think about the problem itself Ashton kind of touched on the audience and like understand them, but as a developer, you sometimes encounter problems yourself, and I think you've done that very well with the wallet, where I didn't really think I would need the. I know that you guys within the Telegram system ecosystem, you call them something else, but I call them NFTs. There's little emojis that you can add them.
Telegram gifts?
Stickers, yeah, the stickers, right?
and
Thank
gifts,
you,
yes.
thank you for that. I love, all of my friends are obsessed with it, and they'll have like a little Rolex, and they'll have like a little box there, and everyone is talking about it. And I don't think that if you've like conducted research and asked people about the stickers, they'll come to you and be like, oh, we would love to have the stickers. But now everyone's using them. So I feel like you managed to find a problem because you're really having your finger on the pulse. So can you run me through that entire process of like, how did you do as a team?
Well, like, we can talk about stickers, of course, but I think I want to probably bring us back maybe to the moment when, you know, Wallet was created, and the problem that, well, initially the problem was allowing people to buy Toncoin. So Toncoin is a native currency of Telegram, built on, you know, it's all built on Ton blockchain, and because they are believers, we had to create the opportunity for those people to easily buy it via chatbot. So before we get to the stickers, we always start with a fundamental kind of really big sustainable problem that you're trying to address, and it's a non-negotiable. It's allowing people to manage money, to save, to create balances, to buy things within the Telegram community. And then those are the practical problems, the pragmatic things that you're trying to address. Paying each other, transfers within Telegram, being able to send, I don't know, I can send you money for the coffee or like whatever, we can split a bill for the taxi rides. I think those are the really important things that are sustainable and in a way permanent. They're native to the Telegram community. And then you're right, every now and then there is also a new trend. And whether it's stickers, whether it's Telegram gifts that are making a huge comeback. I'm not sure, again, like if you're noticing, but if you're on Telegram, oh my God, there's a whole frenzy of, you know, secondhand market and people putting up like nail bracelets and all sorts of like status symbols onto their profiles and everything. And all of that is happening sometimes, not because someone engineered it, but because there is a certain movement or a trend. So what we have to do is kind of balance between those practical problems that we're trying to solve, being able to save, invest, create opportunities for like managing money and transferring value within the Telegram community, allowing people to monetize their content, and then also making sure that we are natively integrated into those trends. So whether it's like stickers or gifts, maybe next year there will be something else, properties like brands coming onto Telegram, we want to make sure that we enable those experiences and create that connective tissue for everyone.
Thanks for that. And Zach, I kind of want you to tackle the same problem, but from a different perspective, because you're a marketing expert and you work with a lot of companies to refine their marketing strategies. So can you tell me a bit more about how this pivot, and like once you find the product market fit, because what a lot of Web3 founders do is they build a product, and a lot of people during the NFT bubble were like, oh my days, we're into NFTs, and then they moved to Web3 gaming, and they now are moving to stablecoins and building the infrastructure for stablecoins. But it's very difficult to appeal to this like different communities. As a founder, you kind of need to find the product market fit, but at the same time, market yourself in a certain way, because institutional investors will look at your post from 3 years ago and see some really colorful posts about NFTs and your opinion on those. So how do you advise founders to actually, find the product market fit, but also make sure that your image, your brand as a founder is very cohesive?
Yeah, I think you got to look at the revenue, like what is actually driving revenue for the company, where your user base is seeing the most adoption. And I think like Telegram is a great example. I mean, because it's such a huge crypto user base, it makes a lot of sense to have wallets natively integrated. So that's really smart, and I can see that's why there's been huge growth there. But for example, if it was like maybe something that didn't make as much sense to have a wallet in, like for example, a larger social media network, it might not make as much sense. So I think what you really have to do is follow the dollar. Like, where are people actually going to spend money on your product, and scale that up. And one example is the different social media networks within crypto that have come up. So we've seen Farcaster, Zora, Pump Fun, and others even before that that have had their rise and fall. But I would say probably the most successful of them right now is Pump Fun. And I think they've really nailed, talk about like a niche market, because not necessarily niche, but like meme coins are very controversial. But if you come at it from a perspective where you're saying, this is what it is, this is meme coins, like it's going to be fun, it's going to be crazy, you're not going to expect that institutional vibe necessarily on Pump Fun, then people are more accepting of that and more likely to engage because they know what they're getting before they even join. On the flip side of that, like when we work with Ripple, for example, they work with banks, they work with large institutions. So when you're talking to them about strategy, they're like, yeah, we can't be promoting memes or NFTs, because if a banker comes on our developer account or our main account and sees NFTs or memes, they're going to be like, this is so, like, why are you following this trend? It almost creates doubt, because you know, if you have a really successful project with a large market cap, you don't necessarily need to chase these trends that pop up. There are exceptions to that, and I think the smartest founders and the most successful ones can recognize that it's not a trend. For example, AI. Like, AI is not just a trend. And when projects are incorporating AI, and that's one thing that we're advising more and more projects to incorporate, it's like, how do you make what you're doing at your company more efficient and iterate faster? So companies that are implementing AI now, whether that's for like product testing or vibe coding out new ideas to try them out before they get fully funded, I think that's a really smart use case that we're just going to see continue to grow. And another way to think about it is, if you're a company and you're in Web3 or on the internet and you're not thinking about AI right now, you're probably going to fall behind in some way by your competitors who are aggressively adopting these new technologies. So I think, you know, you have to know your audience, know your sort of core values in a way. A company that really knows itself and what it wants to be are the ones that last a long time. And so I think you don't necessarily always want to chase the latest trend, especially in an area like crypto that's so constantly evolving. But you also have to look at the technologies that are going to be around for a while and aggressively adopt them, because if you don't, you could kind of fall behind. So it's a balancing act, but I think knowing, like, creating core components of your company that you're like, this is our mission statement, these are the things that we're trying to achieve, and making sure that everybody within that company is moving towards the same thing, I think can make a large difference. Because if a company is fractured and like one person is like, no, I really want to just do meme coins for this company, like let's just turn our whole company into meme coins or NFTs, and half the company is doing institutional, and those same people are posting on a Twitter profile, you're going to look through it and be like, these guys don't know what the hell they're doing. Like, half the time they're talking about banking, half the time they're shilling NFTs or meme coins, and it's going to come off as really disjointed, and the community is going to lose confidence.
Thanks for that.
Yeah, no problem.
Alex, I have a question for you and AI. We talked a lot about founders that want to build a product from 0 to 1, but I feel like you've already passed that stage by far, and you've done from like 1 to 10 stage, and it could be comparatively harder for founders, because the skill set that's required to build a company from like that second phase of the company is different. So can you tell me, what practical advice can you give to founders that have, let's say, around 10 to 15 people in their team? They have a bit of funding, but they want to grow to this 30, 50 people and become an established company in the industry. Because, like the skill set that's required for this type of founder is different than a founder that's building on their own with 3 friends in the basement of their mom?
So in my case, actually, I've been an internet entrepreneur for 27 years. So been very lucky to build different internet companies over the time. The best advice from a founder to another founder is to have a great management team. At Chili's and Socios, we are actually 250 people right now. And I'm not the one running the show. We have an office in London, never been. And my guys are here, never been to the office. So you need... I feel that as a founder, my job or the job of a founder is to actually drive up and to bring or to work on what's next. But next to that, you need to have a team that operates really on a daily basis, and they need to excel in this. So we've been very lucky at Chili's to have actually a management team from almost day one that built this and grew and scaled that. I think what I've seen in the last 7 years, at least in crypto, is you have a lot of first-time founders, which become very wild, and we all need that. I've been a first-time founder as well. But for example, in an industry where regulation matters, being a first-time founder can be an issue because you think that you can do everything because it's Web3, it's decentralized. Well, not exactly. As soon as you touch money, you touch bank, you touch regulations, it's a bit of a different animal. And in our case, most of us came from the online gaming industry, online betting, sports betting, and etc., regulated.
You have around 20 seconds to finalize that story.
Yeah, well, that's fine. I can wait. 20 seconds, I talk about nothing. No, but it's, again, I think the key is to have a great management team and to invest on them.
Okay, thank you. Ashton, same question for you, but from like 0 to 1, because I know they've worked with a lot of startups.
Yeah, great question. I mean, I already said before, like, it takes a lot of iteration. It takes a lot of trying new things. I think that what Zach and a lot of the other panel hit on was really trying not to just go on to the next trend and build a new product from scratch and start all over again the next month and try to keep doing that. I think that at some point, again, you really need to be grounded in your core values and your mission statement and just make sure everyone is on board with that. And I think, you know, if you hire the right people, if you get the right people on board who really believe in what you're trying to build, then they'll stick with you for the long shot. Like through the bear markets, through the ups and downs, I think you need to have people that are proven to be, reputable or have that consistency, or at least you can trust them. They've shown that over their career, and they're people that really you can build alongside with, because it's going to be a tough road. I think that you probably had lots of struggles along the way, and yeah, for sure having a good management team and having good people around you that are even smarter than you in certain functions is going to be extremely important. So yeah, just have that real path towards where you want to go and where you want to get to, and get the right people on the bus alongside you.
Irina, the question for you is like, I think Tony's amazing at matching the products that you produce with like the underlying value of the company. It's like, how do you achieve that as a founder? Because it's like a big challenge that founders always face.
So first of all, just a disclaimer, I'm not a founder of Wallet and Telegram. I'm part of the management team. But I guess, how do you achieve sticking to the main principles? Well, there are certain non-negotiables, and I think we all know that we're building value for the Telegram users, and that's always going to be the case. It's really hard for us to define a specific target audience, so coming back to your question, there's like users, there's creators, there's developers, communities. We have to make sure that we kind of keep this broad balance in mind. And coming back to the question of the product market fit and finding them balance, it's really hard, but because, from my perspective, the recipe is like threefold. One is building a product that is sticky, that users really love. Second one is finding scalability and making sure that you can actually grow this to 300 million users, 500 million users all the way. And then third one is unit economics. How do you balance all three? Making sure that all of them come together. That's the hard part.
Thanks for that. Zach, you have 2 minutes to give me 2 practical advices for people that will leave the room and implement them as soon as they get home.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think number one is you don't necessarily have to raise a ton of money to get started with tools like AI, you can go out and vibe code, put it out on Twitter, see if you get some traction, talk about it at conferences, ask your friends, like, hey, does this idea actually make sense? And I think you'll get some feedback very quickly. If everyone you're talking to is like, yeah, I don't know why this doesn't exist yet, or yeah, this makes sense, that's a good sign. And so you should probably pursue that. I think the second thing is don't give up. There's a lot of, cycles within crypto. Anyone who's been here over 5 years, even longer, has been through these cycles where the people around you will say, like, Bitcoin is dead, this industry is a scam, you're wasting your time, on and on and on. But the truth is that they just didn't understand the core technology probably as deeply as the true believers and people who have been in this through several cycles. So if you really believe in what you're doing and you've seen traction in a bear market, in a bull market, keep going, because the cycles come in waves. But if you stay there from the bear market into the bull market, you're going to reap the rewards of pushing through, whereas others who may have given up are not going to be able to see that full cycle. So just realize that this market comes in cycles, and just because something doesn't click in a bull market or a bear market, but you're still getting traction, keep going, because crypto is going to be around for a long time.
Hey, thank you so much. Please, guys, put your hands together for the fantastic panel. Thank you so much, guys. Also, I'm sure that they'll stay around, so please grab them and have a private conversation with them. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Absolutely wonderful. Thank you all so much for this epic panel and for opening day 2 of Zebu Live. Thank you, gentlemen, Irina as well. Thank you. All right. So that brings us to another epic panel discussion. Don't escape, stick around, because we are going to speak about the institutionalization of DeFi. Of course, this is a very, very hot topic, right? We're all speaking about the professionalization and whatnot. All the speakers are already here. So that actually leaves me with announcing our wonderful people. First of all, I would love to announce Angus Toki. He is the founder, the marketing and communications officer at Keel. Please take a seat over here. Wonderful. And feel free to put your hands together for our wonderful speakers. Alongside himself, there will be also Eyal Herzog. He has an amazing long track record in this very industry. Put your hands together, absolutely. Let's welcome you. Thank you. Alongside Eyal, we have also Ran Hammer. Now, this is someone also very, very interesting. Chief Business Officer at Orbs. Please take a seat. Very, very welcome. Stanislav Koper. Wonderful. Oh, I love your outfit. Please put your hands together already for that outfit by itself. Please be very, very welcome. And last but not least, also our wonderful moderator, Jennifer Stevens from Houdini Swap, DCMO. Please be very, very welcome here. Thank you for being here. Put your hands together. Another epic panel. Take it away. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. How are we doing? I'm Jen from Houdini Swap. Welcome, panel. We're going to jump right in. You've already had the intros. Today, we're going to talk about going from degen to institutional. So there'll be some interesting topics covered today, largely DeFi. We do have some social fi in the mix, so we'll try and cover quite a bit of ground. So I'm just going to go straight in, if you guys are ready, and start with you, Angus. You're positioning yourself as Solana's capital engine. What degen type risks or innovations have you borrowed in order to bridge into TradFi?
So I'm from Keel. Quick intro. So I'm from Keel. We're the newest sort of Sky Star in the ecosystem. You may be familiar with Spark and Grove, who are the 2 stars that have launched before us. Sky, of course, is formerly known as MakerDAO. We're part of that team, and we're now focused on launching Keel, which actually only launched about 2 or 3 weeks ago. And our focus is the Solana ecosystem, and in particular, scaling DeFi and tokenized asset markets in the Solana ecosystem. In answer to your question, because of what we do, we're essentially an on-chain capital allocator. So the first point is that everything that Keel touches is via protocol-owned liquidity. So there isn't much sort of degen element to it. All liquidity that we deploy into an ecosystem like Solana is owned by us at all times for obvious reasons to keep control there. But one thing that we do take from that sort of culture, if you like, and the emergence of DeFi and finance on-chain, particularly on Solana, and this sort of degen culture that we refer to, is risk, right? The degen culture, the degen DeFi, if you like, is very high up the risk curve. This is something, as a capital allocator at Keel, we just cannot do, right? As much as we'd want to, even if we wanted to chase those high yields, which essentially is our goal, and a risk-adjusted yield in excess of the cost of borrowing, we cannot get that one. That one sort of won't fly, right? Because even LSTs are too high up the risk curve for us. So the only assets we really look at buying and holding, if we were to buy and hold any assets other than deploying liquidity into lending markets, is tokenized assets. So, and essentially we're doing that because tokenized assets, whether it's T-bills or CLOs or something else, they're essentially just a yield strategy on-chain, or an equivalent yield strategy on-chain of a off-chain yielding product that's been around for a lot longer than blockchain and is very proven, highly reputable. So they're the sort of strategies that we look at when we're deploying into the Solana DeFi space and the tokenized asset space. But one of the big sort of problems with scaling tokenized assets, which I think was the last part of your question there, is around liquidity. So liquidity for lending markets needs to be balanced. You need some sort of infrastructure that ties that all together on the back end. And that's a big part of what Keel is looking to play in the Solana ecosystem for the first time, something that Solana's typically not had or historically not had, and Ethereum has very much benefited from with protocols like the Spark liquidity layer there. This will stabilize rates across DeFi venues, whether it's Camino or Juplend or MarginFi, Drift, whoever, in the Solana ecosystem. And stable rates, stable lending and borrowing rates, particularly for tokenized assets, would mean you now have an environment that is more attractive to institutions and more attractive to those large pools of capital that are going to come on chain into the Solana ecosystem. Rate spikes is something that Solana has unfortunately had issues with over the recent history, despite a hugely burgeoning ecosystem there. But that's something that Keel is very much looking to solve with our liquidity layer, and that should, coupled with a few other things that we're working on, help scale tokenized assets on that ecosystem, in that ecosystem. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you for the very good answer. I'd like to hear from the others. So what types of, whether it's cultural, strategic things from degen culture are you borrowing and bringing in? And I guess what are you discarding, right? Because you have the two sides that we all navigate, retail and institutional. You can just go in order, because I know you're all touching different parts of DeFi and crypto.
So, I think that our experience was we started very early on. So when we built the first AMMs in 2017, the main thinking that we had was, how can we enable anyone that issuing any kind of assets to assure liquidity? And that's kind of, I think, was the entire thinking of the entire industry, that we're opening up. Now, when you open up an industry, I think degen is a phenomena that is just going to happen because you open it up. Yeah. It's almost like when the internet opened up publishing. So a lot of types of content that were not in the mainstream became very, very popular on the internet. Actually became the majority of the traffic on the internet for a long time. Some say even today. And that's degen, because again, it's not the formal, not the institutional. So I think opening up any industry, any set of tools for anyone would invite this new type, and it's almost like surprising. It's culturally interesting to see what people do when they have no barriers.
Yeah, yeah.
And we're like, oh my God, they're playing with tokens, with meme coins. Oh my God, they're playing with NFTs, and I think that's a very interesting phenomena. But just like in the internet, I think that institutions that are more conservative are watching carefully and learning from what's happening, and they're getting in. But it doesn't mean that there would be most of the traffic or most of the action. Just, again, if we borrow from the example of the internet, the institutional publishers are still a very small portion of the traffic that we see online. Most of it is user-generated. And I think that we might see the same trend here. So, yes, institutions will come and bring all their weight in, and will continue to come. But we will continue to see phenomena that are unfamiliar and surprising, because it is a free and open and a brave world. So.
Yeah, I can build up on what Eyal was saying. And it is true that our industry started from degens, although I think it's a term that was coined slightly after, maybe around 2020. It wasn't there in the beginning, but maybe DeFi summer. But our industry was built on degens, right? Like the very, very, very low barriers of entry, ability to innovate on financial products, which is something that in legacy financial system in TradeFi is not possible. Innovation pace is hindered by multiple different things. In crypto, it was possible. So we did see kind of degen behavior, both from users and what users selected to do with their money. Also, at some points, I think it wasn't considered as money. People made a lot of money on Ethereum or other like initial ICOs, and then were quite happy to try new things with it because they didn't really feel it like it was money in their bank account. But both from users and also from developers in terms of the innovation and new protocols. So this is something we've seen very early on. I think now, especially this year, we're seeing a lot of more institutions coming in. Obviously, I personally believe most of the new money who came in this cycle came from institutions, not so much from degens. Degens just kind of like playing, maybe moving from like one ecosystem to another, moving the funds a bit to chase whatever is the hype now. But I think most of the new money that came in came through institutional and treasury companies, etc. So I think what's very, very interesting on the degen side of things is really like the pace of innovation and how you can bring in these new things in, and how people are willing to try it out, willing to try new things that are emerging. And I do feel that on the other hand, the standard for the industry has risen quite a lot because of all the new institutional money that came in. So at least from the developer side of things, the level of performance that are required from developers and the level of stability and consistency required for developers is much higher as compared to what it used to be a couple of years back.
Yeah, I agree and kind of like disagree with everyone in a sense of like, I'm a degen, I'm working at an institutional basically project. So Canary's building the first RWA Oracle and interoperability layer on top of layer 0 for cross-chain communications for institutions and major players. So I've seen huge demand from institutions. I was lucky to go to Parliament yesterday to talk with different investment funds, pension funds, and they're absolutely clueless. They have no idea what crypto is. They still think it's a scam. They still think it is or money laundering, and they don't understand the technology itself has so many benefits. Like I was talking to them about FHE, encryption, how it actually solves many things. And I think there's that lack of intersection with the degens who are actually creating the innovations, because they're the OGs. They're the ones creating the new innovative technologies that institutions should and inevitably adopt. And it always, for me, it comes down to how do we merge both institutions and degens together to ensure that we pave the correct way forward for everyone to actually come on chain. And it's so sad when I talk to, let's say, these, I guess, MPs, parliamentarians, that's like, they're literally just shitting on everything that we do because they just don't understand. And we need people like these people on the stage right now and all of you here to be that voice and to create the degen and institutional side together.
Amazing. I'm actually going to start with you next,
Oh,
which it bridges on that topic. So when you met with politicians yesterday, and they're, wary, concerned, right? There's a lack of trust, I think, with crypto, with blockchain still. What were the biggest challenges that they referenced during your conversation?
Yes, so the biggest challenges, what I've been seeing is essentially they don't know what actually the blockchain does. They don't understand why money laundering is actually not the best idea to do on-chain, because everything is transparent, right? Every single transaction can be traced. And they're saying, oh no, but all these stable coins and Bitcoin can be converted into this and that. It's like, well, actually, if we actually invest the capabilities of having these tracking softwares, working with like the institutions to prevent or like track these malicious people, then they just will stop using the blockchain for malicious purposes because of the way we've designed it. And as well, I think what America does amazingly is they have Brian Armstrong and they have these big people that are constantly out there championing crypto and showing how amazing the use cases is. And unfortunately, the UK regulation is so far behind. We only recently re-released the ETFs in the UK, and it's still, we need more people to be in Parliament, more people in this room today to be like, okay, I'm going to be working in policy making, or it is our responsibility to be there, because it's sad, because we can literally help, like the insurance companies, they wanted to have proof of verification if they should be paying out insurance payments. It's like, well, actually, you can already do this with smart contracts that you don't need to trust anyone, because they say, oh, how do we prevent fraud? Well, here we go. I could introduce you to XYZ. And then they're like, oh my God, this technology exists. So it is, at the end of the day, our responsibility to be there.
Just an education process more than anything else. I mean, I work in privacy, which is a hot meta at the moment. And I think that will be one of the technologies through zero knowledge that gets institutions and governments over the line, because that protection from the information sharing, I think, is one of the bigger hurdles. At least I come across that. I have a question for you, Ran, as it relates to, I guess, bridging these two worlds through the technology that you offer at Orb, because I know liquidity and access is something you're acutely focused on. So it'd be great to hear your perspective.
Yeah, sure. So Orbs, we build infrastructure for DeFi. We work with most of the big trading venues for advanced order types, liquidity aggregation. Perps now is the kind of big thing this year. So kind of like our take on what to build. We have some infrastructure layer. We're looking, okay, what can we build based on this? Then really start seeing, okay, what's very common in TradeFi and what's very common in CeFi that doesn't exist in DeFi, essentially. And we started off with really basic things. TWAP and limit orders for AMMs, the most kind of basic of the advanced order types you see on any trading venues were not existing on AMMs. So this is something we build out and has become our biggest kind of like selling products, biggest revenue generating. We have it in almost all big AMMs. So the idea was really to see, and this is relevant both from like the degen aspect of things and from the institutional aspect of things. Degens, I mean, we want to have those degens, people who trade on chain, who interact on chain, to have essentially the same tools you can get off chain, while institutionals coming from off chain to on chain having like all the same tools that kind of like used to having, right? A trader comes in, he wants to put a trade in, but he can't put a stop loss. That's very weird for somebody who comes from TradeFi to do in DeFi. So that was really our take, just enabling. And maybe I touch again just about policy. So I used to be a lawyer. I don't love telling that to people. And I've been in this space since 2015, with Orb since 2017, know Eyal from many years ago. We've tried this kind of interacting with regulators for many years. I've been I live here, I'm Israeli, with Israeli entities. I've been here twice in the House of Commons. I've been in the US Congress. It's useless. Like, you go, it's nice, you wear a suit. There's good, there's good pictures to send your mom. But end of the day, these guys, innovation is not going to come from them. They're going to say, no, it's really from users, from demand. So I really feel just building out things, ship them out. Obviously, you want to advise on, you don't want to go to jail. You want to figure out you do everything right, or at least to the best of your ability. but just ship out things, just build, just bring products, have people come use them, and regulation will have to follow through, suit. I think we're seeing a very, very good progress in the US now. I hope the next administration is going to continue the same line. I mean, we still have 2+ years of this administration, which is going through a good, it became quite political there, so I hope it's going to stay on the right route. And yes, UK is behind, but honestly, I do believe that building better tools for degens and for institutionals is what brings everybody on chain and enables people to interact in a way that's seamless and trusted and robust and consistent, and that's really our aim for what we build.
Thank you. And I'm going to open this up to everyone else. I mean, one of the things that's really interesting to think about, I had a really lengthy conversation with a company who wanted to tokenize gold. This is a couple weeks ago. And the biggest observation is you have the retail market, you have the institutional market, you need liquidity from both. So you have products that are created that need to appeal to both. So when you think about a pipeline and how any project, whether it's in DeFi or SocialFi, what's the process for building up your pipeline to create that appeal on both sides? Do you have any examples that you can share that might be interesting?
I think that, the story of Bancor is exactly that. As after we built the AMM, first of all, I remember there's a lot of skeptics from the kind of traditional world saying it's never going to work.
Yeah.
I wouldn't name names, but because it seemed so weird. It did work, and interestingly enough, the people that were, I would say, least happy about the whole concept were traditional market makers, the institutional kind. That product was not good for them. It's not what they needed. It's not something that they could work with because it was maybe too simplistic for professional market makers. And we've been in touch with a lot of them throughout this period, which led to the development of Carbon, which is the newest innovation by Bancor, deployed today on almost 10 blockchains. And it's like the next generation AMM that is a bit more complex, allows you more strategies, allows, and this is something that market makers and institutional players love, because it really allows them to deploy their unique strategies, where in the traditional AMM, it was so simple. All you could do is provide liquidity or not provide liquidity. It was like very binary decision tree. But here, you can really follow your worldview and your strategy to the fullest. So we've been through that exact, I would say, evolution ourselves with our product line, and I think this is a good thing, because you want to see more professional handling of liquidity online, in order to move as much liquidity from traditional centralized exchanges that we all know have built-in risks in them.
What do you mean? Nothing happened lately.
It's totally fine.
So I'm a big believer in that.
I think there's a bit of tension, no? Like sometimes when you build things for, you want to bring the big market makers in because they have the big money, but then sometimes when you build stuff for them, it becomes maybe slightly less appealing for, if we're talking about degens versus, becomes a bit less appealing for them. Like I would say the transition throughout from like just liquidity provision to concentrated liquidity really took out the opportunity for a lot of people, because it's much harder to manage concentrated liquidity positions as compared to just providing LPs.
Yeah, I agree. I do think that, again, there's room for both, and it's good to have a variety of solutions, but we want to keep evolving, and I think that's what we're seeing. And this is, the whole idea of, as they call it, real-world asset, which we don't like that name. We call it non-crypto assets, which is a good thing, because it means that as an industry, we always had a problem of dog fooding. We built great products for ourselves that we used. I think probably one of the first examples of a product that was built within the industry and appealed to the outside world was Polymarket.
Yeah.
That was one big example. That's why we love it. And I think that another one that is now coming is the non-crypto assets, which is something that was theorized, back when we just started Bancor in 2016. Everyone talked about the fact that issuing tokens would enable that. But it took almost a decade for that to really start happening. And I think it has to do with, again, the set of tools that were available, the understanding of the tools that were available to issue, to trade, to secure, and to manage those kind of issuance. So, hopefully we'll see more and more examples of where our industry produce products that appeals outside of our industry, because I think that's the whole point.
Quick thing to say just on finance as a product, right? And this conversation, I think that when it boils down to finance, and we call it DeFi, right, because it's decentralized finance, but essentially it's all just finance at the end of the day. They're financial products, and which is also part of the big risk as part of it as well, right? Because the financial space is highly regulated and has lots of laws and rules and things around what you can and cannot say and how you cannot market these things. Whereas we're very much still operating in the Wild West in that sense, although it's getting a bit better, as I think people have pointed to and Stash pointed to, around those conversations happening in Parliament. But when you really sort of boil it all down to finance as a product on chain, whether you're targeting degens or institutions, essentially it's all users and businesses at the end of the day, if you sort of look at it holistically. And like everyone else, when it comes to finance, they're just looking for strong, solid financial products that give them some form of yield, right, that they can earn from, which essentially is risk adjusted in the sense that they'll say, what's my risk tolerance? Is this like 2020, 2021, like DeFi farms where, I can get some ridiculous free figure APY, but the risk is huge and it's sort of first come, first serve in the sense of getting in and out of those sorts of things before they go tits up, for lack of a better terminology. Or, where are we now, 5 years later, where I think we're in a much more sort of developed and grown-up space in terms of our on-chain finance, where we're looking at, okay, you can get 5% yield here, maybe like 10%, 12% yield here if it's boosted with some form of like tokens and things like that as well. But it's low risk. I think it's lower risk. And there's this conversation that's emerged recently around what do they call it, like low risk DeFi or like blue chip DeFi. Yeah. MakerDAO, Sky, as it's now known, we were very much tried to be part of that original conversation around that, playing a very central role in creating that on-chain financial economy, almost like a central bank, but obviously not a central bank, through the issuance of DAI, and now through the issuance of USDS, and with the emergence of the stars, or these sort of individual business units like Keel, who's focused on the Solana ecosystem, you can essentially go to Sky, you can borrow from Sky to obtain liquidity, and then deploy that into these ecosystems to essentially boost these like fledgling DeFi markets and tokenized asset markets to a level where it's not just individual users and degens that are interested, but actually institutions are interested as well. Because one of the sort of the key things that institutions need is, we talked about do they need regulation? Do they need reassurance that this isn't a scam? Do they need all these other things? Actually, what they want when it comes to finance is sort of very clear standard things like stable rates, like stable borrowing and lending rates, no spiking, right? So they can accurately sort of predict what their costs are going to be and things, and they need deep liquidity, so they can access hundreds of millions of dollars of capital on chain to borrow or to deploy into borrowing. And when it comes to sort of trading as well, like moving between different stable coins. You know, there's this big conversation now around like, we've got hundreds of stable coins now.
Yeah.
And yeah, you know, where can you move between them in size, right? If you can't do these things, then the institutions won't come. It's not a conversation. It's not a nature of like, do they understand it? Do they need to be educated on it? Yes, to an extent, but really, that's all cart before the horse. The horse is creating the environment. Ethereum already is well on its way to doing this. In Solana, at Keel, we're very much looking to try and enable this by solving this chicken and egg problem, coming in with a huge amount of liquidity powered by Sky, you know, hundreds of millions, or 2.5 billion is actually the number that we're coming in with to start with. And creating this environment that now institutions go, I don't care about degens, don't care about anything else. I just want access to these financial products and this yield because it's cheaper to do it on chain. It's more transparent, and I, you know, retain full custody and everything else. I want access to these markets essentially.
There's something I wanted to add. Building upon what everyone said, it's like something that we see at Canary is original crypto rails weren't designed for RWAs like non-crypto assets. They were designed for us degens and all that, right? And who saw the entire world's debt was printed by Paxos last week, right? That was like a fat finger error. And institutions require verifiability as well as guarantees that these kind of mistakes, whether you're providing data, where you're moving assets across chains, you're not just going to duplicate another $1 trillion and basically liquidate everyone, destroy the entire market. As well as the aspect of that we are decentralized. Everything essentially relies on AWS and Google Cloud right now. We saw everyone go down, right? So some people might hate me for this, but we are not decentralized yet. We need to also create the rails for the people to actually eventually migrate off of these centralized rails. Because if we rely on these one entities, we'll literally just trade FI, but with extra steps and, let's say, more security. And I really wish that we also have the idea, like, I don't invest in gold and silver on the blockchain. It makes so much sense to do so because I can yield, but how do I know that that project is not going to go bankrupt and I won't be able to redeem my gold and silver? I would rather have that physically or trust these OG traditional banking institutions. We need to rebuild rails specifically for institutions, but under the guidance of these innovator and degens that we have like in our presence today, because that's the only way that we will have insurances. It's just not going to be TradeFi 2.0 and they're going to take over and flood us with basically the same BS that we have to face from these regulators, right? And I just really hope that we eventually make the steps forward to ensure actually I can redeem my gold one-to-one and not that someone's just taking something off the side, right? And yeah.
Makes sense. I mean, the last question, we only have time for one more, was along those lines, building into, you know, what does the future look like? You have this healthy tension or unhealthy tension between DeFi and TradFi. I agree. It feels like we're more or less centralized. All the players that I interact with as our business scales become bigger, more traditional, more worried about optics. And when you think about how retail users and institutional users judge a product or a service, it's usually based on their tenure. Has this organization managed to uphold a market cap, a liquidity level, right? Do they have the right audit checks in place? And so with that in mind, right, what does the next 12 months even look like? Because it feels like every week there's some other, you know, you have Aster, you have Hyperliquid, we had Plasma, which was a major launch in the stablecoin arena, and then obviously subsequently hasn't been so great. Like what's coming that you can see that you might want to share with the audience?
For me, like the future is just FI, right? If we're talking about DeFi, TradFi, it's just FI. It's just finance, right?
Finance.
And we need to, the first thing is we need to get away from this sort of conversation around like, oh, it's DeFi or it's TradFi. No, it's just finance. It's all finance. And blockchain is just a new technology, a new financial technology or a new technology that can be utilized for a better sort of financial future, if you like, or to improve finance as a product and finance as a, as something that people interact with. So for me, the future is FI, just FI, and that's why I want to see us move towards on-chain capital markets, essentially, whether that's on Ethereum, whether that's on Solana, whether that's on a mixture, or whether that's on multiple other chains as well. I don't know. I think we'll probably see it consolidate into one or two, or maybe a few. But the promise of the technology we have is very clear. It's proven now in terms of what it makes better for 24/7 operation. AWS goes down, loads of websites go down, Solana keeps producing blocks, Ethereum keeps producing blocks. These are the sorts of things that this is a technology enables for a financial world. What we need to do, though, is we need to, one thing that Stash just really touched on there, which is still a big issue that we're trying to solve at Keel for Solana, is like redemptions and liquidations around yield strategies or assets that live off-chain, right? If we want to move everything on-chain, we want it all just to become finance, we want people to start using on-chain finance as standard, or more people using on-chain finance than traditional financial rails, then we need to solve that bridge between the two, which is where effectively, like when the gold market's closed, or it's the weekend and these people aren't working, they're not sitting at their desks at their computers, how does the blockchain or DeFi, how do you sell your asset that lives in the off-chain world, right? Because you can't interact with the other side because they're on holiday, or they're off. They're not at their computers.
Yeah,
so that's where you need someone in the middle to operate as like that liquidation, risk warehousing type thing, where they give out the liquidity, they take on the asset, and it keeps it all moving. You have this in the traditional world, clearing houses and everything else. We need this now to get to this level, and then we'll get just Fi, I think, and connect the two together.
Just Fi.
Just Fi.
Anyone else?
Whenever someone is talking about blockchain as a technology, which is something people like to do, what I like to say is, that the first computer, the first network, the first database were technologies to process information, to transfer information, and to store information. But the PC, the internet, and the blockchains were not technologies per se. They were agreements. They were standards. And standards, they just take a long time to form.
Yeah.
Because it's requiring a lot of people to agree on doing things in a specific way. So it took many years for Apple to capitulate to the PC standard, right?
Yeah.
It's still, we're seeing all the communication networks still kind of converging to the internet. I mean, my cable network just recently did that, right? And it's going to take, a long time for all those financial and I would say in general data storing services to start realizing the benefits of using a standard way to conduct their business, and the benefits of that. And the fact that people in the parliament didn't know why blockchain is good is exactly the same reason that people initially did not understand why the internet is good for anything other than gambling and porn, right?
Yeah.
And I think that the realization of the power of standards, because it takes a consensus, it really takes a long time to build. And so my prediction is that we're going to continue in seeing that consensus building. We're going to see more and more people realizing that it's just a better way for more things, but it's going to be another year and another part of a very long process of people getting to a human consensus, not just on-chain consensus.
Yeah, I agree. I think we're out of time. Thank you guys very much. Appreciate it. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Cheers. Thanks.
Wonderful. Thank you. Another epic panel. Much appreciated you all coming down here to London for day 2, Zebu Live. Wonderful also to see so many attendees as well as people watching from home. I'm very, very sure about that. Now, some takeaways from this panel. Just Fi, non-crypto assets, very, very interesting all. Now, we're going to speak actually a little bit about more utility, right? About really bringing more, maybe even the next billion users we hear this often, to the crypto space through to blockchain, but also through NFTs fundamentally. I'm actually very, very happy to announce the next speaker for a very, very interesting keynote, another Dutch person like myself. No one else but Frank Roskam, or Roskam as we say in the Netherlands. He is actually the founder and CEO of a very, very interesting solution that is called Celebratix. Now, what they're really doing, and I'm taking just 30 seconds to properly introduce you because that's important, right? They're actually a leading blockchain ticketing solution from Amsterdam, my home base as well, that leverage indeed blockchain to really increase event organizers' revenue, right? Customer data before, during, and after events. And he'll be speaking about his NFT ticketing and how it really offers a seamless experience for end users, and I suppose also many other people. Please be very, very welcome on stage. Frank Roskam, put your hands together to welcome him for surely a very, very interesting keynote. Very welcome here.
Thank you so much for the introduction. I couldn't have said that better myself. Thank you for that. And good morning, everybody. Nice to see everybody here bright and early. I will also require a bit of your imagination for the following presentation. So please imagine that you are a techno fan, and not any sort of techno fan, like a huge techno fan, as you also resemble him a bit. And basically, what you're looking forward to for years, months, is the legend of techno, Jozef Capriati. And for those of you who don't know him, he hosts Friday night residencies at High Ibiza and some of the craziest locations in the world. Some people would even consider him the godfather of techno. And this Sunday, he's coming to Amsterdam Dance Event, playing at the legendary Brett location. And that is really cool because he is one of the most amazing people in techno, but that means that his events are very high searched for, so they attract a lot of scammers. So if you buy a ticket to the event, you of course want to have a great time and be going there. So let's say that you're outside the Brett venue. At first it's all sunny, then it starts raining, and before you know it, your €300 Viagogo ticket ends up being a fake, which is of course far from ideal. So safe to say that this is going to be the last year that anybody experiences this, because from now on, all the tickets are minted on the Solana blockchain and sold through Celebratix. And the most beautiful part about this is that all these people are onboarded into Web3 without them even realizing it. And that is exactly what we'll be discussing today. So thank you for joining. My name is Frank Roskam, and I'm the founder and CEO of Celebratix. I started the company 3 years ago with Guy Rombout. He's the ex-CTO of Bitfavo. Some of you may know the crypto exchange. And Hans, he was running 40,000 people events in Olympic Stadium in Amsterdam. And we raised our 1.1 million investment round end of last year. And now we're with a team of 22 building out the product and reshaping the event industry. We're doing almost 1 million tickets a year now, so that's really exciting. And we will be doing our Series A raise end of next year, so Q3, Q4 2026. But before I dive into how it actually is that we do things, we need to address the elephant in the room, which is NFTs. Because for most people in the audience, NFTs are still speculative hype assets or pixelated monkeys, and perhaps rightfully so. Let me ask you this question. What do Justin Bieber, Madonna, and Logan Paul have in common? Most of you are blanking probably, but it's an NFT. So JB bought Bored Ape number 3001, and he did it for a mesmerizing $2 million, of which the current value is 89K, right? So that's just to illustrate the first point. I think you know where we're getting at here. Funny how also owners always resemble their pets. And Madonna is with close to $1 million. Also almost 90K in the current ape. This is maybe my favorite one, Logan Paul buying a Bumblebee NFT, which is currently $1. So that's a pretty unreal investment, if you ask me. And then I get a lot of questions like, Frank, so do you think that NFTs are dead, or like what's going on? And I think that this is just a normal evolution of a new technology coming up, especially like you can see in Gartner's hype cycle. So we're definitely past the peak of inflated expectations, right? All these people buying pixelated monkeys for millions, and we're going to the trough of disillusionment. So that's where we are right now. I think a good illustration of this is the current search volume. If you look at Google, early 2022, we had a massive peak, but these days it's close to zero, right? Which to me says that all the gamblers, all the casinos, they've left the space, and the real builders are actually now working on real world value. And that is something to really, take a moment and understand that in order for us to mature the space, we need to really focus on this part. So how we do that is something I would love to share with you. Coming back to Joost Capriati, this Sunday, they party Sunday morning, 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. Most of these people haven't slept, so it's a pretty insane party. For us, the way we do it, it's just a classic Web2 flow. So you just add your ticket to your wallet, and you fill in your details, right? My 22-year-old sister uses Celebratix to enter nightclubs in Amsterdam. So it should be very smooth, very simple. They just put in their email address, their date of birth, of course, very valuable data for event organizers. And when you press continue, you can pay with fiat, right? Ideal, credit card, PayPal, Klarna, whichever thing is necessary for this. We do the complete on and off ramping of the NFT ticketing through Crossmint, and we use Stripe to leverage the payment. And once people pay for their ticket, they can see the ticket, and this is actually where it gets really cool, because every 3 seconds the QR code rotates, and that signals that it's 100% fraud proof, and for people to actually guarantee that they can get in, because it's all minted on the Solana blockchain. We've tried to get people to download an app, but as you can imagine, if you're standing in front of a nightclub at 12 p.m. and you've had a few drinks, last thing you want to do is download a wallet. So we've also made that experience a lot more seamless by offering it in the web browser. So that all works very well. And the way we see ticketing, we don't see it as the endpoint, where a PDF, you just scan it at the door, you have the email, and you can always never find the email. But once you found the email, you scan it and you never look at it again. I guess dozens of you also have similar experiences where you just never look at email again. With Celebratix, though, it's the start point of an experience. So you scan the ticket at the door, and then after the event has passed, you're going to get a collectible. So for those of you who purchased tickets to Zebu Live through Celebratix, it was only up a few weeks ago, so maybe the last-minute buyers here are going to also have the collectible, but for next year and the years to come, all the tickets will be NFTs instead of the Eventbrite PDFs, so that's a good sign. So that's how we see the collectible side, and of course, from a visual perspective, this is the Jimmy Who. It's a very cool Friday night event in Amsterdam. These people really get a full experience. Why now? Looking at it in the context of history, right? So Web 1, end of the 90s, early 2000s, everything was still physical, right? People were buying a ticket, they were giving it at the door, and that's it. Early 2000s, this was revolutionized by PDF tickets, right? That's what most people still experience. It's been a really good transition, also looking at the iPhone being launched in 2007. People really, you cannot think, the smartphone is such an integral part of our daily lives that we cannot think of it in any different way, but it still has its flaws. So let's say that an organizer sells tickets to an event, you buy 4 tickets, you go with three of your friends, the organizer loses 75% of the data, right? Or look at the fraud cases, which is just part of evolution. It's not perfect, but that's where we're going now, where you move from the internet of information to the internet of value. And for the first time in life, in the life of the internet, you're actually able to capture the value of these tickets, since they're all unique. Joost Capriati sells 1,000 tickets to this very highly valued event, and next time he's able to retarget them, send them pop-up messages. We do a lot of stuff with fan engagement as well. So just to summarize all the modules, there's a few key topics. The first one is the fraud-proof ticketing. That's where we're seeing a lot of traction, because this is just the future of ticketing. The PDFs aren't going to survive, I would say, in the next 3 to 5 years at least. So that's a really important one for us. Diving more into the loyalty, this is a really cool one. So if you look at our wallet environment, you're going to see that, for example, the Chicago Social Club, they do 5 nights a week, 1,000 tickets a night, and their community is able to sell tickets because they're in this digital collectible environment. So let's say that I buy a ticket to this event, I then get the digital collectible, and that allows me to create a share link. And if I then share my link with my friends, they can buy tickets at a discounted price. So we're really turning all these ambassadors into affiliates, and they're making a lot of money in the process, while the end user is also very happy, because for every ticket they sell, they get 100 points. So if you get 100 points, you can get a discount on your next purchase. And of course, everybody likes a discount on the tickets, as well as that if you really save a lot of points, at 400 you get a free drink, at 800 even a merch item. Funny side note, so in 2022, 2023, we launched with the first nightclubs. Now, more recently this year, we're also doing really large-size festivals. So maybe you know Liquidity. It's the biggest drum and bass organization in Europe. They do a 30,000 people festival next year summer, and we're doing their ticketing. So we're really seeing that they're using these kinds of loyalties in a different way than the nightclub is. So that's really cool that, yeah, we're giving them the tools to go ahead with it, and we just want to facilitate. And that's, yeah, something we're exploring a lot. I actually think that this is going to be the biggest one in the years to come. Next up, we're trying to not only focus on the NFT ticketing part, but see that as, yeah, a part of a bigger module. So you have a primary market, you have the resale component, but also things like a guest list that's usually external subscriptions. We really want to offer the full winning product, which is also going to speed up NFT adoption, because I think that's where a lot of ticketing companies went wrong in the past, where they were just, with all due respect, blockchain evangelists, but you really need to understand it from an industry perspective to really, yeah, increase the actual value. Going back to the Liquidity digital collectible side, this is something that they're experiencing a lot and that they're testing. So we're, yeah, next year we're going to have some really cool updates on this. And finally, the continuous innovation is something we need to address, because I think this is maybe one of the only keynotes at Zebu that also didn't touch on AI. And of course, we're very interested in where that is taking us, but we don't need it now to onboard and yeah, increase the ticketing space. But we're always on the lookout for these kinds of innovations. What we're doing now is creating seed maps for all these different kinds of stadia. So we also can venture into sports, which is a big one for us. But we need to always evolve, and that's what we have in our DNA. So as long as we're able to do that, we're on the right track. So a lot of really cool things coming up. Next time you're at a party, this is the bread on Sunday, and you look around, maybe all of these people have been onboarded into Web3, preferably without them realizing it. So that will be fun. I'll be here for another hour before going back to Amsterdam Dance event tonight. So if you have any questions, feel free to reach out, and I'm happy to chat. Thank you so much for your time.
Wonderful. Epic, Frank. Please, please. Wow, also beautifully on time. Very, very Dutch. Excellent, excellent. Great to hear that. So that actually allows me to say, once again, very welcome everyone at Day 2, Zebu Live. Quickly adding here that, of course, we're very, very thankful to all the partners, all the sponsors, everyone else of the team who is making the event epic, wonderful, and fantastic, as well as you yourselves as attendees, right? So that leads me to slightly start introducing the next panel discussion. You already see it up here. We're going to speak about risks, about rails and rules, and really how to build really resilient Web3 spaces, ecosystems, systems globally. Now, what I would love to do first is give a very quick introduction. You already have seen one of the moderators who I'll be introducing shortly here yesterday. She did a wonderful job, I've been told. So I would love to announce, first of all, someone called Han Verstraeten. He is the founder of Autonomos, which is a very, very interesting. Please be very, very welcome here. Han, put your hands together. It's a very, very interesting person, actually. You know, what I read about you is that you have stated that crypto lets us imagine and experience with a different, more decentralized, and ultimately fairer future.
There you have it.
That's beautiful.
Where do you want me to sit?
Please sit down over here on my left.
All
It
right.
would be great if everyone can sit right there where the picture is located. Now, alongside Han, we have someone called William Harvey. He is the VP Institutions of Bullish and CoinDesk Data. Please be very, very welcome on stage. Please put your hands together as well. I can't clap, so it would be that's great. Please take a seat. All right. Then, of course, also be. Are you sitting in the right seat? Let me have a look. If you could sit over here, William. I'm sorry about that. Yes, I messed up in my quick notes. Then, alongside those two gentlemen, I would love to introduce as well Ray Melbardis, the board member of Nexus Mutual. Please be very well welcome on stage. Put your hands together. Yeah, wonderful. He actually already co-wrote the white paper of said Nexus Mutual in 2018. I'm sure you've done also lots of other things in the space. We're going to hear about that. Now, making some space here, last but not least, we have two other people. First of all, Marcus Viriato, the CEO of Parfin and the developer of Rolls. Please be very welcome. And last but not least, please take a seat. Of course, Gillian, we have already seen you. You're going to introduce everyone properly, I'm sure.
No, you've done a great job.
Yeah, but let me also state that you have a super long track record. For who wasn't here yesterday, Gillian is a journalist. She has wrote so many books. She has done so many things for people as well beyond the Web3 space. Very, very interesting lady, most surely. Lovely to learn from you, and take it away for this panel. Thank you.
That is a wonderful introduction. Wow. Can we do it again, actually? Can we just repeat that the whole day, because it's lovely. Oh, no, this is super. I appreciate that, because we have 35 minutes, which goes very, very quickly. And thank you, Alex, for that amazing introduction for everybody, because I was told in the strict rules I wasn't allowed to let the panel introduce themselves. But again, it's Will Harvey, who's here, Ray Melbardis, Marcus Viriato, and Han, we're staying with Han, who's with Autonomous and Otoco. Will's with Bullish, Ray's with Nexus Mutual, and Marcus with Parfin. Bullish is a crypto exchange, as you may know. It also owns CoinDesk. Nexus Mutual is a decentralized insurance alternative in the crypto space. Parfin is a modular infrastructural platform focused on institutional digital asset custody, tokenization, trading, and asset management. So we have a lot of experts here. We're going to talk about the 3 R's of crypto. So it's risk, rails, and rules, and perhaps rewards at the end. We only have 10 minutes for each section, so we're going to hurtle along. But the first one I want to talk about is risk, understanding fragility and trust. So Web3 promises transparency, but exposure comes with it. So where do the panel see, and maybe I'll start with you, Marcus, to my left here. What are the biggest, maybe and under-acknowledged risks in today's online asset infrastructure?
Yeah, I think there are several risks on the space. Obviously, custody is one of them. Holding assets without controlling your private keys could be a big risk. We've seen so many hacks happen over the last few years. Before there was a huge regulatory risk, I would say, which is kind of been fading away with the regulation in the US, MiCA in Europe. So I think the whole crypto environment is improving a lot, and probably in the next few years, the risks will be mitigated, let's call it.
Okay. Will, would you have a comment on, you're running a crypto exchange. Yes. It's a pretty scary space.
Yes. Yeah, we run an institutionally focused crypto exchange, so we have a number of risks that we need to consider. Counterparty risk is the first thing that institutions ask when they look to onboard an exchange. So are you regulated in the appropriate jurisdictions? Do you have an audit and public financials that people can look under the hood as an exchange? And then some of the risks that you mentioned, so custody risk, are we keeping your assets safe? Compliance risks, are we onboarding proper institutions and clients to the exchange that you will interact with? And then also there is the trading risk. So is there liquidity and trading on the exchange where you can properly get in and out of positions?
And you're addressing all those, you're not just itemizing them. Okay. Ray, you are involved with insurance, so you're looking at risk. How does your project approach it?
Yeah, so we look at a lot of protocol risk. So, we see hacks in protocols almost every week that aren't coded properly on chain. I think the thing that scares me the most at the moment, though, is the sophistication of the phishing attacks, so the custody of private keys part. That's very, there are actors who are getting really, really sophisticated and targeting people in ways that we haven't seen before, so I think that's probably...
So how do you provide the insurance? I mean, like a hacker only has to be right once, the defender has to be right all the time, so how does insurance cover that?
Well, I guess we provide cover on battle-tested protocols, things like Aave and Uniswap, and those things have been around with a huge amount of money sat in them for a really long time, and so we see that as an insurable risk.
Okay. And what about how can you be sure if you're providing insurance, like the underwriting of it? Sorry to pick on you, but just say, like if you're going to insure something, like my car is insured, I want to know that I can get the money.
Yeah.
Do you worry that sometimes you might be insuring stuff that you have no clue about what the risk is?
Well, we like to think that we do deep dives on them before we do any underwriting, but yeah.
I'm not picking on you, but just a thing, okay.
Yeah, it's, I think we have built a really great team who are very good at looking at those things, and we say no to a whole bunch of stuff as well.
Okay, and I think the interesting thing is that there have been so many I'm not talking to you anymore, Ray, okay, maybe Han or maybe Marcus, there's a lot of high-profile hacks. I mean, we know about FTX, even on the 10th, all that draining that happened, was Binance involved, Wales involved, whatever. Even AWS, tariffs, there's a whole bunch of things that can affect the risk. How can your projects mitigate against that? Marcus, could you?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a big scope. I mean,
no, it's a big scope. Yeah, we're building Rails, which is the blockchain for banks, and most of the risks that we're trying to mitigate is smart contract risk and the chain itself risks. So for that, we've been using security auditing companies to reveal the code. It's very expensive, but needs to be done. Every single upgrade, every single new release, you need to make sure that there are no breaches in the code. And that's one of the most sensible pieces. I think, you're ensuring that that's exactly risk, right? And this for us is a must. Then other areas where we mitigate risks, we're embedding some primitives into the chain, which will make compliance transactions, so on-chain KYC, on-chain suitability, on-chain identity verification, things that can mitigate risks of, for instance, dust attacks or asset manipulation. So which is good for the environment. Obviously, it's completely segregated from the Web3 environment, which is everything is free for all. But I think we're in the middle, bringing DeFi to TradFi and helping institutions to adopt blockchain.
Okay, and Han, you're the founder and CEO of Autonomous, which helps builders and investors in crypto and tech form and maintain legal entities in all major jurisdictions. What are the major things that you're coming across in terms of risk?
So I like to think about the major risk being our loss of freedom. So I've been sort of building and investing in crypto from the very early days, and if I now look back, for instance, what's being done on Ethereum and the whole institutionalization, I'm not saying I don't welcome it, but I see a big risk in the institutionalization of the whole space and the custodianship of wallets and our loss of financial sovereignty. So I like to put the risk debate first and foremost in sort of a more metaphysical terms. What are we actually doing by handing over keys and our assets again to centralized service? Let's go back to making sure that on blockchain we can regain our financial freedoms. For instance, there are market mechanisms like what Ray's doing, where you can insure your assets. It doesn't have to be custodied by a centralized institution. And we'll talk about regs later on, where you see the regs, favoring the big players and the big boys again.
That's a really interesting point. So you don't have to hand over to custody, central custodized platform. You can insure against it.
Yeah, look, nobody likes to get hacked, but if it's the price we need to pay, it's like SpaceX failing and a couple of rockets exploding. You've got to learn from, some hacks, but you preserve your freedom of self-custody. And so the risk of loss of financial freedom is the thing I worry most about, actually.
So you're talking about the human, I suppose, in that regard too as well.
They let us be free, but within a sort of a very defined set of parameters. I'd rather be free to be left alone and build whatever I feel like building.
I mean, I think also oftentimes people look at, cybersecurity companies that look at people being the risk, because a person is there on reception, on desk, clicking things, whatever. Now, we know that people are our greatest asset. How do we help the human not make those mistakes? Do you have any? Ray, you're nodding.
I mean, comment on your point on phishing. So our security team and our CISO drill this into us as one of the most important risks of running an exchange. And it's the human element that is often the most scary part of these risks to our team and our cybersecurity team. It's people, we've had people acting as recruiters online, looking to fish people who work for Bullish. Also just emails, Slacks, Telegrams, there's so many different channels. So they are drilling this into us, also fishing us like on a daily basis to challenge us. And we actually have a call on phishing with our CISO today. So it's constant and bullish.
It's, I would recommend if people here haven't heard of the Security Alliance, they've set up a bunch of resources online for people to look at, and they also do a 911 response service in case something does go wrong with you. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Well, it's it's all about a culture of security within your team.
And
that really matters.
For people who are native to crypto, it's kind of second nature, but maybe people coming in a bit later or coming secondly, the concept that you could click the wrong link and bang. And I know I'm talking at a retail level, not institutional, but it is quite scary, and that education has to happen too as well. There's responsibility with freedom, I guess.
Yeah, specifically on autonomous, where we help people setting up entities around the world, we place a lot of emphasis on governance and making sure that there's governance systems in place where the team is not having that sort of a single attack vector in a human being. But it's not always easy because despite chanting sort of the decentralization ethos, a lot of teams actually like to be pretty centralized in their governance. Right?
It's true.
Yeah.
And I think, and again, I'm talking more retail than institutional, but everybody who's in the space, may I ask around the room, has anybody been scammed or lost crypto through clicking wrong links?
Oof.
Yeah. I think it's a universal experience, and you're really in when it's happened to you. Very painful, but it does happen. So in terms of with institutionalized, Will, would your approach be different, or do you still need that human element?
You still do. I mean, it's mainly the attack vectors on us as employees. But then, I mean, from the exchange perspective, yeah, we put a lot of money and investment in like security, custody partnerships, also just different infrastructure providers that kind of help protect us against nefarious actors. But again, it kind of comes to the point of a culture of like risk of like cybersecurity within the organization that is often the most important thing.
And Han, when you're helping entities set up in multiple jurisdictions across the world, like what are your top 3 tips? How do you, you underline legal, but there's obviously...
So probably the first thing that you want to think about is that you separate out your operational company where the day-to-day and the code repositories and so on are being contributed to from your decentralized setup where the community has governance rights. So you would set up a UK company for your developers. You may have even employees there. Some people like to work as employees for whatever personal reasons, not just contractors. We do that here in the UK. We do a lot of C Corps, obviously, United States, or LLCs. And then you have the separate sort of community-owned entities like Yes Foundations, very often still in Cayman, with a separate token issuance vehicle. For instance, BVI is still widely used, where you then push your token from, but you make sure that your BVI is owned by that decentralized foundation. And the foundation isn't actually wrapping the DAO. The foundation is sort of controlled by a DAO, which is exactly the way it should be. And so you separate that out, you already separate a lot of the risk, because most projects will have a token, and so the risk comes often from the token. Okay. And then within sort of the decentralized setup, you make sure you get the governance mechanisms in place to remove sort of the single attack vectors.
And sort of moving more to tech then, what tech do you rely on, Marcus? What tech do you rely on to keep your platform safe?
Yeah, well, as most of the people mentioned, we have done the setup that Han just described, the foundation, the token issuer, segregate from the developer, and that required a lot of legal and governance, etc., and also mechanisms to avoid single point of failure. So, for instance, the developer side, which is us, we don't control the Rails Foundation's tokens. There's fully segregation of duties, independent directors, and this makes the at least from the foundation, treasury management, etc., completely segregated. So we don't touch it. When it comes to the techie part of it, same thing. Systems are segregated. some of our employees are really annoyed because we require 2FA for emails and refreshes every 24 hours.
That is so annoying, isn't
oh
it?
my God. It pops up, you have to
Yeah.
do the 2FA all the time, but this is a way to secure. This is for Slack, for everything, all the communication channels.
How many hours you refresh? Every 24 hours?
24 hours, yeah.
Oh my goodness.
It's very annoying. But it is what it is. It needs to be done. In terms of phishing, we receive, the social engineering is getting more and more sophisticated. So we're presenting yesterday at the Bank of England, and I received an email saying, "Oh, congratulations, you're at Bank of England. Here's a link for you to follow your pictures." Come on. I published in LinkedIn, we're there. This email came like with the social engineering. They were following us on the social media, and they are trying to, create an event for you to click on it. So this is super sophisticated, so we need to really be careful.
Because like with AI and deep fakes, it's a whole new ballgame. It's quite scary.
Yeah.
My favorite one was someone went through 3 rounds of interviews and got the job, and then the PDF for the contract was the payload to hack their system.
Oh, goodness. Oh my God. But it is scary because I was using Grok recently with just some friends, and you put in a photograph, and I had 2 friends at an event, and I said, kissing couple. They did, and they're not married, so I had to delete it very quickly. But it's just, I can do that in 2 seconds on my phone. What can people who it's like they say, people who send, all the, I'm joking, Nigerian prince emails, they only need to get 1 right, and they've made their salary, Will, I know you're more institutional, but what are your guardrails?
Yeah, so putting the institutional hat on, the things that they look at are, when they look at Bullish, it's, are you regulated in a proper jurisdiction? For us, yes. We are regulated in Germany, the US, and Hong Kong. So that sets us to a certain standard of operating as a business from a trading, custody, compliance, and onboarding. Are your financials public? Can you look under the hood? And we're audited by Deloitte from that perspective. And then can we trade and deposit on your exchange knowing that assets are safe? So we use BitGo, who's a regulated custodian, as our main custody provider. So they have some comfort in that on trading on exchange. And then it's about the flexibility and support of assets that they can move in and out. So I think one thing to note is the October the 10th liquidations, where there was 20 billion in liquidations, which is 20x what happened with FTX. As an exchange, from a risk perspective, you need to do some core things. Keeping your exchange up and running, no downtime. Can you send messages? Can you cancel messages? That is a key part of what institutions need. And then can you transfer your assets in and out of a venue? And having, supporting different chains, having no custody downtime, those are some of the things that are institutions really care about. Yeah.
Okay. Han, you said privacy is a big issue you want to talk to here. Privacy and compliance, often seen as opposite ends, but how do they work together?
Yeah, I think privacy should be the default setting. Now, it hasn't been the default setting on blockchains, but we know why. It's the evolution of technology, but I think ZK is the most promising, ever more so, especially now that AI bots are going to start operating on our wallets and will at some point. And if you now think about AI, the way it's developing, it's a horror show. It's sucking in all your data and bundling it and analyzing it to death and chopping it in any possible form. Let's have AI operate on ZK Sync wallets and blockchains. So for me, the next evolution is going to be more emphasis on privacy on blockchain, no doubt. Incidentally, it will probably help on some institutional adoption as well. Do banks necessarily want to see what you transact on blockchain? No. Let's move away from their private chains, let's put it on public chain, but let's do a ZK wrapper around it.
I think confidential computing is definitely making a bit of a headway now. People realize that selective disclosure, whether it's TEE, ZK, MPC, FHE, the whole curriculum, but it is obviously more important. Could I ask, Ray, in terms of the privacy and the tech, because it's all getting very granular now, AI agents are going to have wallets, they're going to do stuff. How are you going to mitigate that risk?
Yeah, AI is a really interesting one. I'm still not hugely convinced that it can do it can do that much in terms of trading in and out of the platforms at the moment. So I think in terms of you just have to build the rails in a way that they can interact with the chain safely.
And cross our fingers.
Cross our fingers,
There was an element of that because, I mean, when did ChatGPT get burst upon the world? Was it 2 years ago? And it's utterly changed the world. I mean, like more so, I think, even than like a smartphone, because that was more, it took time. So I think AI has, I mean, it's a huge benefit. You look at medicine where AI can diagnose and do stuff faster without fail, without mistakes. So there's huge benefits. We know that. But again, I'm looking at the AI agents that are malicious, and they're going to be hammering away, and they're not going to stop, and they're not going to get tired.
If I can just add to that, Chile, very quickly, I do think that the interplay of blockchain as a technology enabler and AI is actually very promising, as long as we keep blockchains or the transactions private, so AI can still analyze that something has happened without necessarily knowing the contents of it. But if you think about AI can actually only effectively operate in the real world if it can operate on wallets. But everything is moving on chain, you know. Ownership of stuff is going to move on chain. So you will basically have that interplay. It's a bit what Chris Dixon, I think, predicted, and I think he's very right on that one from A16Z.
So the hope is not lost. We think there's...
Say again?
Hope is not lost.
Yeah.
You think it's going to be good. Okay, that's good.
Definitely not.
So then moving on to rules. This is the other big sort of bugbear of early crypto adoption. And now we look at, we had a member of the House of Lords speaking yesterday, and he raised a question in the House of Lords. They used the term stablecoins. It had never been raised before. You know, it was the first time, and the minister had to go and, you know, do some research because the question was presented in advance. So rules, it's not just, there's regulators, there's compliance, there's parliamentarians, there's a whole mix-up there. So how can we help or make sure the rules actually work in our favor? We're not going to put square pegs into round holes. Who'd like to jump with that one?
Yeah,
Marcus. He's going to. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I think this stuff is really a regulator's dream because of the. In theory, they should love it, right? Because you've got everything is on chain. You can check the ledger, see the transactions, and you know we've got a real-time reporting dashboard, and insurance companies that are out there in TradFi really can't do the same thing. You can see all of the capital, all of the products, every single cover we've underwritten in real time because it's on chain. So regulators should, in theory, be embracing the technology.
But are they trying to apply old rules to new worlds? Do you think there's that feeling that they don't, like even I think with the FCA when they did a thing here recently, they put a report and they lumped Bitcoin in with all cryptocurrencies, which is not, it's very difficult to put Bitcoin and I mean we're talking every little meme coin and pump and dump thing as well, all treated the same. So there needs to be an education. And I think with the FCA, you're not allowed to become a member with any cryptocurrencies. You have to divest it. And chances are you don't have any in the first place. So what are your feeling, Marcus, about regulators and parliamentarians?
We've always been dealing with regulators, and especially we've been developing this Rails Enigma, which is a privacy-preserving protocol. We truly believe that privacy would be a must, especially for a mass adoption. You don't want to everyone to see if we believe that every single asset will be on chain in the near future, stocks, bonds, your real estate, your property, everything. You don't want to expose this to the public, right? You want to keep your balances closed. So privacy will be a must. So we've been developing this for the last 2 years and working with central banks. The work we've done with the Bank of England recently, Central Bank of Brazil, JP Morgan, was all around embedding privacy on transactions. The problem with privacy is because people use it for good and for bad. So when it comes for bad, an auditor needs to verify the transactions. So when it comes to the regulatory framework, there's not clarity still how privacy will be kept, maintained, and what are the rules that will need to be established for someone to audit a transaction. Let's say I'm shielding a transaction between two parties, and it's a sanctioned transaction or is something wrong. So who could potentially ask? Is it the protocol? Is it the entity that allowed that transaction to happen that will need to provide the auditor role? So we implemented the auditor role within our preserving protocol, privacy preserving protocol. Therefore, still not clear who should we provide the view key to access that data and to access that transaction. So that's a kind of still a blur. It's not clear, and I think this, doesn't help the ecosystem because even Vitalik announced a privacy roadmap for Ethereum, which is very aligned to what we're doing. And again, if there is no clear rules, there will be problems in the future.
Yeah, I mean, regulatory clarity definitely gives institutions confidence to build towards that. I think we've seen it in Europe with the MiCA license and the MiCA regulation. The European banks are much further along the curve with offering spot crypto trading for their retail clients and institutions than other regions. That is what we find. The Genius Act around US stablecoin adoption, again, has helped fast-track use cases of stablecoins in that region. Bullish, we put our IPO proceeds into stablecoins, into, I think, about 6 or 7 stablecoin providers to earn a yield on that asset, which is super exciting. We actually made as well the CoinDesk acquisition with stablecoins on a weekend. So having, again, the confidence and clarity around that means that we can use it in greater depth.
I think Katie Harris yesterday was speaking from Coinbase at the AGGP, the Parliamentary Party. She was saying that there's talk in the UK, for example, about restricting the amount of stablecoins at individual consent. Also, the stablecoins providers must put like $1 million in cash, non-earning.
Yeah. Exactly.
So, I mean, I think this is where the problem is. We have policymakers wanting to protect people, but these things, I mean, you would never ask anybody to put $1 million on deposit, but no deposit, no interest.
I just don't understand what's going on, to be honest. So I lived in this country for about 20 years now. I'm in the US, and it used to be where you have that sort of principle-based regs. And yesterday I was with my legal team here in the UK, and I said, look, if I am a circle, say I'm a circle coming from the US and I want to do a stable coin in the UK, and they basically said you can't. They want NatWest to be the issuer of stablecoin. And so you guys came out of the EU, whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, we don't probably have to debate this here, but it was an opportunity to then do better. Like MiCA is already a horror show. As a startup, you've got to pay at least 50,000 euros, if not more, to get your license. And it's a tapestry of countries still. And then you guys even add on to MiCA, where you're going to need that $1 million to do a stablecoin issuance in the UK. It's absurdistan.
Well, I think you're right, because yesterday on the stage here, conversation went to how can London and the UK take advantage of the fact that they're not in the EU and they're not, with Genius Act, and they haven't got first mover advantage, but they could have second or third. So, I mean, as it regards this country, it could be very important.
Yeah, I just wanted to talk to that point. I'm really worried about regulatory capture. That basically the big incumbents can work with the the traditional playbook of working with the lobbyists.
And is NatWest going to issue a stablecoin? I don't think so.
Yeah.
So don't wait for it. Oh, they're totally in the pocket of ever more so. That's my analysis. It may be sort of a public choice analysis, but
I mean, there was a request yesterday to sign up to the Stand With Crypto petition. I think they've got like 10,000. They get 100,000. 10,000, they can raise a question. 100,000, that question will be debated in Parliament here. So everybody here, please, if you have time and inclination, please sign up with the Stand With Crypto to force the issue. Because again, Lord Culver, Ranger, he said when he raised, that was the first time stablecoins, the word, had been used in the House of Lords. First time. Mad. So I mean, I think there needs a push because parliamentarians, policymakers, regulatory people, they're not bad people, obviously, I'm not saying that, but they just don't understand. There's a huge education push that needs to happen. I mean, how can we help there? Ray,
Yeah, regulation's a tough one. I mean, we deal with insurance regulation all the time. We're going through a project to try and figure it out. We've had legal advice for that's just part of our daily life for transacting in any single jurisdiction. I think my big wish is that the state wouldn't force people to abide by their regulations, like have an opt-out where people could just be like, I understand the risks, this is on-chain.
It's like betting.
Yeah, and just to be able to say, I understand that this is happening and that I won't be protected by the FCA, the PRA, the whoever it is in each jurisdiction, and they can do the things that they want to do on-chain.
I think that sounds very real. I mean, like again, with betting, you can go into a betting shop and you can, I mean, I'm not advocating you do bet your house on a horse, but you can do that. And why can you do that, and why can't you get involved with cryptocurrencies? Yeah. Han, you're involved with lots of different jurisdictions. Is there any ones you find particularly helpful?
look, I got to be careful not to be shot here, but I do actually like the US. I think there's a lot of misconception about the US.
Has it changed, though? It's not, I mean...
You know, it's not just a Trump thing. And yes, Genius Act is going to stay, by the way, even if, you know, Newsom gets elected next. They're not going to abolish that, so that's good. But the US always had a tradition of leaving people more alone in doing stuff. There's a real culture of business building and so on. And so if there's still some pocket where you feel like you're being left alone, I've got to be careful what I'm saying here because politically it's changing, but entrepreneurially, I think it's still a very good place to be. For instance, the US has now introduced the decentralized, unincorporated, non-profit association. It's a word, you know, mouthful, but it's the DUNA in Wyoming. That can actually take over from a Cayman Foundation as a decentralized vehicle for DAOs, at least for US teams. And speaking a little bit against my own business, because we do help people sort of getting established in all these jurisdictions, but sometimes I'm like, you're a startup team, you bootstrap, and before you can get started, you already spend a couple of $10,000 in getting your legal stack in place. It actually shouldn't be like that, but that's what you got to do. And if you want to get your MiCA license in Europe, you spend another 50, 80K. It shouldn't be like that. We got to preserve a sandbox for experimentation and getting it wrong. And I like what you were just saying, Ray. It's let people maybe opt out, consciously say, look, I'm okay with this. I want to go along with this. I want to try this out. I'm not saying there shouldn't be any safeguards at some point, but you've got to, from a builder point of view, you've got to make sure there's a freedom to experiment.
Katie Harris yesterday said from Coinbase, forget the sandbox, let's have a beach. Which I thought was quite a good quote. Okay, so we're coming to the end of our talk today. Risk rules, and rails and rules, and rewards now maybe. So maybe I could ask for a minute or so each from everybody. There's a lot of volatility, there's a lot of issues, there's hacks, there's pumps and dumps, there's scares. How can we feel secure, and what is your project doing to make us feel secure? I'll start with you, Han, and then work through the group, please.
I'm processing your question, to be honest. Why don't we let somebody else go first?
Yeah.
Ray, you go first.
I mean, we literally sell security as a product, basically.
You sell the insurance.
Yeah.
Come buy his product. It's going to keep you safe.
Yeah, it's what we do every day, and there are things that can be protected against, and people can assess the risks, you know, that they are exposed to, and some risks they just have to manage themselves, but for some risks there are a variety of products, of which we are one, that can really help out. But yeah.
Okay, adults with education perhaps. Will, what do you reckon? How can you help? I know it's institutional again, but how can you make the world feel safer in this?
Yeah, I mean, so we're very much looking at it from an institutional angle, so it's just making sure you're putting your assets with a counterparty that you trust. They have the relevant rules, licenses, infrastructure, and people, and from us, it's investing in good people and good infrastructure. Where we see the growth and change that's moving the fastest is the US. That's where we see sort of the biggest opportunity. To Hans' point, a lot of capital assets are in that region, with a big demand for crypto and stablecoin adoption. So our most recent license is the New York Bit license, which we're very excited about, which gives us the ability to offer spot there. The next step is having clear rules and regulatory guidance around derivative products. And actually, I think that's where the UK could really look to work together with the US on some harmonization and equivalence of rules and regulatory guidance. To be honest, I think that's the biggest opportunity.
Okay, Marcus, what do you think?
Yeah, I think, you know, we as a kind of, we call it institutional DeFi, we're building a blockchain designed for banks, financial institutions, and we have, you know, few in production now. Our goal, we're launching the public chain soon. And again, I think, you know, we are very focused on bringing the world of finance on chain. And I think this will bring a lot of benefits for the society. If you have your tokenized stocks, bonds, whatever, and you can, you know, use them to leverage positions, and I think will be very beneficial for corporates. And we're very focused on bringing real business on chain. We've been setting up like tokenization of credit card receivables for merchants to leverage and anticipate their cash flows. We're tokenizing trade finance receivables for commodity trading. So this is what we like to do to really transform business. And I think, you know, the next few years will be so exciting because the world will migrate to be on chain. And, yeah.
And Had, I'll give you the last word.
Thank you for giving me some time. So,
that was a planned maneuver, wasn't it?
so look, I'm very hopeful. Look, for the first time, we have ubiquitous computing in that blockchain. It's a public good. Everybody can build on it. Let's just preserve the privacy, the safety, through market mechanism, bottom-up things that we're doing, insurance, ZK, all that stuff, to keep certain transactions private. And let's not get mollycoddled by regulators. Let's figure this out ourselves. We can build something from the bottom up, and for the first time, we have that public good to build on. And that makes me incredibly hopeful.
I have to say, I really enjoyed this conversation. I think you're approaching business both with adultness, but also with choice and interest and consciousness and, you know, mitigating the risks for your customers. And that's obviously a good thing to hear. Buy insurance from Ray. That's the thing. Right? But can I ask everybody, first of all, to follow these gentlemen and maybe do business with them in the future? They come across as very credible. I think they did a great job. And also, if you wouldn't mind giving them a nice round of applause, please, for their time. Thank you.
Happy to chat, guys.
That's it.
Thanks, Julian.
Wonderful. Massive thanks to our panelists, Gillian, everyone. Thank you for being here. Now I see, thank you so much. I see already some people standing up. Understandable, because we do have a very short coffee break, but I can do nothing else but actually urge you to come back here because we have another epic afternoon plan. We'll be speaking about community, about hiring in Web3, capital raising as well, cap tables, and we will also be having later a keynote with Nigel Farage, very, very interesting. So many reasons why you should keep watching online, why you should come back here later, enjoy your coffee, get some other types of liquidity in you rather than crypto liquidity, and see you back very, very soon. Thank you all for being here. I'm Alex, I'm the founder and CEO of Trolled Labs, and see you soon. Cheers.
said you would do. I wish you would open your eyes. I'm right here. I wish you would open your eyes. I'm right here. I don't wanna be loved by anybody but you, and you don't need to go look for when we have someone new. I wish you would open your eyes. I'll say I want forever, but it can't look like this. But I'm still stuck in the moment. I'm still waiting for you to catch all of the feelings like you said you would do. I wish you would open your eyes. I wish you would open your eyes. I don't wanna be loved by anybody but you, and you don't need to go look for when we have someone new. I wish you would open your eyes. Open your eyes.
Under pressure, no more time. Can we make a move? Overthinking, you and I. What do we have to lose? 'Cause I'm wasting all my time thinking of the things we could do. If you gave me one more sign, I could find a way to break through. A way to break through. A way to break through. pressure, no more time. Can we make a move? Overthinking, you and I. What do we have to lose? 'Cause I'm wasting all my time thinking of the things we could do. If you gave me one more sign, I could find a way to break through. A way to break through. Ooh. us out in the dark where no one sees us. The electricity between us. Out of bounds, I can only be free. Out of bounds, if you're waiting for me. Out of bounds. Take me where you go when the sun goes down, like a lightning bolt. We won't make a sound. Out of bounds, I can only be free. Out of bounds, if you're waiting for me. Out of bounds. Under the frozen light, we are a picture of 1,000 nights. We won't come down, 'cause we shine so bright.
Sitting in the studio, I popped a bottle, sipping on this liquor, got me feeling like I gotta call her. I sent that bitch a text that I'll regret tomorrow, but it felt right in the moment, I don't know why I bothered. Yeah, cause all this money adding up, and I've been in here added up, just scrolling Instagram to fuck. Ayy, and shorty pictures had me stuck, cause she was looking bad as fuck, the Henny empty, gotta look, I'm gone.
My sorrows, hear voices wherever I go, they follow. Feeling empty inside, I'm drained, I'm so hollow. Ooh, thanks to the message in the bottle. Ooh, yeah, it's telling me to call her. Ain't I'm not thinking about tomorrow. Ooh, no, we can't get caught up. Ooh, from the message in the bottle.
Man, I don't wanna drink no more, I swear to God that shit got me wildin', can't let it get me though. Nah, I've been sitting here reminiscing for a minute about how I used to get it before the kids were born. Yeah, then I'm remembering all the rainy days, weather the storm when I was gone to wash the pain away. Huh, I said this liquor, let it play that message in the bottle, fuck your day to day. And then real.
Sorrows, hear voices wherever I go, they follow. Feeling empty inside, I'm drained, I'm so hollow. Ooh, thanks to the message in the bottle. Ooh, yeah, it's telling me to call her. Ain't I'm not thinking about tomorrow. Ooh, no, we can't get caught up. Ooh, from the message in the bottle. is my message sent with love. We've been running for some time with the ocean by my side. I'll run towards the light. I keep running to find that something, but deep down I know that it ain't coming back. Ain't coming back. The sun keeps setting and I keep nothing. There's no forgetting that you ain't coming back. Coming back. It's only you. Said it's only you. Nothing else will do. Oh, it's only you.
You taste just like I remember. I remember. Oh, oh. Yeah. You taste just like I remember. I remember. Oh, oh. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, oh.
Pounder on it. What was that?
Yeah. I don't know.
Deep.
Whatever.
I definitely didn't like that.
Very deep.
Are we on? Can everyone
Yeah,
hear us?
it's like-
Right, hey
it's like-
guys, how's it going? Everyone refreshed after lunch? Woo, yeah.
Energy.
Okay, we're going to be talking about hiring, getting hired in crypto, a very interesting topic. Just to start with, a quick show of hands. Who is already working in the crypto space right now? Okay, and how many people here are looking for something in crypto? Okay, so a bit of a mix. All right, nice. Okay, well, hopefully we will have some stuff that we chat about that is relevant to everybody. Thank you to my lovely guests for being here. So I wanted to start pretty broad and just talk about like how crypto hiring has changed over like the past few months, the past year. I will throw it over to my colleague Mitch because I know at Plexus we obviously have a bird's eye view on what's happening in hiring. So is there anything that you think is kind of changing over the last few months, or roles that you've seen pick up, roles that you've seen die down, and why you think that is?
Yeah, for sure. So obviously a lot changed earlier this year around the regulatory landscape, specifically places like the US, of course. So because of that, there's been a lot more hiring in sort of business development and sales, especially targeting things like institutional capital, and sort of things that go part and parcel of that are kind of things around legal and compliance. So whether it's kind of fractional hires just to get through this initial stage of understanding the new laws to follow, or bringing someone in-house, they're the kind of two that have noticed an uptick in, really.
Nice. Roisin, I know you just moved from Nillian to Conduit, your in-house hiring for them. Are there any differences you see in how those two companies, or any companies you've worked on behalf of before, like differences in how they approach hiring?
Yeah, definitely. So at Nillian, we would have hired for a very specific kind of cryptographic tech stack. So it was very difficult as an early stage project to be able to attract that kind of talent. So you really have to have a good like carrot to bring people in, and the right kind of people. So for us there, it was definitely the vision and the network infrastructure that attracted a lot of applications. At Conduit, we're like hiring very fast, I would say. We have a very strong product market fit at the moment, and we're growing and scaling very quickly. So we're hiring a lot quicker, but the team were very intentional with the tech stack that they started using. So we have a more broadly available skill set, I would say, but we're hiring much faster. So bringing people in. The bar doesn't drop, though. You have to keep that standard high when you're hiring, no matter what kind of space you're in, I think.
Yeah. I think that like one of the things that comes up quite a lot when we're talking about hiring crypto is like this offset between how important are the skills and how important is a culture fit. Jib, I don't know if you want to speak to that and like what you kind of look for more, or what you feel like is more important and why.
So for us specifically, we're quite focused on, we're more like a smaller team. So a smaller team of like people who need to work on high efficiency systems and high security systems. And for us, generally, we actually focus a lot on culture fit because it's important that we can work together cohesively and communicate and trust each other to do the job that everyone needs to do. For us, mostly when it comes to like the actual skill set, is about do they meet a certain threshold, and kind of more importantly for me is like if they meet that threshold, do they have the ability to figure things out for themselves, sort of autonomously, and take ownership of whatever they need to do. So because a big part of our culture is just ownership and kind of just wanting to do the best work they can do, it lends itself well for people who are like very technically proficient in what we need them to do. So I'd say we focus a lot more on culture now, because I think we've made the mistake of hiring people purely for their skills, and they've been a very poor culture fit, and it always ends up badly, basically. So
yeah. Dean, do you agree with that, or?
Yeah, I think this ties into culture. One of the mistakes I made at the agency that I ran was primarily hiring people for experience. And then I'm now on the other end of the spectrum, where I want to ideally hire people who are hungry, tenacious, and have a willingness to learn. I think that's more important than any years of experience, especially in crypto, because the market is dynamic. Things are consistently changing. There's new sectors every single day. So hiring someone with X amount of years of experience, you can't extrapolate that into the future to be like, oh, okay, this person's going to be great no matter what. So when people have these JDs with 10 plus years of experience, they're kind of kidding themselves to trying to be to their direct report saying, oh, this is the least risky option, this is the safest bet, let's pick this person. That's not to say they're going to actually perform. Hiring the person who's going to do whatever it takes to get the job done, and of course assessing for that is hard, but I think that's the optimal play.
How do you think, like, if someone's watching this here and they're like, okay, well, I'm hungry, I'm tenacious, but like, I'm applying for jobs and I'm not getting picked up because my resume doesn't necessarily have the experience, what's like, how do they then cut through?
I can answer that. I think it's a very valid point, because I see it quite a lot. And my general response to anyone who asks me that is just like, in this space, in crypto specifically, it's actually very easy to do open source work and to do work that can be recognized publicly. I'd say in this industry, it's significantly larger than anywhere else. So with most people I speak to, if it's engineers specifically, I typically say just contribute to an open source repository, get yourself like known within that space, within that ecosystem where you're contributing, and eventually you'll be known. I actually within crypto specifically, I actually discourage a lot of like younger engineers from doing applications at all, because generally when you're doing an application, you're going up against people who have lots of years of experience, and there are companies that still hire based off experience. So I generally always encourage just do as much as you can publicly to build a name for yourself, and once you get known for that, it becomes a lot easier to get hired.
Yeah. Mitch, would you add anything to that? Because I know you're kind of looking at it from the other side, where you're literally like going through applications on paper and you haven't met candidates. So what would the flip side of that be?
I would say, I would agree, to be honest. I would tend to say that the more sort of work you can come in and demonstrate you've done off your own back and contributed with no expectations on return, that's going to show that you're kind of bought into the space and things, because there's a lot of people just kind of going after the potential salaries on offer and things like this, the token allocations and stuff. But if you could show that with no guaranteed return, you were still willing to put in the time outside of a full-time role, I think that's kind of gives a lot of confidence to founders making hires.
Yeah. Just to add on to that as well, I would say like coming to events like this or more localized community events and actually getting in front of people, founders, people that are working in projects that you want to get involved in, like definitely getting that face-to-face time, or even reaching out in communities online, not just contributing if you're an engineer, but also if you're in back office or marketing. Just get yourself out there, meet people, connect. Like referrals and networks are definitely still where a high volume of applications and applicants will get jobs.
Do you think like that whole connect with founders thing like varies when depending on the size of the company? Because if it's a small company and you can actually meet the founder and have some sway, but if it's a company with like 10 hiring managers all hiring different things, like is
100%.
it still the same?
Probably not, but I still think it definitely adds to your profile. You might meet someone that's on a team that you want to get involved with. So I will always advocate for getting out there and getting yourself known within communities.
Yeah. I think I didn't ever really understand how important as a candidate it was to understand the size of company that you want to work for in crypto. Like there's a lot of startups that are obviously like a few people, and then that kind of approach like really works. But then sometimes, you know, you want to have a small team or you want to be part of a bigger thing. the way they kind of look for talent is probably going to be quite different, I think.
Just to add there, I would actually say that that's when you should probably look at agencies like yourselves or external recruiters and meet recruiters and make yourself known with recruiters, because if they have a job opportunity that comes up and they've met this amazing person that's really like eager to work and they've met you and they know that you're looking, when the right match comes along, they will send you that opportunity. They'll remember you.
Okay, nice.
I just want to add one thing. If anyone's in the position kind of where I was 2 to 3 years ago, where I technically got into crypto in 2020, but I didn't have any full-time crypto experience. So I'm sure there's some people listening that haven't been in the industry and you're now trying to break in. We were touching on different strategies from early stage companies to late stage companies. The biggest thing that I did, and it worked then, and I guarantee it works now, is, it sounds trite, but send hundreds of cold DMs. I genuinely probably sent thousands in the space of 6 months, and there's going to be a low hit rate, but it will work. Crypto, especially on crypto Twitter, you have access to anyone. I guarantee you, Brian Armstrongs to the Vitaliks to the Toleys, they all look at their DMs. Whether they reply to you or not, that's going to be about the quality of your DM, but please utilize cold DMs. That and events will be for sure a gateway to getting hired.
As a marketing person, what's a good cold DM then? How do I get someone's attention?
Yeah,
not just like, hey, give me a job.
No, exactly. Ideally, frankly, build your profile to start with. If you have kind of no following, that's a non-starter. You can go into what makes a good cold DM, but I think even before that, you have to have some semblance of credibility in your own portfolio with regards to, are you sharing insights? To Jib's point around GitHub and engineering, the same thing applies to GTM. Are you just sharing your thoughts about the space, any philosophical takes, and just being helpful and contributing to the space? If others see that, then they're more likely to respond to you. What won't work is having no posts and saying, yo, give me a job. Don't even bother with that.
Lay your foundations.
Exactly,
basically.
yes.
Nice. Mitch, I wanted to ask you, obviously, again, you're looking at loads of CVs all the time. Are there any clear red flags, green flags? Could be anything. It could be down to the formatting of the CV. It could be things they're saying or not saying.
Yeah, I'd say more of a recent problem's obviously the AI slop that you see.
Oh, yeah.
Nice. So avoid that, or at least try and hide the fact you've done it if you can't come up with your own points. But yeah, I think mainly where they're not able to kind of just clearly lay out tangible wins or achievements they made in their previous roles. Realistically, rightly or wrongly, hiring managers are going to look at your resume for 10 to 15 seconds and have a pretty strong feel for if you're someone that they want to then read further on. So if you can keep everything kind of succinct as possible, that's always advised, because you do see a lot of 10 to 15 bullet point sections across 10 pages, and yeah, no one's got time for that when there's 300-400 applicants, unfortunately. But yeah.
That first section of your CV is so important now as well. Like that first top section, I would say. Like try and get your main points that you want that hiring manager to see in that first section.
Yeah, and if it's too generic as well, it's just not going to be, like, you effectively have to sell your skill set on the CV, right? So, yeah, I think not putting too big a blurb about me and all this kind of stuff, no one's going to read that kind of thing. Just tailor it to each position. I know it's a lot, but tailor it to as many specific roles as you can, so that it shows the full intention of why you're going for that specific role.
Jib, I know you have hired predominantly like through network, so you're not like probably not looking at loads of resumes and stuff. Are there any like green and red flags that come up for you just in terms of like when someone's referring someone on, or you're talking to someone you've been introduced to, like what you're looking out for?
So generally when it comes to referrals, I wouldn't have asked the person if I think they're going to give me a red flag referral. So that's kind of like, that never really happens. But in terms of like when I actually interact with the person, as I mentioned, the kind of thing I'm looking at is like, the biggest thing I look at is actually their ego. Sort of, are they someone who is like a bit of a diva to work with? Can they learn? Can they take criticism? Can they take responsibility for things that have gone wrong? A good question I like to ask is always like, what's something that's gone wrong, when you've been working at your place previously? And typically when I meet someone who owns up to it, acknowledges like what happens and stuff like that, that's usually a very good sign. But when you meet someone who's sort of like, oh, it was because this person did this and whatever. They try and like get out of it. It's very like, seems like they're, you know, not comfortable with talking about like things that the things that like really were their fault. So yeah, ego is probably the primary red flag I look for when I'm speaking to someone, because typically when we've made a mistake hiring, it's always been an issue of their ego being a bit too fragile. So yeah.
Do you think there's a lot of fragile egos in crypto?
Yes, definitely. Definitely there is.
No way.
Yeah.
On that note, I guess, are there any hiring situations that haven't worked out very well for you?
Oh yeah, lots. Yeah.
Do you want to share anything about those, or like why you think it? Like, is there? I guess more to the point is like if someone doesn't work out in their role, does it then make you look back and go, how would I have seen this earlier?
Yeah.
How did I like, you know, if anyone out here is thinking about hiring or they want to grow their team, how do you like try and avoid that kind of thing?
Yeah, so it's always a case of like, you have to sort of look at the reason you hired them in the first place, and then look at sort of what the reason is in the end that you wanted to let them go. I generally, you know, when I first started the company, we were more hesitant to fire people, but as I've gone on, I realized that actually firing people has the effect of dramatically improving the morale of the rest of the team, and as a result, everything gets better with how you work. So generally speaking, I always say fire if something is clearly wrong. If you're especially in a startup situation, just get them out of there. Yeah. But I think to answer the original question, which was about
like memorable bad hires.
Yeah. So essentially, we hired this guy who was extremely, extremely technically proficient at what we needed him to do. But the problem was he was not very good at working within a team. He also wanted to build a team, but wasn't a very good manager. And as I mentioned, he had an ego around his ability to do that. And he ended up like hiring a team that was too big for him to manage. He ended up kind of like offloading a lot of work to them when he was the one who's meant to have the technical expertise. And in the end, it resulted in a lot of argument and disruption with the rest of the team, including the engineers, including other quants. And so as a result, like we actually ended up having him on the team for way too long. Like we should have hired him maybe like 9 months before we actually did. And just because of this idea of like you need someone who is very technically proficient, that cost us a lot of efficiency and like headache that we could have eliminated a lot earlier. So I kind of learned from there that culture fit is very important because it affects the team morale, and team morale is very important, especially in a startup stage where things can go wrong all the time, and you're so tight knit. You can't be dealing with politics at that stage.
And you just don't want anything to like muddy the waters.
Exactly.
They say that about, I remember, I think it was one of my bosses was speaking about that as well. Like when you bring people in, are they going to overall like raise the levels and the talent there and bring everyone up? Or is it someone who's going to like dilute down the talent, in which case you don't really want that? Have you guys got any other like hires that have been particularly like memorable? It could be someone great that like really stood out to you, or it could be someone bad.
There's an example that comes to mind where I've been in the agency world. I was stuck between two hires. One, going back to my prior point, who had 10 years of ABC experience and like interviewed amazingly, and there was one guy who's, I'm actually going to name him. His name is Zabdi. He's got a wife and a kid. He's 22, which is like insane. He's kind of doing two jobs at the same time, like part-time and full-time. And I just didn't understand how he would have the time to do all of this. But he just gave me the impression in the interviews that he was like, look, Dean, I may not know much about ghostwriting. I've done it here and there before. But he had showed me a wide variety, a spectrum of tasks that things where he had no experience and he just got the job done. And that's ultimately all you care about. I don't think you really care how it gets done as a manager, you just care that it gets done. And then there's this other person who's giving me all the kind of, the interview is almost too good, frankly. It's like they're saying all the right things and they're giving me all the references. I just kind of got a bad gut feeling. And then he turned out by far to be the best employee and had a 10 out of 10 CSAT, client satisfaction score, was our most impressive employee on a revenue to cost multiple, and just by far outperformed the whole team. So one is take a bet on someone, because if you do take a bet on someone, they will kind of be eternally loyal to you, and they will do whatever it takes to pay back that respect.
So vibes over ticking a box.
Yeah, vibes and like hustle and tenacity.
Excellent.
I think, yeah, the technical skills will get you in the door, right? But it's the mindset that will really get you to stay and go far in a role.
Yeah. Roisin and Mitch, I just wondered if you had ever seen on behalf of clients, like when they've been super excited about a hire or one that's particularly gone wrong, and kind of what, like you're the middleman between that, so what's different? Bad hires, good hires?
I can actually talk to a good experience, well, quite a funny situation that happened, which kind of plays into what you were saying around like someone that's like really dedicated and cares more than someone that's more qualified. So we were looking for actually a technical writer, and it was one of the first few months of my time at Plexus. And there was this lady who's already established technical writer for a well-known project, and she was going for a similar position for a team hiring from European time zones up to Eastern US time zone. And she was on the West Coast, and she really wanted this role. She really liked the sound of the team. She knew the person that would be leading her team. So she basically was with someone that was European, and they had been together 10 or 15 years, but never got married. But this role effectively caused her to get married, to then relocate to Europe to get the job. And I don't know if there's any stronger commitment than that. So she effectively got a wedding turned around in a week.
Oh, love that.
To be able to get married, to get the visa, to live in Paris and take the job, which I thought was crazy. But yeah, so it goes to show, and she stayed there for well over a year and a half, 2 years.
Which in crypto is a long time.
Yeah, it's a long time, yeah. Yeah, so yeah, there are people out there that are willing to do a lot to benefit a company. You just kind of got to seek them out by testing their commitment in various different ways, and that was obviously a very clear way to do it.
Nice. I just want to briefly touch on this because I think it comes up a lot, and it's kind of a whole big discussion in itself. But to everybody, do you think, and particularly like in your own projects, let's say, is it important to have a very crypto degen-y background, or can you be coming from a Web2 environment and still make it? Or are you not going to make it?
I mean, so we're a decentralized, we're a DeFi team. So we're like, our entire product is on chain. Our marketing channels are predominantly via crypto Twitter, and you know, through the network via Telegram. So for us, it's kind of mostly a factor is like the people who we want are people who are very familiar with the tech stacks in those spaces. So with our engineers, for example, they're typically quite experienced with what we're dealing with, and that kind of lends itself to people who are more crypto native. I don't hire anyone who doesn't do on-chain stuff because they don't really have an appreciation or understanding of what they're actually doing on-chain. So when it comes to my engineers, I'm very like, I pay attention to like, have they done stuff on-chain before, even out of curiosity? Are they actually a user of on-chain applications? And then when it comes to like BD marketing people, as I mentioned, because our primary marketing channel is via crypto Twitter and Telegram, it's sort of like, do they have a good following and network within those channels? So for us, it being crypto native is very important. But you know, there are obviously lots of companies where it doesn't matter. In fact, I know a lot of companies who are more TradFi oriented who prefer you not to be crypto native, which is quite funny. But yeah.
Yeah, I think there's a big balance there, and it definitely depends a lot on the company. And back to your point earlier, Sarah, about the company size. So for Jib, I can imagine like a small team, you really want everyone to be on the same page, and that affects the culture as well in the company, right? Because there is a huge difference between TradFi and crypto culture. So that was a big learning point for me, actually. But I have a personal kind of experience in that. So I joined Nillian when I had TradFi background. So I had a big up and on ramp to get to understand that crypto culture. But there is definitely room for more of those traditional back office roles. And actually, I would argue that in some cases, those skills are really, really important. So like paying people, building out a company from an operational standpoint, having the TradFi experience there is actually, I would say, crucial to scale a company as well, because you're kind of bringing those, I guess, tried and tested ways of building, and you're bringing them into a new space. So it's actually quite valuable.
Yeah, makes sense. Roisin and Dean, I know you both recently left things to look at new career moves, which is really exciting. I wanted to talk a little bit about how you made the choice about where you want to go next and what you were looking for and whether you took like an interesting approach to it. Dean, I don't know if you want to share.
Yeah, I can speak to
Your big announcement last week.
Yeah, I know. I can speak a bit to that strategy. So I left my agency, must be 2 weeks ago now, only publicly announced it a couple of days back. I think it was on Friday. My strategy is that I left, I rang up 5 mentors I really respected in the space, kind of VCs, founders, engineers, just kind of a breadth of skills people. They frankly gave me great advice, and the best thing I heard is I was asking them a bunch of questions, basically being like, help me, give me life advice. And they were like, Dean, what are you optimizing for? You know, is it, you know, what do you want to do in 3 to 4 years? Do you want to run your own thing? Do you want to work for someone else? Just figure out what you're optimizing for. So then I created a fancy Google Doc, answered that question, which is being an entrepreneur. I want to work for a great founder who's going to teach me those operating skills so then I can run my own thing in 3 to 4 years. So that's what I'm optimizing for beyond anything else. Then, over the past 10 days, I've now spoken to 50 plus founders, 25 plus VCs, and just any name it, I've spoken to them. So volume negates luck. I'm a huge believer in that, which is why I was speaking to the cold DMs earlier on. So I took a huge sample size of calls. That's my big tip. Don't speak to like 5 companies. Don't take your first offer. Get a huge breadth and a huge sample size. And then actually reference check the company. I think this is especially a British problem, but I hear a lot of people getting excited when they get a job. Yeah. I think that's a terrible mindset. Everyone here should read Hasib's job offers like article. You don't get a job, it's economics. You're giving your supply to a company. They get you. So like flip the mindset there. You don't get a job, they get to interview you, they get the pleasure of hiring you, blah, 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 blah. So that's the mindset. Large sample size, reference them. When I was speaking to a couple companies, I was in a meeting, and at the end, I asked the CEO for a prior employee and manager check. And he was like, well, I've never heard that before. And I was like, right, get used to it, mate. So I referenced him a bunch of times, and he just seemed shocked. And that kind of baffled me. So I think people should do way more due diligence on the company they're going to join, because you're probably going to spend more time there than you spend with your spouse or your children. Like, especially in crypto, you're going to be working a shit ton. So if they're going to invest in you, you invested them, reference check them widely, speak to every team member. I think a lot of hiring managers are going to hate me for this, but especially the teams I'm joining, but I did my due diligence. So large sample size and due diligence is well, hopefully is going to work for me.
Yes. I think it's also like speaks to your kind of self-confidence and self-assurance in like your own skills and your own talent. If you kind of know your worth and you're like, as you said, I'm not just going to take the first thing. I want to make sure it's a good fit for me as well. And I think sometimes, you know, when you're on the candidate search and, you know, you're getting rejected all the time, it's really easy to like get that knocked down. And I think you need to like try and keep it up as much as possible. I want to give a bit of time for questions. So please get your questions ready. Just before that, I guess just to end, if you were going to improve anything about the kind of hiring process or the crypto talent kind of space, what would your change be? How would you improve it?
I think I would just, for applicants, I'd really just very strongly give the advice of just do something impressive within whatever your target is. Like, whenever you do something impressive, you can ride that really well, and people will know you for that thing. I see too many people just writing like blanket CV applications in crypto when it's actually so much easier to just build a network within this space compared to anywhere else. Like I'm kind of blown away by how easy it is to build a network and access founders and things like that in this space. And so I really encourage people to just do something objectively impressive in whatever your target is. If you can't do that, you know, I would rethink whether the space is right for you. But you know, it's just something that's what I generally advise. Yeah. I think that's like, I just think that advice should be more common, basically.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think mine would go more from the company or the project perspective. And one thing a founder said to me before, which has really stuck and proven throughout my career, is hire slow, fire fast. So slow down the hiring. I always say with hiring managers, if you can't really define what a role is going to look like for 40 hours a week, then you're not ready to hire, right? You have to be able to be very descriptive about what that person's going to do when they get in the door. We don't just want bums in seats. Every seat should serve a purpose.
Yeah, I think to add on to that, I think that planning part is key, because when you do then put that role up, you need to be able to then sort of make a very clear vision to the people that are interviewing on what they're going to be doing, and almost sell the opportunity. I mean, from a lot of what our clients look for, it's quite a select and very small candidate pool quite often, with quite niche skills required. It's almost pitching the role to the candidates often. And I think when you do have people that are willing to allocate their time, to a technical assignment or a take-home or something like this, you move with speed and you're very clear on what the process looks like. Because, let's say you tell them it's 3 stages long, and then all of a sudden you want them actually to have a conversation here and a conversation there, and now it's 5 or 6 calls. They're thinking, are they unsure on me? They're going to start getting cold feet. And that's where maybe you lose a candidate, and now you're looking for another 2-3 months. So yeah, I think kind of move with purpose and be very clear in your vision for the hire, both short-term and long-term.
Yep.
Just to add to that, like when we hire at Risk, we actually are very deliberate about the ownership aspect. So we basically only ever hire if there's something that just needs to be owned by someone. So we did a hire recently because we're building out a new product, and I needed an engineer who could just take complete control of that product. So I think, as you said, like having a plan for what that person's doing is actually very important, because I just literally spoke to all these candidates, said, this is exactly what you're going to be building. You own this now.
You own this now, don't you?
Yeah, you don't. You own this now. If you fuck up, that's on you. So yeah.
Okay. Did anyone have any questions before we finish? Go on. I don't know if there's a mic or whether you could just shout at us.
Hey, Sarah. This is a question to the whole panel. How open are project founders or hiring managers to candidates who have other roles, like maybe they might be doing side hustles? This is Web3, so a lot of them have like other things going on, like side hustles. They might be building their own businesses. How open are project managers and hiring managers to that kind of candidate?
I've got one thought there. I don't think it's a binary answer. I think it depends how much leverage you have. So like, if you're the best candidate in any given market, it's just all economics for me. If you're the best out of the whole batch of supply, then you could do whatever you want. You could go like horse riding all day, and they would still do whatever it takes to get you. But like if you're one of a million candidates and they have the leverage, then they probably wouldn't be okay with that. So I think you have to kind of look in the mirror and be like, am I one of one? And will this company do whatever it takes to get me? Then frankly, you could probably do whatever you want, charge them a high price, and get away with it.
I think I would add to that as well, like it brings up a good point, and it's one that I try to drive home with my teams as well, where it's like, is this a full-time role, or is this something that we could outsource? And like to your point, if it's like a technical, like really technical challenge that you're a problem that you need to solve, could you outsource that little piece of work to someone that maybe has something else going on but is the best at what they do? But also you have to remember that we are working in Web3 and crypto, and it is super intense. You're talking most of the time about small teams, so to even have something else going on the side is quite difficult, in my opinion, if you are taking a full-time role.
Yeah, I think it really depends on the person. So for me, for example, I did my PhD and was running my company at the same time. So, I am somewhat guilty of that, of doing 2 things at the same time. But it really just depends on the person's ability to manage multiple things. Like some people just think they can do it, but they actually have really bad time management, and so you can notice it in the quality of their work. So I generally think like it really just depends on the person, and like, do they actually know how to manage their time? I'd say the vast majority of people actually don't know how to manage their time effectively, and so as a result, it shows up in their work quality, and then that's when you have to have a conversation about it. But yeah, generally, I think for me, it's not like always a red flag. If I think they have the capability to manage it, I'm okay with it. But if I don't, I'll probably
And I think transparency is quite key as well. Yeah. If you're going to be hiding it and they somehow find out, especially if there's like a conflict of interest, you get pretty, not great. So I think being upfront about it, if you're able to be, is certainly a good way. And then, like if they're not okay with it, then you're gonna have to make a decision there, and you can find out very early whether it's right or not. as opposed to, getting into murky waters later down the line when you've already started.
Yeah, I had just when I joined recently, we had a case of that, and the work was suffering, and it was after that person was let go that we actually found out that they had been working 2 jobs, and our CEO was not very happy about it. So, yeah, I think you're right with the transparency as well.
I think it can also look a bit like sometimes it can, even if this isn't the case, it can come off like you don't know what you want to do, like you're doing a bit of everything, you're just trying out like loads of different things, and people can perceive that as, oh, we see it when we get the same person apply for like 5 different job roles, and we're like, well, they've applied for a COO, they've also applied for a CMO, they've also applied, and we're kind of like, what are they? Like, what do they do? And when people have to make like very quick assumptions about you, sometimes, and this is like, almost like a personal brand thing. It's like you have to just be like, this is what I do, I'm the best at it, and I'm going to nail it. And then you can go horse riding all day, like Dean said, which I'm like definitely now as my dream. So. All right, thanks, guys. I think we don't have any more time for questions, but obviously we will be around. So if you would like to come and talk about your hiring plans or getting a role in crypto, please come find us on the Plexus stand. And I'm sure these guys are happy to have a chat as well. So, yeah, thanks very much. Very good.
Cool. Hi, everybody. Are you emceeing this? Okay. Hi, everybody. Welcome back, or to those that are sticking around. Also, just wanted to say I'm the head of HR at Fly3, so if anyone wants to chat about hiring needs, you can also come chat to me at the stand. But yeah, we are here to welcome the following speakers, headed up by Caitlin. The topic is how to take your community from 0 to 10K. Welcome. The rest of the panelists are Harry from Flight3, Zebu, Samantha, Cornell, and Lorenzo. Welcome to the stage. Okay, over to you guys.
Thank you. GM.
Got stuck in traffic.
Hello. Okay, we're sitting in the order. Okay.
Awesome.
Good afternoon, guys. I'm excited to talk about how to take your community from 0 to 10K. Community is one of my favorite topics. Quick intro, my name's Caitlin. I'm the CEO and founder of Crypto Mondays London, which is a local community. So I would love to hear a quick intro from all of you here today. And if you could tell me one community that you've helped to scale. Doesn't have to be Web3.
Hi, everyone. Really excited to be here, really excited to see all of you. I think community is such a strong part of like everything that I've done, right from Frencham Heights, which was a sort of special needs school and says, do what you love and do it with the community, and grades don't really matter. So it's quite ironic that Web3 decided to hover around community, because that's what I've been building for a long time. And I think my favorite community was building a music festival, and we sold it about 5 years ago, and we're putting on a show tonight. So we're rolling back the years. I hope everyone comes to E1.
Amazing. Hi, I'm Samantha. I am the founder of Yap Global. We're a PR agency that specializes in crypto, Web3, comms. We have been doing this for 8 years. A community that I'm quite proud that we've contributed to growing is, well, actually there's 2. There's ECC, the Ethereum Community Conference, one of the largest European conferences in Europe. Been doing that for 6 consecutive years, helping them do PR for that. And then Ethereum Denver, which is another large crypto community conference. And we've been doing that for 5 years now. And so we're more on the PR side, helping them with comms, helping bring journalists and managing press on the ground. And so, yeah, these are the communities that I'm quite proud that we've helped build.
Hello everyone, my name is Cornell and I started a consultancy in Web3 called WeConnect, following which I became the city lead for Brighton for Super Team UK. And then from there on out, I co-founded Super Team Poland, which I was working and helping to grow for the last year. And most recently, I've moved over to Gito to start up a new initiative called JET, where we'll be spearheading community growth all across the EU.
Hey everyone, I'm Lorenzo. I'm the head of business development for Sweat. Some of you might know it as Sweatcoin, but these are both where I'm at right now and the community that I have essentially been building over the last 6 years. We essentially reward users for their physical activity and serve as a very easy on-ramp and intro to crypto for mostly crypto-curious users. And I think I answered both really, but with 2 million monthly active users, it took a while for us to get to this sort of size of community, and there's a lot that we've learned, so I'm happy to dive in.
Nice, thanks guys. So let's kind of start from the beginning. When you're very first starting out, what's one thing that really helps you gain traction in terms of building?
I think when we look at like what is a community is not just take. It's we need to like give and take, and that takes a long time to meet people. And you know, when we look at like a blockchain, it's very similar to a festival in the sense that you have your headline KOLs, which are like your headline DJs. You got your Solidity devs, which are like the tech people. You got your community managers, or like your ticket sales. So I think to build a community, you need a common goal, and when you've all agreed on that, just starting and being really happy with nothing happen. You know, if we look at Zebu Live, we were a Telegram group with me and 30 people, and it took a long time for that to grow and for it to mean something. So I think it's that really early patience, because no one's going to care at the beginning, and you just got to keep going and find people that are aligned in your value, rather than like what we see sometimes in the agency is people are like, I want to build a community, but I'm like, why? And they're like, we want to do an NFT drop. That's not really a community. That's like a sales strategy rather than a core mission.
Yep.
Yeah, very true. Samantha?
Yeah, I'm going to jump in more on the PR and comm side. I think a community needs a clear leader. I mean, you just look at Ethereum. You've got Vitalik is the main founder. There are many co-founders, but like he's like the leader and has been the motivation and inspiration behind the Ethereum community growing. That's one example. And so we're always pushing founders to be the face and the front of their community and their ecosystem, because people want to hear from a clear leader. People want to follow people, and people love following individuals that have a great story to tell and a great narrative to share and to shape. So the one thing from my end is a clear leader.
From my side, I think you want to deploy fast, and you don't want to perfectionize it. Essentially, you just want to go in and have a clear messaging and also something to be able to provide to the community from the get-go. Something that Harry rightly pointed out. You want to step in with a clear offering for what the community is going to be able to gain once it's essentially established. And the hype needs to be existing, and you want to build up on top of that. So whether it's through some form of like offers when it comes to, let's say, a company that you're representing, or potentially maybe some job opportunities, something that can get people engaged from the get-go and help them unlock something that they previously wouldn't be able to without the community being in that place, is where you should start. There's so many communities out there, and a lot of them don't really have a focal point, so it would just be another meetup, another place to go and talk about a topic or something. And there's so many to choose from that they all kind of get washed away through all the chatter that's online. So what you want to do is step in hard and have some great branding and a clear messaging as to what you're going to offer for the people.
I love this panel because we were all able to share a sense of community from a different lens. I guess mine is more on the product side, but ultimately, as Harry was saying, is you need to understand why you're trying to build a community. From a product perspective, chances are you're bringing something to market, and you want to get some sort of traction, but most likely you're trying to get insights. And so you just need to be very clear. Like, quality is so much more important than quantity at the beginning. You need to understand whose problem you're solving, and then just start speaking to those people. And you'll see if you're actually solving a problem for them, great. They're going to start to give you those insights. And if you're not, you'll understand how far off from the target you are. And all of a sudden, that insight starts to compound, and so does the size of that community. So for me, relevance and clarity of whose problem you're solving and how you're solving it and making it clear to that, let's say, audience that you're doing something for them is the easiest way to get, say, from 1 to 100, and then that 100 will bring the next 1,000.
And to Harry's point, when you sort of rally behind an idea or a concept, how do you then nurture your first believers, like the first people that are joining you, and get behind your idea?
Well, in startups, like when we're building a startup, you often hire your friends or your family or people that are brave enough or silly enough to join you. And then if, as a business scales, and if we look at a company like Coinbase, they get 100,000 applications for one job. So at that early stage, and Steven talks about it a lot, like, what is your unfair advantage? Who do you know? Who will believe in this enough and be willing to take a chance? And then obviously over the time, you can get new people. But that early stage, you need that grit, as we say in Solana, chewing the glass to be there. And I think, Solana are amazing community builders. When we were building Super Team in, if everyone remembers the bear market of 22, 23, and Solana really showed up. And it's like, do you still believe in crypto? Yes. Do you still want to believe in Solana, even though SBF and everything was going on? Yes. And that community, and if we look at Super Team in 22, when we launched it in the UK and Germany, and if we look at it now, the amazing growth, but it was everyone being collectively bonded by is Solana even going to survive this market?
Great. Guys, did you want to add anything?
I would say at the very beginning, and actually throughout, but since we're focusing on the beginning, you want to be able to distinguish what kind of people are attending consistently and giving more than they're asking for. People who are coming without asking for anything, these are the people who you really want to invest into your time and also start rewarding them from early. The moment you get people who are coming in and essentially saying, like, I'd love to do this for you, and I'm expecting something in return, or like, oh, could you do this for me? When they're coming in with that mindset, typically those people are opportunists, and more often than not, they will jump to the next opportunity the moment someone can either pay them more or give them some other benefits that they can receive. So you want to people will come and go, but you really want to hone in on the ones that are coming in and really just giving more than they're taking.
Consistency, yeah, absolutely. So once you do start to grow, how do you maintain your authentic voice, your sense of authenticity with the community?
Yeah, I can jump in on that. Authenticity is an interesting one because authenticity is only tied to what you're currently building. But it's very common, especially for startups, to actually have to pivot. So every time you pivot, the community that you had built on the previous hypothesis might feel somewhat not betrayed, depending on how hard the pivot is. But ultimately, if you have built a very good and clear line of communication with that community, just transparency, making them feel heard, explain to them why something is happening, is actually a fairly simple way to remain authentic to building the community rather than somehow come across as just deviating from the path that you promised to them. So transparency, clarity of communication, and making them feel heard generally is a good rule of thumb that generally helped us to prevent some sort of outrage from the community whenever we made decisions that perhaps were not what we set out to do from the get-go, which is the most normal thing when it comes to startups.
Mm-hmm. I can maybe jump in on the PR side. I think there's the authenticity side, but there's also like relevance to the current time. And so a lot of what we do on the PR side to support different community projects and companies is really following the narrative at the time, and things evolve and the stories change. And I mean, like, for example, let's talk about, right now, you've in the industry, you're seeing a lot of growth in the stablecoin in this market. So we've had stablecoin summer, and then you're seeing a rise of traditional financial institutions now tokenizing assets, and then you're also seeing fintechs like Stripe and Robinhood, launching their own chains. And so it's also ensuring that whatever you're building is also keeping up with what's happening in the market. I think your community will want to continue following you if you're relevant and adding value to the industry. And a lot of the ways you can do that and to motivate your community and to share is actually PR, because people want to be proud of the project that they're backing and the project that they're, the token that they're holding, or whatever they're engaging with, and press and media coverage is actually an opportunity for them to be proud of the story that that community is telling in the market.
Yeah, and I think being authentic is so important, and it's something that we've struggled with in Web3, is like, what is your community? Well, community is like a number of Twitter followers, or your Telegram, or your Discord, or wherever it is. But if you just have if you have loads of people, and your product costs $1,000 to use, and they're all based in Malaysia or Nigeria or wherever they're based, then they're the wrong users for your community. And we see lots of VCs putting pressure on startups to get 100,000 Twitter followers, 200,000 Twitter followers. But that's so high up the funnel that actually all these projects have spent so long building these communities, but actually they're not moving down the funnel, and it's actually vanity metrics.
Yeah.
And I think we've got to really, it's much better to have 400 engaged users. And one of the projects we're working with is like trying to talk to really high-level CTOs to buy Google Cloud. And it's like they only need 4 really important decision makers and want very, very small webinars versus, like a Sui or a Solana. There is mass market and everyone can build on it. So I think being authentic is not just loading your numbers for the sake of it, even though we all want dopamine when we post, and if we post and we get no likes, it's like, oh no, is that good, is that bad? But actually, if we're talking to the right audience, I'm being authentic rather than just clickbait. I think that is a challenge, because everyone does want to grow and they want the numbers to be high.
So what sort of growth levers do really work then? You touched on sort of content, events, obviously here we all are, like ambassadors, product features. What do you find? Lorenzo, do you want to start?
Yeah, to be honest, it could be all of the above. It's just that the effectiveness then varies probably down to whatever it is that you were building. Like Harry's example, what would work for that business is really unlikely to be the same that would work for us or a gaming project or something else. My favorite is probably collabs, because I think especially from the consumer side of things, it's easy to find whatever makes two communities aligned. And it does, for us, it doesn't have to be, it's a very common misconception, but when people think about collabs for Sweat, they think about only sports and fitness. The reality is we almost consider ourselves to be more on the consumer side of crypto rather than on a health and fitness company. So for us to work with an exchange, or to work with a launchpad, or to work with a game and another mobile application is actually a lot better received by the community, because they see themselves as being part of essentially everyday consumers who enjoy products that are built on chain for the sake of giving them a better experience. And so it's a lot easier to find a common ground to then drive growth, virality, followers, or whatever KPI you're trying to measure with that growth lever. So collabs is probably my pick.
Or no?
I think a healthy combination of everything. I wouldn't put my eggs in one basket under any cost. The reason for that is for anyone who has engaged with a super team here, we know that they do a lot and they've got a lot of different stakeholders, especially when it comes to different community types of people. So you have to bounce around different approaches for different community members because they'll have their own preferences. You can never satisfy everyone in one event, one conference, one workshop. It's just going to be absolutely impossible. And with Super Team Poland, we ended up basically catering to people who may have not necessarily had the needs or the privilege to be able to attend in person by doing online workshops as well as events. If they didn't want to engage and show their faces, that was all cool as well. We didn't have like preset defined expectations of the community members, and then slowly we recognized that the more people became comfortable, the more they started opening themselves up and joining and participating. And then alongside of that, like doing events in different kind of types of venues as well. Like we had one which was basically in a basement. Like we had a workshop there for a whole week, and people loved it. Like the DJs really loved that space. And then we recognized that the more corporate, institutional type of people they would come in, check it out, but they'd be like, yeah, this is not really my vibe. So we also ended up doing a separate event in an office on the 42nd floor in a Spire Tower in Warsaw. So there was like different approaches to different individuals, but they're all part of the same community. They've all got some level of contribution and an important voice out there. So try and experiment and then see what kind of people attend to different types of initiatives, and then ensure that you're essentially hitting all those pillars at the same time.
I like that you say it's really a mix of events, but also that it is events that build a community, because we're all human beings here, and a community is a group of people gathering together, and like it's built to be relational. That's why an event like this at Zebu is quite nice to gather people in the UK and to see everyone. I think the thing about our crypto industry is it's actually quite global in a sense, where we kind of see each other at different conferences. The ones that are able to travel, they're different conferences. But even if, say, you're not able to travel, there will be an event or a super team event or a community event in your city eventually. So I think that really gathering people together is a key part. And then of course, the other metrics like content and the social side of things. But I do think that events, it actually just gives people that, just in one party, one mixer, one drinks, you could connect with a bunch of people and really build that meaningful, connection.
I think it's hard to beat the in-person dynamic that events bring.
Yeah.
Harry, did you want to add anything?
Yeah, and I love what Lorenzo was saying about like growth hacking pre-built communities or collabs. And so if you're building on ETH, going to jump into a big ETH community, it's a great way to start. But yeah, it's really just providing value as quickly as you can and experimenting. I think the more you fail, and the more you know that it doesn't work, you're like, right, I'm going to try that. Because I think if you do too much, we almost want to do experiments and go, that worked, let's double down on it. Like, and especially as we're talking about going from 0 to 10, I see startup founders, and they're like, right, we'll do a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and then eventually they're running 9 experiments, and they're not really measuring it. And so as long as we're measuring what we're doing, and if it works, try and just focus on what is working for you, because there's so many different parts of the marketing mix that could be used. But especially when you're a startup, like when people ask me, should we be on Telegram, Discord, Substack, email, it doesn't really matter. Whatever works for you and you're going to really, really focus on, you're much better just doubling completely on X or completely on LinkedIn or completely IRL. And once you've got that working, you can then go on 3, 4, 5 platforms as your team scales. There's nothing worse than just a little bit here and a little bit there. So I think to Samantha's point, it's really what works for you, but being very intentional with our energy, especially when we're at the start, is the most important thing. Is this working? Why is it not working? Let's pivot, let's iterate, let's get 1% better. And I think that's where we see, with Super Team especially, they had such a vision of what they wanted to create of that localization, and I think it's been really successful.
Really successful. The most emulated.
And Crypto Mondays. I mean, one of the longest running, you know, so intentional. Every month, show up, you know, without fail, and a really good audience, and like it really knows what it is, and everyone really likes it. So I think that's so, and it's global as well. So that ecosystem has grown really well.
The consistency of it as well. So I'm really curious, bit of a controversial question: paid marketing versus organic. What do you guys think?
Well, on the PR side, I would say any paid article, you're gonna like take it with a pinch of salt because it's paid for. So, I mean, I run a PR agency, and everything that we do is organic, and we earn all the coverage because that builds that trust and credibility, right? Like CoinDesk and or the Financial Times is gonna push out a piece about your fundraise. It's like, how do you build that credibility to get, you know, your comment in there. We do a lot of that to earn the trust of media and journalists with clients. So that's my view on that, earning organic.
Yeah, I hate to say it, but organic. No one knows you as well as you know yourself, and the community as well. So leveraging all the different platforms and ways to get exposure is highly critical. I think in terms of paid, you'd probably pay for like potentially like content being created. So the better content you create, the better the marketing it is. You can publish that yourself, and you can basically funnel it through your community. You could have some sort of initiative where for people who, you know, quote, retweet, etc., they're able to, I don't know, maybe win some awards through you, your partners, some kind of different initiative. And then that will trickle across your ecosystem over into others. So the one thing that you would probably pay for is like really, and I mean really solid video content. That's one that we definitely put a lot of, have put a lot of money into. But as Super Team, typically we've done everything organically, and we were just super creative in creating really fun and engaging events. And we bring in a great production team to be able to then create some really valuable video content, and we'd send that across. So we wouldn't necessarily pay for like a marketing agency or anything of that nature, but we would definitely rely on really good production teams to be able to help us publish all the fun stuff that we do.
Distribution is the key thing. Yeah. Like, it doesn't matter how you get the distribution, like getting distribution, getting eyeballs. If you can growth hack it for free, amazing. If you've got a product that actually generates revenue and you can invest in it. I mean, the challenge we have in Web3 is we've had really bad data. We've been blocked. I remember when we were 2018, my boss was like, let's load up $1 million on Google AdWords because this is our last day. And it took about 5 or 6, but because obviously the ROI of a lifetime value of a customer was high, and so you could invest in it. So we haven't been allowed. I mean, Google slightly let us back about a year and a half ago, but there was a 2018 to 23 where we weren't actually allowed to do paid, which is why we've seen KOLs do really well. And I also think in Web3, if you haven't got a Coinbase account, you don't care about a new DEX on an L2 with MEV protection. It's such a niche sort of product or message. If you're a really good trader and you've had enough of Binance and you want to go to Hyperliquid, and you're like, wow, we got this airdrop, it's a very, very niche audience. And actually, that audience probably, you're much better making organic content in trading channels where they live than blasting out a tube ad for Hyperledger. Because I think that's quite a big jump from, I haven't got a SX, and I'm going straight into perp trading on hyper. So I think if you have the money, paid can sort of fuel the campaign, but really it doesn't matter how you get it. It's all about the distribution, because so many people make so much content, and it gets seen by that, especially the way Twitter and LinkedIn are changing their algos more and more. Like less than 10% of people see your content if it doesn't get out of that algo. So if you can growth hack it, definitely. If you have the budget and the flywheel of a product, finding a good way to spend is great.
Lorenzo, did you want to add anything?
I mean, it's actually a very good follow-up from what Harry was saying, because the reality is, sometimes paid marketing is so frowned upon. I speak to some of our potential partners and clients, and some of them make a point of not want to spend on marketing. They just want to achieve growth. There's almost pride in doing it, but they don't realize that the opportunity cost is, if you're bootstrapping, fair enough, like 100%. But if you're just doing it for the sake of it, to be able to say that you've scaled organically, the opportunity cost is massive, because you're just spending time you could spend scaling. After all you're trying to do is get an answer. If you have the capital to try a few different things with paid marketing to see which one actually works the most, and then build your content and try to achieve organic growth from that, then you're basically getting the best of both worlds. But to me, I always laugh when I see someone who just makes a point about only wanting to grow organically because they're afraid of somehow cheating the system, and the opportunity cost is massive, because they could just save a month or two. A month is not even that long to grow something organically. 6 months to actually focus on what actually works to grow organically, but having found what the spark is with some paid marketing. So yeah, I agree largely.
Yeah. So let's sort of move on to, you've built a community, you've got it. How do you retain your members? How do you keep them active? This one's kind of for everyone, if you want to chime in.
How do you keep them active? So
yeah,
that's the tricky part of everyone has ADHD in Web3, don't they? Like, you know, we see it in why airdrops are such good marketing. Suddenly, you know, I was just doing the midnight airdrop, and I got my Lace wallet, and I'm really excited about it, and now I've forgotten about it and moved on to the next thing. So it's really about what's next for them. You know, taking part, like, everyone's like nervous to post, and it's embarrassing to post and build stuff, but like no one really cares that much, and they get on their thing. So if you make it easy for people to post, if you make it easy for the next step, I'm like, oh, I'll do that. Like, the next event is here, or the next group, or the next action. If you are like, right, here's all the information that's hidden away, I'm like, oh, I've forgotten about that because I'm doing my next thing. So trying to make it as easy as possible for people to take action without having to think, and trying not to take too much time. You know, if you're always like, share, you know, can we help you?
Yeah.
Retention is extremely difficult, as you mentioned. Like, pretty much everyone that you speak with has ADHD here. So what you want to do is have a clear trajectory of like where you begin in as a community and where you intend to go, so that you're not just inviting people for a one-off event. You're welcoming people to a journey, and then you're letting that community take that journey with you, and so that they know that once they come to this event, there'll be another one that follows on, I don't know, the next week, the next month, potentially like with Crypto Mondays. You already know what to expect the next time around, and you have something to look forward to. It's really important to have something to look forward to. Otherwise, your engagement quickly veers off into the next best thing. With what we've done with Super Team is we've kept the balance of various events throughout the year, and we would typically write out a calendar, we try to, the year beforehand. At the very least, we have a draft of when we know what's going on. One thing that's remained really consistent are hackathons. And what Solana does different from any other chain is it's got a consistency with Colosseum, which happens twice a year, once typically between March, and then the other one at the second quarter, second half actually, near September. So the moment the first hackathon finishes, and we already know what kind of projects have been built in there, we engage different opportunities, different growth hacking opportunities with some of our ecosystem partners for them to remain within an ecosystem up until the next hackathon, or unless they've been invested into, then we've got a different trajectory for them there. So the moment someone comes in with an idea, we already know where to put them in. If they're looking for people, then we'll create a team for them. If they've come as a team, then where are you in terms of your product cycle? Do you just have a proof of concept, or do you have a product itself? So then we know like where to plug them into, what to do, and we have clearly defined somewhat rules on how to keep them consistently engaged and have something to look forward to moving forward. So that's what I would say.
I just want to add on I guess, comms and how that can help with that, because we actually work with a lot of protocols and projects that, you know, may have just had an airdrop, but then it's like the airdrop has happened, the community has a token, it's like, okay, what's next? What's the protocol going to be doing next? And so that's where the community is kind of like probably waiting to watch what's going on. And so there's all these partnerships, maybe it's an RWA chain and they're trying to, you know, bring on a big brand to tokenize a certain asset. And so PR actually helps with that, because when you see more communications and comms coming out, there's an announcement, you know, and it's exciting, and that actually helps with maybe even, we've seen actually when we do PR, sometimes announcements and the token does pump a little bit from there, and so it does engage community. So I think PR and comms does help with that. Then, as I said, having a clear leader, having a clear founder, what we do is we also place, you know, the founders on, you know, speaking engagements at conferences globally. People love to connect and hear from the founders and creators, and so wherever, say you know, influential and inspirational leader is, like, you know, you start to see the community show up at their talks, and then, you know, getting the founder and leaders on podcasts, doing those several things. So I think that's the communications helps keep them engaged as well, and you know, I think it's just exciting when you see a protocol that is constantly pushing out, you know, a new offering, a new development, new partnership, and then that builds that, you know, hope for what that protocol had promised to do and set out to do in the industry. So yeah,
absolutely. And Lorenzo, like from a product, like going off of what you just said, like what would you,
I think, especially when you're building product, I think everything that we've talked about is true, but an extra step is inclusion. And inclusion in the sense of it's actually very easy, or simple rather, to make members of the community feel like they're actually somewhat steering the ship. So just continue to have feedback loops so that some of the decision, ultimately, you are still the driving force of the community, meaning they are following you, they're following your progress. So on one hand, keeping them updated on everything that is going on, what I talked about earlier, but just gather their feedback, try to understand what they're appreciating, what they're not appreciating, and make them feel like their voice is heard. I mean, we see it with a lot of DAOs, like governance votes. Governance votes are a great way for companies and for the communities themselves to feel like they actually are being heard, and there is more than just following an account. Because everyone can follow an account, right? So to me, the inclusion and to almost create a sense of belongingness, if that's a word, is something that has worked wonders.
And it's something quite specific to Web3. I've never seen community sort of feedback to a product the way I have in Web3.
When Binance.
Oh, yeah. they have like, they feel like they have a stake in it. And sometimes they do. They're invested in it. But so guys, I think that's it for time. So big round of applause for the panel. You guys were amazing. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for the panel. Lovely. I love that at each panel we're getting different point of view. So we got founders, marketeers, business developers. So it's pretty exciting. We're about to, I think we're starting straight away. So the next panel, it's like Beetlejuice. You call 3 times and Solana super team and they will appear. We've got Cap who does panel on the failure of traditional capital markets and race of universal basic ownership. Let's give a round of applause.
Do you know if there's a clicker? Yeah, there is. Hey everyone, thank you for being able to have me here today. I'm hopefully going to give you a new lease of perspective on the industry. So I'm going to talk a little bit about where we currently are in the state of the economy, where the traditional capital markets have been able to fail us, and how we can be able to now be the frontier tech builders of what could be the future. So I hope you are able to enjoy it. I'm quite casual in a lot of what we do, so you'll see lots of fun GIFs in this. And as a start, I wanted to paint a little small picture that I'm stealing from a TED Talk that I saw. But it's this idea that the kids today won't know banks as they currently exist. The idea of being able to give my money to somebody else to hold and to store and to look after will become foreign to them. We all right now have money in our crypto wallets. Whether that's Phantom, MetaMask, Solflare, you're having self-custody over those assets that are within it. And as the industry is growing, we are getting more and more assets that we can be able to hold for ourselves. And so the kids growing up, they won't understand what it was like, and it'll be confusing to them. It will be like, why were you giving away all of that potential yield? Why were you like not holding on to your assets? Why were you leaving the security of that point to somebody else to look after for you? And it will be weird to them, just as kids today, if you wanted to send a message to somebody, they would be so shocked to the idea of a letter. It's like you had to, write something on paper, then go to a post office, put it in a box, wait multiple days, and then they receive it after the next. That's so weird. I can just text them, and they get it straight away, and we can communicate in a different way. And I see the same thing happening in capital markets, and what's really exciting about our industry is that we're at the frontier of being able to create that. And what we can see is this future of this universal basic ownership. I think this is hopefully a term that not many of you have heard before. I guess a quick show of hands. Who have heard of the idea of universal basic ownership? Okay, we've got 1.5. But that's perfect, because this is hopefully what I want to share with you today as a little takeaway that could be like a new way of thinking about how things can start to evolve over this next decade. With all the other amazing technologies from AI to quantum to biotech that's here, this is our industry and what we get to provide to the world. And it's this idea that if you have access to a mobile phone and an internet connection, you can now own any asset anywhere. And I think that's incredibly powerful and very rewarding for our industry to be a part of making. And let's just set a tone now for why there's been failure to the current capital markets and where it's kind of left us. And I've got a few fun graphs and stats to show you, so I'm backing it up with data. The first one is this idea of just government debt. And where we currently are, we're seeing unprecedented levels from all the printing that central banks have been able to do. And it's now at a point where the interest that they're paying on that debt is like a real percentage of GDP. I think in the US, it's now between 2 and 3% of GDP is just debt repayments, which is ridiculously mad that it's been able to get to this point. And it's leading to this like hyperinflation, all of these asset bubbles that are here. And another way to kind of look at this and see this is to look at how has, over these last few decades, capital changed versus labor and wages. And you can see there's a stark contrast. If you are owning assets over these last few decades, you have exponentially beat anybody who in the working class who was doing their 9-to-5 roles. And that's a failure of the capital markets. The fact that there is this such big disparity, you can imagine maybe a little, because that's the risk that you're taking owning different assets. But the fact that it's like an exponential difference shows that there's a clear problem. And who is solving this? It's us here today. It's our industry. We're the ones who are being able to see this problem, and we're coming up with solutions to allow that capital, that level of assets, to be opened by anybody. So if you are on that working class, you can still access the same level of assets that have previously been gated and held behind walled gardens. Another fun way that I think can hopefully, and when I heard about this, it really kind of like shook me as well, of how to, like a nice perspective around this, is seeing this kind of like statistic on, well, why are we buying the assets? We're buying the assets to buy back our leisure time from our business time. And what's happening now, because you're seeing the assets go so far beyond where wages are, you're basically hyperinflating your freedom. And what was easily to be able to do a few decades ago, 25 hours worth of work, the average wage would buy you one stock of the S&P 500, is now 195 hours of work to buy one piece of the S&P 500. That is like the clear result of these asset prices going and the traditional capital markets failing everybody. So we're seeing this general trends of the net worth of the 1% versus GDP dramatically rising, and average wages per percentage of GDP falling. And this isn't a world we want to be in. You know, we want to be in a world where things are flatter and that people have access to the same industries. I think what's really quite cool and fun is how you can look at both these big institutional hedge funds, asset managers getting on board, and retail. With blockchain, we're using the same rails. We're using the same infrastructure. We access the same different things. And I think that's really powerful and exciting and can help kind of bridge this gap. Because we're solving it. And that's what we're here to be able to do. You're also seeing levels of this from traditional areas where, as an investor, I mentioned before about the institutions and retail, the institutional clients have access to new things that are coming up, and they see the private markets as they're going forward. And it's quite interesting to see how there's a lot of big unicorn companies who haven't IPO'd, and that's been rising, but at the same time, IPOs have been going down. But this is not the best way that we can be able to order things, and it's also something which we're not seeing in our industry. If you look at how many tokens are being released, how many new assets are being issued, like these are now steadily rising. And this is the infrastructure that's bootstrapping the way where we can be able to have a world where we are all owning the same assets in one market, and we're making really good progress. You know, like we're creating our own exponential graphs here, and we still got a long way to be able to go in order to allow everyone to be able to access to it. So everyone here, you're still early. You're still at this frontier where we get to decide and shape it as it's moving forward, and you can make a meaningful impact in this. Like even if you look at the growth from the Solana tokens being released, a lot of that is meme coins. It's what Pump Fund was able to create as a UK team who have been able to generate vast amounts of opportunity for anyone to create one of these tokens. They just completely flattened it so anyone can do it for less than a couple dollars, and that allowed this new wave of assets to be issued on chain. And then now, as we're seeing the institutions start to play a little bit more, the rise of RWAs and different types of things that you can buy is dramatically growing. I think that's super exciting for us to be a part of, and anyone can help shape this, and things move really quick. And when you talk about these startups, it's not just relative to crypto. These startups are the highest revenue-generating startups in the world. You know, look at Axiom came out of the YC Combinator, and they've been able to be the fastest person ever to get to $100 million worth of revenue. That's incredible. That's awesome. That's an amazing success story for our industry in why you want to be in this space and what opportunities get created when you solve problems around it. And it allows us to make sure that we're included in the conversation. Because I do believe that crypto, as a term, has been crowded. Like, people don't like that term. Crypto is a scam. Blockchain technology is this new amazing technology. And I think we as an industry need to do our part in being able to make sure we're sharing the narrative to everybody that blockchain is one of these new emerging technologies. And when you work and build in this space, you're at the frontier of technology. And it's examples like this, how the startups in this space have beat all the other Y Combinator startups that have come before, as a clear example of why there's a real opportunity here and why you want to be a part of it. And as I said, these institutions are now coming and waking up to it as well. I think that's been a big trend this year. You're seeing all the different big banks, all the different asset managers start to play in the world. And that gives us real good credibility. And it's really important to be able to have these people start playing, because they bring a lot of liquidity, they bring a lot of attention, and we need that new lease of attention to kind of shroud the 2021 NFTs and crypto bubble that we had, and kind of make sure that our industry is being taken seriously for the incredible technology that it is. And I would like to paint another little picture, because I think this is a really cool, awesome thing for the small businesses who are coming forward. Imagine when you go into your coffee shop and when you give your tip, you're not just giving a tip, you're being able to get a little bit of share in their company, and now you get paid an annual dividend for more forward from that point. That's the place that we get to go into. We're collapsing the regulatory, the process that you need to do in order to be able to issue out these tokens and allow people to have equity in your company. So for small businesses who are profitable, this could be a really good unlock for them and allow them to start placing new dynamics, for them to build real deep loyalty within their community and to be able to start shaping a new world and have different types of investment backing them, almost similar to how we can connect the high street to Wall Street. And being able to connect those dots, I think, is super impactful. And again, this is the type of stories that our industry is creating, and we can be able to be at the forefront of building. And with everything happening specifically here in the UK, I think there's a big thing of us being able to work together. You know, we need to be able to win and help win. We need to be able to support one another. We need to be able to share the same stories, share the same narratives. And through this impact, we can be able to make sure that the change can happen. From the regulatory point of view, there's a lot of education that can be happening to the policymakers and regulators. And together, we can be able to share that. From the talent point of view, we need to be able to keep our founders here, keep our talent here. Don't allow them to go off and around the world and go to different places because they think it's going to be better for their company. How are we making sure the network effects are still here and we're able to secure that so when the next unicorn comes through, they're a British founder who is able to make that, and we can be able to help support them in that journey and surround them by the people that they need to be able to be supported with. And we're making strides. Like literally, even just these last couple of weeks, I think have been awesome for the London scene. Like, I've been doing events with Super Team UK for the last couple of years now, and in the last 2 weeks, it's probably actually been the most events that I've seen in like a condensed period. 50+ events, 5 different conferences, all different side events, real good investment into the industry as well from like companies saying, hey, I want to invest into finding UK talent, UK customers. And I think that's really awesome to be able to see, and that's the type of support that we want in our industry, be making more noise about and making sure London and the UK as a whole is a real hub for creating that movement. And when you're looking at each other in this room now, one thing I will hopefully want you to be able to take away is this idea that I'm not working in crypto. I work at the frontier of tech. I am literally at the bleeding edge of technology, and I'm solving the capital markets problem. Those statistics that I shared at the beginning, every single one of you, by being in this room and being able to help support and whatever conversation you go on from here forth, you're helping shape that better future. And you're at that frontier, and I think that's something that maybe people don't think about enough, but the world was built up by people no smarter than you, and so you have the ability to change it. That's a Steve Jobs quote that I stole as well. And so it's an awesome space that you get to be able to decide, and because we're at that frontier, the innovation's rife. And so it's an incredible opportunity for all of you, and that's what we're here to be able to help support with, and that's what Super Team UK we do. And this is hopefully a path that you want to be able to go down and get into, because when you're looking at that future, when you're building this new internet, you have to now look at what path do we want to go into. And when I talk about this universal basic ownership, another reason why it's so important beyond the failure of the current capital markets is because there's other pressures from other technologies that will push us towards this. You're seeing with the rise of AI, lots of jobs are going to be impacted. There's potentially going to be a need of like, well, what solution do we have this when we're also seeing the capital up here, the wages here? Like, what are we going to do? Do we have to go to a welfare state where you have to have a universal basic income for people to be able to be paying their bills? I believe in this idea that we can be able to have basic ownership instead. And that can be a way that we can create a similar effect, and everybody can be supported as we go through these new times where we don't 100% know what the world will look like in a decade. We don't know what it will look like in multiple decades. And so being able to at least ground ourselves in this ability of like, I own my assets, I hold what I'm holding, and I understand the yield I'm generating and looking after that diversified portfolio gives me my strength to know that I can pay the bills tomorrow. And that's what we want to be able to see. And as I said, everyone here is being able to be a part in building that. And if this idea and this picture I painted in your heads here today sounds interesting and you want to be able to get involved, well, that's where we're here to be able to support. Super Team UK have been going over the last couple of years. We're a global organization. 20+ different countries around the world have a super team in. We've been able to help founders globally raise over £75 million. We have a really cool community GDP, which is the earnings of our community. That's over 13 million, and we're constantly striving and growing. Here in the UK, I do co-working Fridays every week at Somerset House. We do awesome events, and that's a really good place to start. You can speak to our AI bot Dandy at our booth, or come by and see me there. But I appreciate you being able to listen to me here today, and I hope you can walk away with this new idea of universal basic ownership, and hopefully a new lease of life for why you're here building this industry, and you're at the frontier of building the new internet, and that's pretty exciting. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Cap. Loved. Great presentation, great visuals. And I think we're all excited about the idea of universal basic ownership. So the next panel will be called Cap Table Chaos: Surviving Raising in a Hybrid World. And can I please invite the next speakers, Zhao, Michael, and Pei. Please come here. Let's give a round of applause for our next speakers.
Sit together.
Yeah, if it's just the three of us, for sure.
Yeah.
Oh well. Deep seat.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, and welcome to the main stage. I'm Pei. I'm a managing partner at LBC Capital, which is a single-family office focused on the fund of fund and direct investment in the last 3 years. We did a lot of funds investment as LP, also a lot of VC, also direct in crypto and AI. So, well, we are kicking off with a fascinating discussion on how capital formation is evolving in Web3 era. So today, our panel, Cap Table Chaos: Surviving Raising in a Hybrid World, brings together founders and investors here who are navigating the intersection of venture capitals and on-chain ownership. Let's dive in and explore more. So first of all, should we kick off the quick round of introductions? Michael, you want first?
Sure. Hey, I'm Michael Gord. I was the CEO and the founder, one of the founders of Metaverse Group. We were one of the first movers in the Metaverse. We raised $12 million and took the company public a couple of years ago. We brought iconic businesses like Dolce & Gabbana, Forever 21, KPMG, Elisab, TD, et cetera, into the Metaverse. But my core business is a company called GDA Capital, or GDA Group. I'm a serial entrepreneur and investor. I've been focused on blockchain adoption for over a decade. And yeah, happy to be here.
Hi there. My name is Xiao. I work at KKR, one of the largest private investment firms in the world, with about 700 billion assets under management. I focus a lot on tech private equity in Europe, as well as leading the digital asset strategy at KKR, where we have invested into a number of top crypto VCs in the space, like Dragonfly or Powerfy, as well as leading sort of large investment rounds of later stage equity companies in the digital asset space, such as Anchorage Digital.
Mm-hmm. Cool, thank you. So the founding landscape has shifted. It's no longer just equity or tokens. What does a hybrid cap table actually mean to both of you? And how is it reshaping how projects raise and allocate ownership?
Oh, sorry?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think to take a step back, right? Like the market we're in today, crypto VC has raised in general a lot of money in 2020, 21, and 22. Mm-hmm. Ever since, I think that the amount of total raises in VC in crypto has been declining quite drastically from that peak period. So my current estimations is like there's about totally around $70 billion of US dollars of total AUM in crypto VC. A lot of that has been raised in these previous years. In 23, there was a huge drop, probably 70% of additional money. Last year, 2024, about 10 to 15 billion of crypto VC deployed out of the capital, most of which was raised in 22. And this year, I think we're on track to a similar number, but it's still like significantly below the highs of 22. So as a founder, what does that mean, right? Like as a crypto founder, it has been, the rounds in generally have decreased in size. A lot of the, I think there's a lot more competition in the much earlier stage, pre-seed and seed stage. And that's, I think, still where, most of the competition in terms of just where most of the crypto VCs are operating. It also means that crypto VCs have to be more selective, right? And if they are building sort of conviction into a great founder or product, they like to size in more, and therefore the competition is larger. And then crypto VCs have to be more selective to survive, essentially, right? And because the crypto VCs struggle to fundraise as much as in the previous year, they have to do that. They have to be more selective. For the founders, it just means there's less total crypto VC funding available, right? And what that has led to, essentially, is that newer forms, since this year, newer forms of raising and sort of capital formation have come to the front, especially on the equity markets, right? So you have the big phenomenon this year around digital asset treasury companies, which really allows access to traditional non-crypto investors, both institutional as well as retail, to get access to some of the sort of top tokens in the space. At the same time, I think you have a lot more M&A actually going on because big companies, equity or crypto companies like Ripple or Coinbase, these are sort of have become essentially the M&A consolidators of a lot of the small companies, and they have proven sort of a viable alternative exit, right, for crypto founders. So I think all of these added together, you have like less crypto VC, you have more sort of equity fundraisers, and you have more M&A. And I think that's sort of probably the space we are in and the time and space that we're in right now. You have more things to consider as a founder and a builder. You cannot just rely on the sort of crypto VC market to carry you through, right, all of your fundraisers. And it also means that a lot of crypto companies, as they grow up, they have to learn about equity markets, right? They have to learn about investor relations. They have to learn about the IPO process. They have to probably engage with investment bankers, and they have to, engage with equity analysts, right? These are all like very different skill sets than, if you just work in crypto native. So yeah, I think that's probably just setting the stage a little bit.
Quite a lot to unpack here. So yeah, a few initial thoughts on the capital market today versus 22, which is, I guess, when the era changed, as you were saying, and I agree with. Also interesting that we are participating at quite opposite sides of the capital market. We're playing pre-seed seed. I think you guys are Series A earliest, right?
Later.
Yeah, later. Series B. But in general, the cost of capital today is quite a bit higher. In 22, as I was saying, there was a ton of capital that went into funds in the top of the market. And that capital was deployed probably too quickly and probably largely by fund managers that did not have the same type of institutional pedigree as established Web2 VC funds. Capital moved really quickly, largely into token deals. Surprisingly, in hindsight, a lot of venture capital investors, up until 23 probably, which is when you could see who was swimming without a bathing suit, there was almost no interest in equity. Venture capitalists would only pretty much invest into tokens because of the faster possibility of liquidity, and when the market's hot, tokens are great. The challenge with tokens, I'll give you an example from my portfolio. We were first checked into a company that was growing exponentially, printing cash, and that had in their tokenomics a mandate to, well, not defined in their tokenomics to be clear, but was allocating 100% of the revenue they were generating, growing, whatever percent month over month, into buybacks of their token, which is an attractive thesis for a token holder if it was certain that they were going to, for perpetuity, continue to behave like that. But there's no certainty that they need to behave like that. And actually, it's not even necessarily the best for equity holders to have 100% of revenue go to buy back. Pros and cons. And if they change, technically, they could go from reinvesting 100% of their revenue back into tokens the next day to investing 0% of the revenue back into token holders, and the token holders have no recourse. And fortunately, the founder is trustworthy, so he has been respectful. But it's just an example of how much risk there is as a token investor in ecosystems where code is not law, and code can change, or economics can change. So I think that the challenge of a lot of founders that raise capital for tokens, owning 100% of the business with no board control or oversight, is that it provides the opportunity for founders to not be well behaved. And as a result, a lot of the funds that were deploying aggressively in 22 have struggled to return capital to their LPs. So LPs are not redeploying. And then since 23, there's been short periods of times where it's been positive to launch a token, but it has not been. There has been no liquidity in the pre-seed, seed stage, earlier part of the market. So so founders have needed to find ways to actually generate revenue, to like Zhao was saying, to create a story that is actually sellable to the capital market and to equity investors, since tokens come with challenges. Yeah, I think we're pretty close to to retail coming back, liquidity coming back into the market, and then funds can return capital to their LPs, and LPs will redeploy. But yeah, founders have definitely needed to create ways to stay in business and or consolidate, which is starting to become a lot bigger of a trend.
Yeah, thank you. For us, the hybrid table simply reflect reality, because the projects today combine capital, community. Also, you mentioned DATs. We did the DATs before, like 3-4 weeks ago, and you can see, okay, let's say even the Solana, also Ethereum, like a big mine, whatever. So you can feel like all of those projects, they should combine with all of bankers or IPO or whatever knowledge together. And also, we more look for alignment, between those, let's say community capital or creativity, those forces, rather than choosing one form of ownership. So this is more like a family office we're looking for. And also for, you mentioned, from liquid or a listing side. So you see a lot of, I think until the end of December. So they have the pipeline with almost maybe 50 or 60 big projects are going to listing very soon. Let's say a Monad, Canton, big projects, right? So, but liquidity is not enough for this market. Where liquidity from, right? So this is a really good for next step. Okay, so for a firm like KKR, what challenge or opportunities arise when investing alongside non-traditional partners, like metaverse players, or on the same table?
Yeah, for sure, it's a different world. Of course, for us to invest into the space. First of all, you have on the sort of fund side, of course, we're backing some of the top crypto VCs in the space, and they have a diversified LP base, of course, institutional investors, LPs like us, as well as crypto native ones, of course. A lot of the ex-founders become LPs of some of these top funds like Dragonfly. So that, I think that's relatively easy because you have the LPAs govern sort of the ways, the rights and obligations that LPs have. One thing on the direct investment side, we haven't been able to kind of, we haven't taken the step to directly invest into token projects. We've stayed sort of into what we really know well, which is equity, late stage equity. And for companies like, Anchorage Digital, which we invested in, there's a lot of crypto native investors, that have invested throughout the seed and earlier stage phases. But then when we led the last round, we of course brought a lot of co-investors from Wall Street and big institutions like Goldman Sachs and some of the other sort of big financial TradFi institutions to invest alongside us. We of course did the heavy lifting on the underwriting and the investment thesis and pricing the round. But I think we haven't been in a situation where we had to sort of invest into a company which both had equity as well as token. I think there's tremendous challenges still with that, right? If it's not clear where the value that a company accrues in financial terms is accrued to. Is it accrued to basically the revenue? Is it accrued to the equity, which is the normal state in TradFi? And then how is, if there is a token, what is the utility in the value accrual mechanism work? Is it only a part of the revenues, or today we're seeing a lot of projects basically using the token buyback method to kind of prove that value is being accrued to the token holders. It is, I think the meta in crypto is shifting from sort of just infrastructure memes, I call it, like L1, L2s with sort of limited ability to create revenues and cash flows, to more of a, I would say really this year, starting to become clear there is kind of a revenue meta, right? There's more professional liquid investors looking at projects and really doing fundamental analysis on crypto projects with real cash flows and revenues. You have the pump funds of the world, Hyperliquid, of course. You have, Solana companies like Jupiter, Meteora, which are like making a lot of money. And it's for the first time, I think, in crypto, in the token side, you can actually have like comparisons of like, you can do like, multiple comparisons of like how some of these DeFi projects should be valued based on their revenue, based on their growth, based on their profits. And I think that there is slowly a meta forming. You have, companies like Blockworks providing token transparency frameworks. They're, building dashboards. They're creating sort of standards upon which these financial metrics and accounting standards should be sort of standardized. I think this is all very helpful. And then, what we, of course, need is basically more professional investors actually looking at these things and not just basically looking at Twitter posts and saying, being driven by sort of KOL speculation and sort of like, whatever is hot, right? So I think that will be good for the space. But having said that, if some of these projects still have equity, it is not entirely clear, right? Like, because a lot of when these projects were formed, I think Pump Fund, it wasn't a private company for a long time, and they were already making a lot of financial, creating a lot of financial value. And then once the tokens basically was listed, they are still the equity holders. They are now the token holders. They're using a lot of the, doing buybacks. But the issue with the buybacks I have is that crypto is still in such an early stage, right? And a lot of the companies that, maybe found product market fit, it's not clear how sustainable, as you mentioned, how sustainable those revenue models will be going forward. And then most of these companies are still in hyper growth phase. And if you're in hyper growth phase in TradFi, right, no professional investor on the cap table, like no VC investor, growth investor, would demand the project while it's still in growth phase to pay out 50%, or like in Hyperliquid's phase, 97% of their revenues to go back to buy back the tokens. That's essentially a dividend, right? It's like in TradFi, you only have that with super mature companies that have no growth and just have high profit margins. And then it's a way to basically like accrue value to the equity holders. It's like we pay our dividends, or like we just buy back our own shares, because there's no higher ROI activity we can use our revenues for. And I just don't think that's true in crypto, because a lot of the early stage high growth companies, although they're already making a lot of money, I think there are higher revenue, higher ROI activities like marketing, like expanding into other regions, like M&A potentially, right? To actually make the business get it to a better standing, so it can actually create even more cash flows, right? Return that to token holders in the future. And I don't think that is being debated today more enough. Token holders just want, hey, I just want my projects to spend as much of its financial cash flow as possible into buying back the tokens, because I want the price to go up. But you might actually hurt the longer term viability and sustainability of a business.
Yeah, so if we go back a sec, how we got here is that in the very beginning of blockchains, when it was just Bitcoin and other fully decentralized or largely decentralized assets, there was no equity. Equity has no value in Bitcoin. So the only way to participate in the network is to buy tokens to access the network. And then as we have matured, in 2 cycles ago, investors were still investing just into the tokens, not considering the potential value of the equity, because blockchain companies were so far removed from public markets that no companies were going public, there was very little M&A pre-2017. So the way to get liquidity for an investment was only the token. And I think largely the equity was overlooked. Whereas now that there are so mmany tokens and no liquidity in a lot of the lower and middle market, and then as Zhao was saying, if early stage companies to provide value back to their token holders are taking up to, actually in the case of Houdini Swap, which was the company I was referring to beforehand, up to 100% of their revenue going to buy back tokens, then that is putting a damper on the growth. And while you are committed, let's use Hyperliquid or any example, to buy back up to 97% of revenue, unless that is actually hard-coded, there's no guarantee that the business continues to behave like that. So Hyperliquid, I don't think that it's hard-coded. And in theory, they could tomorrow decide that they're going to put in 50% or 20% of the revenue into, or 0% of the revenue into buybacks. In fact, there's probably, I would need to look at the white paper, but a lot of the time there's actually no requirements for the company to even continue to support the token. So Hyperliquid, in theory, could just orphan the token, sell the equity of the business, keep 100% for the founders, return 0% dividends to their token holders. So because I think if you've been an institutional investor into blockchain venture for more than one cycle, you've certainly seen stories like this where the risk of only playing on the token side, where there's misaligned incentives with token holders and equity holders, has created challenges. One big trend with blockchain capital markets that we've started to talk about is firstly M&A, private M&A, but also now that public markets globally are starting to be open to both public companies holding tokens as well as public companies acquiring digital asset networks. It further creates a demand and a value for the equity and for the governance of businesses and of tokens. Yeah.
Cool. Thank you. For a family office, it's similar. We see it also as an opportunity to learn from new partners. There's a key clarity, like everyone should know what value they could bring beyond money, right? Okay, cool. Next question. So for Michael, do you believe the virtual assets or digital entity could eventually appear on the cap table as like a venture side or contributors or like portfolios? Is it earning a real equity for virtual work?
So you're asked whether if a company holds digital assets on their balance sheets?
Yeah, or some like contributors earn real equity for their virtual week because it's more a lot of token holders.
You mean if a company that holds digital assets on their balance sheet, if that should be treated as an asset?
Okay.
Totally. So now that the valuation of businesses is starting to become a lot more thoughtful with blockchains, and as Zhao was talking about, I totally agree. 2017, the way to value a digital asset network was how big can this be? And as soon as it came to market, and it was not that big, it was actually it was a bearish signal for them to actually have a product with no users, which of course has created scars for buyers of those networks. But now that there is analytic dashboards, I like Dune Analytics, I haven't used Blockworks. But yeah, you can see on-chain, fully verifiable on-chain revenue, user engagement analytics. So it's starting to treat digital asset networks as proper, sophisticated businesses where you can put revenue multiples or value of the user, you can put real valuation analyses to work. And because the venture capital market is pretty dry, and public digital assets are oftentimes down 90% from their listing with no vesting and with traded assets. A lot of the capital that does exist in ventures flowing to the public market because the public market is down 90% and the private market valuations have not adjusted properly. So I think that a big part of startups figuring out how to attract capital now is in the building relationships or understanding how equity capital markets works, how M&A works, how public markets works, and how different parts of the capital market work to be able to create compelling stories to bring in equity investors and or M&A opportunities or public market exits. And I think one of the best ways to tell a story for an early stage business with digital assets on their balance sheet is that they have assets on their balance sheet that there is a story around.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think there's like two big trends, right? One, I think generally crypto is growing up, right? Like from the biggest new projects a few years ago were all infrastructure. It was all about like just block space and what you can maybe do around the block spaces to create potential applications in the future. Now it's all about distribution, right? It's distribution as a barbell. It's either massive consumer, distribution, and that's like the Jupiters, Uniswaps of the world, like actually allowing retail to do stuff on chain at scale. And then you have ultra institutional, like the Avis of the world and RWA applications. So the infrastructure has matured to a space where like applications at scale can actually serve markets and clients. And what that means is that the newer companies that are built on top of the infrastructure that is already there, they have to be valued in a different way. But the price discovery, I think, is still happening, right? And you have this, of course, on a legal perspective, you have a very interesting discussion about like are cryptos, like which of the cryptos that we all hold are securities and which are not, right? You could like very simplicity make the argument that some of the infrastructure like blockchain and Ethereum, that's more commodities, want to be treated like commodities. But you have other infrastructure like Solana and some of the other, there is economic value being created on that. And so it's a little bit more blurry whether it's commodity or actually security. But then some of the cash flow generating companies building on top of Solana or Base, right? It looks a lot more like securities if you just have a very clear link to kind of revenues, right? Which can also bring its own complications. And so I think that's sort of one big trend that is definitely happening. The other thing around the digital asset on balance sheet, I think what DATs, we can have very different opinions about DATs, right? And the role they're playing and whether it's a good investment or not. But one thing that for sure has proven out into the minds of institutional investors is that digital assets starting from Bitcoin obviously being the most widely credible digital asset, is now really being treated as an effective treasury tool, right? Because it hedges against inflation, it hedges against some other sort of currency risk, and some of the companies which have done very effective treasury strategies around Bitcoin and some others around Ethereum, it's actually, I think, a much more credible and a more sort of widely recognizable way to kind of run your treasury organization. And I think that the implications of that is not fully played out, right? You have now the pure play digital asset treasury companies who basically have no cash flows. They don't do anything else and accumulating just, they raise money and then accumulate digital assets on their balance sheet. But then I think the more interesting bit is like more the Tesla route or like Square, right? Like actually, companies that have nothing to do with crypto, maybe only a little bit to do with crypto in their core business, but actually using their cash flows to buy using some of their cash flows and treasuries to actually buy digital assets. I think that could ultimately be the bigger legacy of this revolution around digital assets, because a much wider set of companies could use even a small percentage of their treasuries into digital assets. That could like be a very big sort of movement in markets.
For sure. Couple quick points before we move on. So with DATs, I think just holding crypto on a balance sheet, especially on public markets, is going to get old real quick, super commoditized. I think that they're going to have to, if they want to survive, find ways to cash flow their treasury and to effectively turn their treasury into a modern financial institution, either become a private bank or become an investment bank or become find ways to generate cash flows using the treasury. And then with regards to in 2017, all infrastructure that was exciting because infrastructure was not there needed to be infrastructure created, and actually the development as well was a lot more difficult. 10 years ago, there was a lot fewer software developers. There was a lot less understanding of security and stuff. Now infrastructure, I would say, is commoditized. The only thing that is not is what is the narrative? What do you do with that infrastructure? How do you get adoption of it? So, yep.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think 4 minutes left. Last question. So, looking ahead, what does an ideal capital look like? If you could fix one thing about fundraising in this hybrid world, what would it be?
Yeah, I think there's so many things that still need to be for. I think we're still, like, you can debate about the fact whether do we still have 4-year cycles in crypto or not. I mean, you definitely have these cycles historically where in crypto bull markets, it makes a lot more sense to kind of just raise and distribute and exit in tokens because it brings unique advantages in bootstrapping a company, getting sort of your customers, basically turning your customers into your best promoters, and then much faster liquidity events, right? These are unique things that token markets do very well if the market supports those kind of things, but it's very, very bad if the liquidity is just not there and it's like a deep bear market. It can also work against you, right? It's a double-edged sword. Equity, on the other hand side, is probably better suited for, longer term, more traditional sort of value accrual. You just treat the shares of your company as the securities, and all value that's been created, goes to the equity holders. I don't think it's fully played out, these hybrid structures, what are best practices there. I think it very much depends on what type of company or protocol it is. Is this more infrastructure? Is it really about revenue generation, or this is sort of just about the community and the brand? I don't think there's like a correct answer today. I do think that crypto founders will have to think longer and harder about whether they want to just have token as their main exit mechanisms. I think with the ascent of, because some of the best IPOs this year, as you can see, right, in traditional equity, have been crypto companies, right? Circle, a lot of the exchanges, Bullish, Gemini, etc. Kraken is coming, and in those sort of equity markets, you actually don't have thousands or even tens of thousands of projects being listed. So there's a relative scarcity, right, of good assets on the equity markets that public investors can buy into. I think it might change in a few years, but that's, I think, a relatively interesting sort of window. Whereas on the token markets, you just have like tens, if not hundreds of thousands of projects now. Still a huge market, 4 trillion, right? Most of that is Bitcoin, but it's still a big market. It will grow, but I just think that there is currently like an imbalance between supply and demand. There's like too many new projects essentially getting listed, and as a founder, I would actually really think about, like, am I trying to build like a leading company in a new market, and I believe this market can grow bigger and I can really capture a share of the financial value being created in the market, then I would really also consider like equity structures where value accrues to them, and then it just opens up different exit opportunities, right? There's more M&A right? Opportunities, if your like main accrual is in equity, IPO is to be considered. Obviously, will be a great exit. But I look forward to new forms how token models can basically complement, right, equity models. I think it would be very interesting to see how this space evolves.
I think what would be nice to see, to share a bit of a different perspective, is clearly defines relationships that are publicly auditable, as in like viewable by retail, not just by institutional investors, of the relationship between tokens and ownership and revenue and how that comes into play. The problem with that, as we've talked about a little bit, is that a company might intend to do something for a period of time, like have up to 97% of their revenue allocated to buybacks, like Hyperliquid, but then might have a black swan event that to continue to put 97% of their revenue into buybacks might actually put the business out of business. So how do you deal with changes is something that would be nice to have a solution for as an industry. And the second is that having buybacks in general, we've spoken about the challenges and opportunities about this a little bit, but as soon as you have buybacks, that makes it a security-ish, which causes its own problems. So having, and this is being solved now actively, but there being a bridge between blockchain exchanges and security exchanges, ideally have interoperable rails, ideally have the ability for digital assets to have liquidity opportunities on public markets, public securities markets, which I think as that continues to bridge, I expect there to be an enormous amount of consolidation of exchanges and of liquidity, which solves the challenges of liquidity, and hopefully
Great, very informative. Yeah, for me, it's less noise, more purpose. I think the more capital inflow to the founders who are really building the real use case, also not the narratives, more like impacts. So thank you for joining us. Thank you for the panelists.
Thank you.
Yeah, see you.
Thank you so much. I thought it was very interesting. We definitely don't have enough conversations about revenue in this industry. So the next panel will be pretty exciting. It's called Residency Launching a UK Renaissance Project. And I would like to invite the next speakers, and Eleanor is moderator, so I will allow you to introduce the rest of the group.
Okay. Hi everyone, excited to be here this afternoon and really excited to moderate this panel specifically about our accelerator in the UK, but I'll let everyone sit down first and then we'll get into it.
Oh yeah, took our assigned seats, there we go.
Okay, so I suppose I should start with introducing myself. So yeah, Eleanor and I'm at Fabric Ventures with Richard, so it's really nice to sit alongside Richard in this capacity and hopefully not grill him too much. Yeah. And I've been in VC for 6 years, 3 years in Web2 and then 3 years at Fabric wearing multiple hats. One hat I'm wearing at the moment is supporting on Residency, our UK accelerator program with Coinbase, Base, Animoca and Founders Factory. It's been amazing so far, and essentially we want to support 8 companies to go through the accelerator program that will start bums on seats in January, but applications are actually open now. So please do apply, Residency. Cash injection of £230,000 and a very tailored curriculum specifically focused on supporting Web3 and AI startups. So I just wanted to set the scene and the context there. And then I'm actually going to pass the first question over to Richard to ask, Richard, why have we decided to launch an accelerator in the first place, and sort of what's the origin of accelerators at Fabric, and why does this matter to you?
Sure, thanks, Eleanor. Is this working? Yeah, it sounds like it's working now. I'll try and keep it brief. I'm not always capable of doing that, but...
Oh, actually, introductions. I'm going back on that. Please, can we all do an introduction, and then back to you, Richard.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I'll go quickly then. I'm Keith Gross. I'm the UK CEO at Coinbase. I lead our business here across consumer and institutional, and excited to be a part of residency.
Robbie Young, Animoca Brands, and I oversee the investing side of our business.
Richard Muirhead, Fabric Ventures. I thought I was going to get the entire panel to myself there for a moment, but that seems not.
And I'm Damien. I help to run Founders Factory.
And back to me. Look, at the turn of the century, I was at a conference in Arizona, which was run by Esther Dyson, and I ended up having a margarita, non-alcoholic, of course, at the bar with Jim Breyer from Accel Partners. And he said, you know what, we're setting up Accel in Europe. And it was one of only two kind of great US firms that came across. It was Accel and Benchmark. And Benchmark became Balderson, which was doing incredibly well. And I then met with the team here in the UK, and they said that they would offer me the position of entrepreneur in residence. I believe I'm accurate in saying at that point in time, I was one of two EIRs, as they're called, in the whole of Europe. It was a much more common thing in Silicon Valley. And long story short, you know, I thought this was fantastic. I thought it was a great privilege, obviously, to be sort of tapped on the shoulder like that, to come in and build a company from a blank sheet of paper with a kind of sort of fairly minimal sort of stipend to sort of cover costs. It also turned out to be kind of like quite challenging. I remember turning around at one point in time to some of the investment team at Accel and saying, okay, well, fine, you're paying me this money, so what do you expect me to do? And they literally said, well, you're the founder. You need to work that out. You tell us how this needs to work. So it was very open like that. And so I think I wanted to kind of, at Fabric, take people in and have them sit around the desk, which we've done over the last decade. We ran a couple of sort of scaled up programs out of Paris with First and under the brand Le Crypto Fellowship. And when the opportunity to do it again and do it better and do it with great partners like we got on the stage right now came about for the UK for the first time, and specifically again for the kind of Web3 crypto space, I jumped at it.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. And Damien, it might be worth mentioning, you introducing what Founders Factory does, and ultimately, you know, why have you decided to focus solely on accelerators, and how is residency different as well?
Sure. So, without getting too lofty about it, Founders Factory was formed on the central belief that some of the world's toughest challenges could be addressed by a combination of very hard-working entrepreneurs, innovative technology, and aligned incentives. And that was 10 years ago. Roll forward 10 years, we've invested in about 500 early-stage businesses, of which we've built 100 from scratch in the venture studio. These are Web2 businesses, pretty much exclusively. And they're representative of most business models, most technologies, and certainly most sort of geographic ecosystems. You know, our model is powered by very large multinationals, folks like Rio Tinto, folks like Aviva, and many, many others. And as we looked at the previous wave, a lot of those large institutions became very interested in how Web3 was affecting either their consumers or their core business. And so started to make controlled investments in strategic spaces so that they could learn. And many of us at Founders Factory drank the Kool-Aid 5 years ago and were very, very sort of pro this area. I think now the reason why this is such an important moment in time for me is that the rails exist, all the sort of infrastructure is there. There is real societal problems that are not being addressed by legacy institutions, and the hope is that this direction provides an interesting solution. You similarly, there feels like a bit of a vacuum of operators that can really lean in the intersection of how artificial intelligence and Web3, the sort of coalescence of those two concepts. And so that's really the sort of interest that we have. We think that it's a unique moment in time, and frankly, I don't think you could find 3 other better partners to do this with, understanding their networks and ecosystems, than these guys sitting next to me. And so that is why we're really excited about this, and why we prioritize this against a bunch of other things that we could be doing. And yeah, I'm all for it. I think we're going to learn a huge amount.
Yeah, no, I'd agree. And so Keith, you're coming at it from a different angle from Coinbase. I'd love to know why Coinbase and Base wanted to get into this initiative, and also specifically why here in London. And then I'll obviously pass on to Robbie as well.
Sure. Well, Coinbase has a long history in founders, entrepreneurship, and accelerators. Coinbase came out of an accelerator. We're one of the most acquisitive and founder-friendly companies out there, I would argue. I think 3 of our executive team came from founder acquisitions. We've done multiple acquisitions this year, including Echo just recently this week. We have sort of the growing of companies and incubating them and bringing them back inside the house as part of our DNA. And along with that, we're also proponents of building the Web3 ecosystem, right? And so we have Base, our own L2, one of the largest players and backers of the whole ecosystem overall. And so for us, this is really exciting for a few reasons. This is a way to give back and grow the next generation of founders that will hopefully, again, we're in this area of a rising tide lifts all ships. I think what's good for Web3 is good for Coinbase, is good for all the other companies in the ecosystem as well. And then secondly, I think why London? The UK is in this really interesting period for the next 12 months where there's crypto regulation coming out, stablecoin regulation coming out. We're seeing what's happening in the US and Europe and other markets. And at the same time, we also have an AI strategy in place as a government here. So it's the right time to do the intersection of these 2 technologies, to do it here in London and make sure the future of this technology is built here. And so I'm personally really excited, not just for Coinbase to be involved, but for us to be involved here so that we can help provide our expertise in crypto to hopefully 8 really exciting companies that are going to start building the future from the UK lens here.
Yeah, no, I'd agree with that, and we've definitely been excited by the applications that have come through around the talent in the London ecosystem. I mean, Robbie, you were thinking about doing a UK accelerator for a while when our paths crossed, Fabric's paths crossed with Animoca. I'd love to hear about, why you think this was an interesting partnership and how all of you guys and all of us complement each other from a skill perspective.
Sure. So I think, the genesis of this was actually Damien and I getting a little bit ahead of ourselves a few years ago, thinking about how we could lean into a lot of the experiences that Founders Factory has had for so many years, building great cohorts of accelerators. And I was trying to convince him that he should be all in on Web3, because that's what I do with pretty much everybody I meet. I'm like the meme with the Bitcoin guy and the girlfriend. And so in having that discussion, I said to him, look, we've got this great ecosystem here in the UK, and I live here. We all live here. It would be nice to do something at home. Like, we've run accelerators in Hong Kong and in the Middle East and other places, but it would be great to do something here because as a resident of this city, I meet so many founders all the time, particularly because we came from the games industry, and London happens, and the UK happens to be like literally a global center of the games industry. For those of you who don't know, everything from Grand Theft Auto to Candy Crush, all made here. And so there are incredible entrepreneurs here. But the other thing, being new to living in Europe and the UK, is everybody complains how there's no capital. Like, bitch, bitch, bitch about no capital. Seriously. And so that's my job as an investor. Like, I provide capital, but so many of the founders I meet aren't quite ready for capital yet. The business doesn't have quite the momentum, or they're still missing some certain pieces. And so I felt like this kind of accelerator is that missing link. It's how do you get them from the, we got lots of good ingredients, but we don't quite have the recipe to make the dish yet, right? And if we can get them just to that next step, we have networks of not just our own funds, but lots of friends in the industry who would be happy to invest in these businesses if they were only just a little bit more well-developed. And so that's, I think, part of the genesis of this.
Yeah, I'd love to kind of build on that. I mean, I can remember coming out of university and trying to get started and immediately turning back to Cambridge and trying to work out, was there something that we could take from there, some people, whatever, to build the new thing. And it was a struggle, actually. And I was just sitting next to a professor of computer science from King's. I hope he doesn't mind me kind of quoting him, although we won't name him. We can probably work out who it is. And he's doing incredible work in a combination of actually finance and AI and blockchain. But that whole process of funding PhD students and getting them to actually then start a company, so there's just a huge gap still that remains now. What are we, 30 years later? And again, going back to this question of why this is such a fertile ground for this innovation and also where we want to go. I mean, maybe there's someone on the stage who would like to be what I'm about to describe, but Revolut is this tremendous success already, and there are obviously, there's Robinhood, and there's Coinbase, and there's a few other people playing in this broad and expanding space. There's going to be a next Revolut, a next Coinbase that is going to be entirely on-chain, that is going to be at the intersection of the reinvention of money, the way we use our data because of AI, and indeed our identity. And so one thing I pitched to some part of the UK government was, do you want that on-chain Revolut to emerge from here somewhere where we've got all these great universities, Cambridge, King's, UCL, Imperial, etc. We've got the financial technology industry, we've got the finance industry, we've got the ad industry, we've got all of this.
Yep.
Or do you want it to emerge somewhere else? And again, I would echo what you said, Robbie, which is that I do think we can all bitch and moan about it a little bit, but I do think it's the case. Like, if there's a one surefire way of moving things forward, it's to get more capital into the system at every stage, and especially at this early stage.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that, sort of where capital flows, innovation happens. And so I think we've spoken a lot about, why we've all partnered together, what the program looks like. In the audience today, Zebu's obviously renowned for a lot of builders and founders. Maybe we should talk about the types of projects that should be applying for the program and, what we're really looking at from a filtering perspective. Who would like to take that question?
I can just talk about a space that because I think maybe people feel like we're playing too much buzzword bingo with Web3 and AI at the same time, but there's a clear reason why these things overlap, right? We're heading to a world where web browsing, purchasing on e-commerce is going to be done by agents. You'll send an agent off to do what you need to do. How is that agent going to pay for things? How are they going to interact with each other in an online world? This is exactly what Web3 is made to solve. This is exactly what crypto is made to solve. If you have the keys to a wallet, policies and procedures around it, I think this is going to be part of the future of e-commerce. So this is just one example of where I think the intersection of Web3 and AI is going to develop, and it's still day one there. I've talked to a couple of founders building in that space, but I think nothing has reached scale yet, and you haven't even seen agentic commerce reach anywhere near scale yet. And so I'm really excited to see, hopefully, some founders in this batch working on that problem of how do you do agentic payments, and how do you use crypto to make it happen.
I think maybe if I can kind of give a broad sort of intersection, I think we should focus on what the UK does well. Mm-hmm. And actually what the UK does well is anything with finance, healthcare, security, AI, education, honestly, and then entertainment, whether that's film, feature film, music, or games. All of these things, actually, the UK exports dramatically across all traditional sectors, and so there's no reason we shouldn't be tokenizing all of it.
Yeah.
And I guess the summary to all of that is that these are real utility, really valuable products and services and technologies that are being created that can find a very, very large market and scale as a function of capital. And so that is my focus is certainly looking at it from that lens, and then bringing in large institutions in order to support these businesses in some way and sort of promote the learning agenda. And I think that's the stuff that is getting us very, very excited about this.
Yeah. So we focused a lot on sectors, and I agree with all of those. But what about the people? Richard, maybe you want to touch on, we speak a lot about fabric around what really makes a great founder, the soft characteristics that ultimately should never be underestimated. Richard, in your time in venture, what are some of the characteristics that we look for in founders?
A whole series of dichotomies, I think, is what you kind of tend to look for. By which I mean, starting with, one of the sort of my favorite mantras I've taken on board is that, you should think very big. You've got to think venture scale, but start extremely small and act fast. And trying to kind of, actually, the sort of trichotomy, maybe even, if you're doing all of those and getting that from one person is very hard. Somehow, you want to have someone who's got endless grit, relentless grit, and almost kind of verging on the recklessness in their kind of, I would say, but at the same time knows how to stop and listen and take counsel from other people. So they very much know their own mind, but also will take counsel. So I think there's a whole series of those different balances, and I think, especially at this stage we're talking about. There are opportunities in the very first step, which is actually hearing of the program, maybe finding out who do you know that is connected with people in the program. That's not only allowed, but encouraged, because that reference checking, that entrepreneurial effort that you put in counts for something, and then what is articulated in the application, well thought through, and then what is on the kind of in the video. Still, all of that actually is not it's not like that is what you're going to build, and you're being judged on whether or not that is the right or wrong thing. Because to be frank, nobody can know, least of all the investor. All of that is a kind of stage upon which to perform to demonstrate that you and the other people involved in the project are the right people to back. So that's the way I'd sort of think about it.
I'm glad you said think big, act small, move fast, because that's one of Founders Factory's values. And I would maybe add to that by saying the best founders that we meet are those that make the improbable sound inevitable. And the ability to do that, when you see it. You really know when you're sort of on the receiving end of that.
Yeah, it's like founders who know like a secret from the future. Can't remember whether that was Bill Gurley or one of the other kind of pontificators over in the US, but that's key to be able to kind of have that clarity of thinking, and then have the guts and grit to act on it in the very short term.
Yeah, and I know Base thinks that way as well in terms of the types of founders that they're trying to bring onto the Base ecosystem. I don't know if you want to talk a little bit more around that actually as well, because I guess it's a similar type of founder profile.
Yeah, exactly. I guess for those, hopefully we're at a Web3 conference. Folks have heard of Base, but that's an L2 on Ethereum that Coinbase is back. That's now moving towards being fully decentralized, and it's trying to be a place where people can build the future of all sorts of different industries in a decentralized way. And I hope we'll see some of those type of founders in this residency, in this accelerator, building some really exciting companies here. Because I'll go back to what Richard and Damien, I'm sure Robbie would agree with, which is you do need to move fast if you're a founder, because almost inevitably, your original idea is not going to be what ends up being the big business at the end of the day. You will grow and evolve through the course of growing up as a business. And so you have to have, that grit, but you also have to have that vision, because where things are going always develop faster than you think. And I think that's part of the story of Base, right? I don't think Coinbase set out to have an L2, and now we have 5 billion TVL in Base, and it's growing to be one of the biggest ecosystems around Web3 in the whole world. And I think that came because a lot of founders came and helped, and a lot of community building happened. And I hope that that's the type of thing that residency builds here, is that we get some great founders applying who are really full of grit, who are also going to bring a community with them. And this is something that can happen year after year and develop, again, that energy and that ecosystem here in London as well.
To build on your point, Keith, about some of the problems that are not solved about, say, within agentic commerce, and connect that back to kind of like the concept of an on-chain Revolut. I think I want to clarify from my perspective that, yeah, sure, we want folks who might come in and say, I want to build a consumer-facing app, and I can see how if I gamify it to the next level, maybe even about, for example, regulatory disclosures, to really, that's an important part of making sure that we're responsible and therefore compatible with the kind of mainstream world in terms of, building out these new financial apps, that could be a thing, and doing that well. But also, similarly, down at that level of the transactions between agents, we need to be able to reinvent the concept of kind of know your customer, know your business for know your agent and know your transaction. And it's got elements of identity built into that. So doing that in a way that works for the regulators, works for governments, but also works for people's sort of sovereign, control of their own privacy is pretty important as well. That's a technical problem. So this is deep tech aspects that doesn't need to be about one specific app. It can be a horizontal capability, a platform, a network, or even a more discrete technology. That's also good. Come in and let's talk about that element. So I think both ends of the spectrum, I think we would welcome.
Hopefully a lot of your ears are pricking and you're thinking by now, I might apply to this, but I think we should go into also, Richard's brainstorming some ideas, particularly on Web3 AI there and sort of infrastructure. This program is very collaborative. It's really going to hold forums to be able to have these discussions, go deeper and support each other. And it's really a peer-to-peer learning as well. But Damien, so the curriculum is obviously very focused towards Web3 founders. We were, on the tokenomics side, that's something that Animoca is very much known for. Do you want maybe talk about some of the workshops you've run in the past that will be embodied into the curriculum?
Sure. I think one of the things, so we've run accelerators in the past and mixed, a little bit of in-person and online and stuff like that. And I think one of the things that we wanted to achieve here was to actually have kind of a physical as well as spiritual home for the program here in London. Because we think that actually the universe of founders is big enough that actually we can build a cohort out of people who are, if not local, nearby. We'll give France a chance as well, maybe. But relatively close so that they can participate in in-person events. Because I think we get a lot out of this, and we have the chance to do things like, I said very early on, we, by coincidence, happen to have built much of our tokenomics team here in London because we recruited great people from all the great universities around the area to join the team. So that's a resource that we can draw on to run, full-day workshops and office hours for founders who need that support in designing and architecting their token economies. And I have a whole team here that can help them with that. And I think that's part of the process of educating founders and helping them get to that next step where we have a resource we can contribute. And I think that's the same for all of the panelists here, that each of our organizations has those resources that they contribute.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, all offering sort of mentorship, hands-on, roll-up-your-sleeve advice. Damien, you've done a lot of this, and we're also, we've got a demo day as well, which is exciting, gives you the opportunity to get in front of a lot of other investors and fundraising support. But I don't know, yeah.
I was just going to build on the point about absolutely the team that is behind the folks on this stage are going to be able to kind of pile in on a whole range of topics, over each of the kind of 16 weeks. And so there's kind of masterclasses each week. There may well be kind of a little bit, think of it as sort of celebrity firesides on top of that. This is not necessarily a kind of promise, but if you take as a sample, we had a little launch dinner kind of last night, and there are folks from Binance there, representatives of the Ethereum Foundation. We've got great projects like Lens and Aave and companies like Wintermute, and obviously solid huge branches of Coinbase here. The idea is that we're kind of going to be able to connect the founders on this program with each other, with everybody, the teams on this stage, and the kind of broader community within the UK and beyond that, which was maybe where you were going with a little bit with the demo day. The idea is to have the demo day in.
Well, I don't know. can't announce it
Oh.
quite yet. But I also...
What a tease.
Damien told me not to.
Somewhere in the world.
Exactly.
Yeah. But I also wondered if there are any founders in the audience, and if there's a microphone, Zebu Live, looking at you, who might want to ask questions around sort of applications or what we're looking for, or more on the curriculum, because I really want this panel to be for you guys to understand more about this accelerator. So I wanted to open up to the floor just to see if there are any questions. Yeah, can we have a microphone, please?
And in the meantime, I might add also that we obviously have big networks of existing portfolio companies and founders that we've worked with across Web3, but also don't underestimate the Founders Factory contribution, because something that's very important to a lot of Web3 founders is how do they interface and interact with Web2 businesses as well. And so Damien and his team represent that interface to thousands, literally thousands of founders they've worked with over the last decade of Web2 who could represent a client base, a partner base, et cetera, for other Web3
There's
businesses.
an implicit acknowledgement there that we're moving out of the crypto anarchist phase and into the mainstream, which is about time.
Agreed.
Yeah. Yeah.
Eleanor, you suggested whether anyone from the audience has any questions with regards to application and the program. So yes, I have questions about that. If you can answer your own question, would be great.
So as in, like, what is the process?
Yeah, how do you apply? When do you apply? What's the curriculum? How early stage
So
company?
you go to residency.xyz, with the first E is a 3.
Because it's Web3, don't forget.
And that has all the information you need to know, but very broadly, there is an application form on there. That's the first stage in the journey. Then we'll review that. We'll ask you to submit, alongside this application, a short video recording of your pitch. We'll go through a couple of stages where you get to know us a little bit better, we get to know you a little bit better, and then we sort of bring down the volume of applications to a short list, and we'll convene. We sort of cut off the applications towards the end of November. We'll convene a group which will hear a live pitch from the founders, and we'll make our decision as we get into the back half of December. The program will start in January. It'll run for 16 weeks, and it is, as the name may suggest, hopefully a residential program. So that means everyone in the same place, getting to know each other, getting to know us, and goes through a logical arc with all the key fundamental elements that are important to know to prepare companies for a meaningful seed round or Series A round. And a lot of that work will be on preparing for that. A lot of it will be on delivering a product as quickly as possible, whether that's a B2B enterprise product or whether that is a consumer-focused product, and getting things out there and starting to learn about the interaction that real people have, real customers have with that product, service, tool, or whatever it might be.
Yeah. residency.xyz. Just
r3zidency.xyz.
r3zidency.xyz. And is it only open for British citizens?
You can be a citizen of anywhere. All we ask.
Or nowhere.
All we ask is that you can make best efforts to get to London for as much of that duration of the 16 weeks as possible. Yeah, that's how we think.
Cool, great initiative.
Thank you. Love the plug-in as well. Yeah, over here. Sorry, I'm making you run around, Ross. Yeah. Either. Thank you.
Thank you. Great talk. I have 2 questions. I checked the website and it said only 8 teams. Is that a hard cap? And my second question is, what if teams have already raised some funds already? Do you have a limit or anything like that?
We're trying to get in as early as possible. So we want teams as close to formation as we possibly can. It's not a deal breaker if they've already raised capital, but we want to get there as early as possible in order to help shape and form the strategy, the fundraising narrative, and so on. And your first question?
18.
8, yes. So this is a hard cap at 8. We're trying to create. We're running this as a proof of concept cohort. So This is the first time that the 4 organizations here have come together to deliver this. We are all laser focused on delivering huge amounts of value to each founder. We're going to look at this and review this, and hopefully we'll be able to replicate this structure many times in many places in the future. But it all starts with this first impactful 8, and hopefully we'll be coming back to places like this in years to come and pointing to this cohort and saying, these are the category-defining companies that now we're all celebrating.
Yeah. What I would say on that hard 8 is obviously it is competitive, but you know, we're sharing all applications with Base. They also have grant programs. You never know where your application is going to go. Even if it's not going to this program, it might lead to other paths. So definitely do, you know, apply. There's lots of opportunities that we're going to try facilitate.
Exactly. You end up in the networks here, but also, and the flip side of that, importantly, is, you know, 8 is a number that allows it to be very, you know, intense, you know, as a program. We obviously don't want to scale it too much, given that everything that is going on. I misheard you originally and thought you said that it's only for people over 18. And I did wonder, actually, whether if you were 16, you could apply. I think we don't necessarily have a restriction on that. I mean, there's some prodigies that, you know, clearly come.
I've got a 10-year-old at home who I might exercise some excellent nepotism.
I took my 10 and 12-year-old to the launch dinner last night, actually, got them to brush up on their Python. So, so that may be possible. And on the point to build and to emphasize the point that Damien made, don't be put off necessarily if you've already had some funding. Try and convince us that the trade-off between ownership, impact, you know, and what you've already achieved and the rest of it is going to work somehow. I mean, like, we're not going to just look and go, forget about it. You know, kind of, it all depends on exactly what comes across.
So you had a question.
Hey. Sorry, I'm Dane Hammer, co-founder, engineer and CEO at Way AI. We've built agentic infrastructure for on-chain settlement. We've scaled it to the point now where we're being lured to Palo Alto or Silicon Valley. So my question is, because also the time in which the program kicks off is actually during the time which I was going to go over in December and potentially stay. So my question is, what can this program offer me as a founder based in London versus actually going to Silicon Valley?
Okay, so this is a Silicon Valley versus London question. Love it. Juicy.
None of us are going to, well, we might be there a little bit, but we will be in London for the first 4 months of next year. And as will the teams that are sort of standing behind us. And so, like, that's where we're going to be. I think there's a huge amount of like valuable ecosystems and so on in Silicon Valley, but this is very much a UK-centric thing. And I would build the case for staying in the UK if you're selected to come onto this program. I think that we can affect some really, having looked across the portfolio of when all the times that when we've helped early stage companies, we can have transformative impact. And that's normally just Founders Factory plus one other corporate. We've got all of the guys here. I think that we can have meaningful changes in early stage companies' trajectory.
Well, and also one of the key differences between the two markets tends to be human resources, because it's been a well-known fact since Web2 days that great human resources in tech, developer talent, engineering talent, tends to be less expensive here and in Europe than it is in California. And so that's a big consideration as you're scaling your business.
And the last thing I would offer is quality over quantity. I think if you have 8 teams, it's really hands-on. You get to spend a lot of time. You get a lot of mentorship. If you look at the cohort sizes of some other accelerators, I think you have to question, what am I getting out of that as well, and make the right choice for your company.
I just want to say thank you so much to everyone sitting here. So please, round of applause to Keith, Robbie, Richard, and Damien. Thank you.
Wow, wow, wow. What an amazing panel. So we are going to be moving on to the next panel, but we just have to say, I had a conversation with Robbie about this accelerator before, and I said, this is possibly the best accelerator on the planet right now, because you're just really not going to get this kind of support anywhere. So if you are a founder, in my opinion, you'd be a bit silly to not apply for the residency. So make sure that's something that you guys get done. If you are a founder, you don't know unless you try, so make sure you do that application. So on to the next panel. The next panel is decentralized finance, regulatory maturity with reliable interest. Is this adoption? This is going to be moderated by Mr. Ian Horn. We have also Mauricio Magaldi, Temujin Lawi, and Rupert Poland. If you'd like to make your way to the stage, please. Everybody else, if you want to just take your seats if you're interested in this panel. Okay, hand over to Ian.
Hello. Hi, everyone. How are you doing? Good to be here. As you can see from the picture there, this is the only outfit that I own. But I do what I can. Web3, you have good moments, you have bad moments, right? It's just how it goes. Anyway, we've got a session here which I think is really, really crucial and very important. At the same time, you look at this title, it's sort of word salad, isn't it? There's a lot of long words in there. It doesn't sound all that dynamic. And at the same time, this actually hits at the heart of some of the biggest issues that we need to talk about, right, in Web3 and DeFi. So let's just look at this whole conversation about decentralized finance, reaching adoption and maturity, regulatory improvements. We've got a great panel here, all with very different perspectives. I'd love to know from your guys' perspective what this topic means to you. And Mauricio, if I can start with you.
Okay. If you told me like 10 years ago that we'll be excited about progression, regulation in crypto, people would be like, are you out of your mind? But I think as an industry, we've come a long way in determining what good looks like, whether it's less regulation, more regulation, better or more appropriate regulation. And as a builder and as someone who's been in the industry for a good part of 11 years, seeing the discussion of degree of maturity, we're gonna try and conclude if this is adoption, but it certainly is maturity in terms of conversations.
For sure. And Temujin.
Yeah, we're crypto natives. And this is kind of the perspective where we started at, very much decentralization first and always. But as Mauricio said, the industry starts to mature. And at first, it seems scary. Okay, you have these, TradFi, Web2 institutions coming in. But then you realize, okay, this is kind of what mainstream adoption means. So this is why, at least from a product developer's perspective, it is something very important to consider. In particular, my projects focus very much on blockchain interoperability, bridges. These have often kind of gotten into trouble vis-a-vis hacks and different types of security incidents. So compliance, very, very much front of mind for us.
For sure. And Rupert, you've got a very different perspective coming from the insurance world, right?
Yeah, we're a big, large risk and insurance advisory firm globally. Where we're looking at this is the risk angle. So we've got lots of digital asset native companies who are quite small, and then the largest traditional financial companies in the world coming to us asking about how they should view risk on-chain and what the key considerations are.
Great stuff. So, Mauricio, you framed this really nicely with your answer. The regulatory situation for DeFi is in a place where I don't think we thought it would be 2 or 3 years back. It's not so long since the Wild West of Web3, is it? But now we're seeing institutional players get in. You've got Aon in this panel, for instance. Not necessarily you would expect a large insurer on a panel at one of these events 2 or 3 years back. So where would we say the regulatory landscape's at now? Would you go as far as to describe it as progressive, or are we still very much in like the reactive phase?
I think if you look in the last, from the DeFi summer of 2020, 21, you would think that, they're not taking notice because it's none of their business, but all of a sudden it kind of is, because you said, well, institutions are coming and all that. I think what we're seeing in the good tension about it is this has become geopolitical turf kind of discussions, where you have countries that are more progressive in the sense that they are deregulating things, and some are more like pulling into, oh, I won't really regulate because I want to do this. And there are countries which I think are doing great work, which is let's bring the industry together and let's co-create things that are more adapted to this new paradigm of decentralization. Because remember, most of the financial regulators in the world are called central banks, which is kind of play to what we're talking about here, which is they have to face a different paradigm, how these not only applications are built, but also how these businesses are run. Imagine having to deal with a decentralized autonomous organization. Who do you call? Like, all of these things are different, and in different countries with different regulatory cultures will face these things differently. I don't want to single out, like, oh, this country is doing right and that country is doing wrong. I don't think that we're not even there yet, but I think the countries that are doing open conversation with the industry have a slightly better chance of coming as, in this kind of regulatory geopolitical turf, in a better situation to empower builders. We just saw a panel on acceleration. It's great that the private sector is investing and pushing, but if there's no regulatory climate, then it's just like it's a short-lived effort, and then they'll move somewhere else where, greener pastures, more clarity, better support. So I think this is, in that sense, there's no better or worse country. The countries that are doing more with the industry, I think, will come up at the top.
Yeah, I mean, we'll dig into that a bit, but I know what you mean. It's difficult to compare every single country on its merits and the things that it doesn't do so well. But what you touch upon there is something interesting, which is regulators going out of their way to actually actively engage rather than considering their job as being enforcement and stopping things when they go wrong. Like, is that marrying up to your experience as well, guys?
Yeah, very much so. I mean, we've all seen the news clippings. That was very much, especially in the US, kind of the approach. We'd be operating, we wouldn't have any type of guidelines, any type of blueprint, and then you'd maybe step out of line and you get slapped. Yeah. Now regulators, I think they're being more proactive, certainly, but the question is why. I think on the one hand, the value of DeFi, I'm not talking about from like a philosophical point of view, but just the pure dollars that are available there, this has caught the attention of TradFi. There's value there that needs to be extracted. They're not going to come in until there are clear guidelines in place, so then regulators kick it into gear. Second of all, our industry has, at least in the last several years, really put a lot of effort into try to educate regulators to get them to understand the underlying technology, about why you can't just regulate the way it had been regulated previously, and major inroads there. We work a lot with the Linux Foundation, also the Enterprise Ethereum Alliance. This is kind of an ongoing conversation, a daily conversation with regulators all around the world, to just let them first understand, okay, what makes this technology special, why is there value here, and then hopefully we can see, and we are seeing it, clearer and clearer regulation.
And Temujin, picking up on one of your points, big institutions don't necessarily need regulated vehicles to go into. What they need to understand is what is regulated and what is not regulated. And a big shift we've seen in some of the recent regulations in Singapore and Dubai in particular, but also Mika touched upon it too, is the real want of the regulator to differentiate what is true proper DeFi, i.e. non-upgradable smart contracts with no human interaction, no privileged access, as opposed to other vehicles where potentially you don't quite have that decentralization. And what we're really seeing is that if you are truly decentralized, you can sort of sit outside of this regulatory frameworks which are putting in place. But if you're providing advice or you're allocating assets on chain and you've got some kind of admin functionality, you should fall within the regulation. So the same for the reasons that if we put some funds into a DeFi protocol and someone runs away with it, we want them to be held accountable.
Yeah. Funny to kind of explore that as well, because we lived through a period of deregulation by enforcement, which is whatever rules exist will apply, will enforce. If you do something that is not exactly within that, we'll slap you. And there's other spaces where it's more, the concept of regulation is same regulatory risk, same regulatory outcome, right? Which is an easier way for innovators to kind of see the regulatory landscape and play with that. But the fact there is, these things are not, or have not always been clearly spelled out. When you have external entrants on the industry that are not necessarily builders of DeFi, but potential large users, their perspective is from a risk-based approach. And if there is no clarity, then there is no clarity on what risks you are entering or marrying with, and therefore you can't control, because risks will be there. It's what and how you can control and manage and mitigate, maybe offset, is the secret for maybe unlock that type of adoption. So to that extent, I kind of resonate with that, because that kind of speaks to my previous point is, whoever gets that clarity faster will probably create a better environment, not only for builders, which is, two of us are, but for our users who are willing to break into this market that are now more comfortable with the knowledge of the risks they're encountering.
Yeah, and just to be clear, I don't think we want to paint this as like everything's good now. There's still a lot of, work to be done.
No.
Very much in transition. I think with regulations, we often, in our mental models, also think about it like country by country in a way. But even within a country, you're getting a lot of conflicting information still. I mentioned before, we're very much focused on interoperability. We've been paying real close attention to what's going on with Tornado Cash. Probably anyone who's into privacy also looking at that.
Yeah.
But even in the past 6 months, you get Supreme Court in the US on one hand saying, okay, the smart contracts themselves, they can't be put on the OFAC list. It's signaling to everyone, okay, maybe privacy is being accepted again. And then a few months later, the actual developer gets some sort of judgment against him came down. I forget the exact, the specifics. But we're still kind of getting conflicting information. So just want to clarify that. We're not saying everything's good.
Yeah, well, actually, one thing you said earlier, which I thought was interesting, was it's still the situation that you're educating regulators on how they should approach this space. And if that's the case, how can we actually, at this moment, expect fully clear legislation and rules and frameworks, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I think there are industry efforts. If I'm not mistaken, the Cambridge Center for Alternative Finance has been for, I think, more than 5 years. They have been educating regulators. They have summits. And I think we'll likely see a correlation of countries that have evolved in the discussion are the ones who took part on that type of forum. So that's kind of one kind of highlight on the industry. But there's all sorts of, we had a panel earlier on creators, right? What's the reality of creators in Web3? I see that as a fundamental part of how good information gets communicated broadly across. And if you're a regulator and you're curious, you probably will be tapping into various resources, not only the formal ones, not only the ones that have been put together by large players in the industry, because the nuance is everywhere. So if you're a smart regulator, you're trying to get your head around all of this, it's not a single source. So you have to do your own research. I know it's a cliche, but it's also how we go from inertia to something that is moving forward and progressive and converging eventually with where the state of the industry should be.
Yeah, absolutely. Just one last thing to cover this part off. Do you think we do have anywhere the right regulatory frameworks for sustainable DeFi growth right now? I mean, you can look at things like MiCA, you could look at the Genius Act, you could look at the UK's discussion about eventually having something in place, Singapore as well. Do you think we currently have the right framework anywhere for sustainable DeFi growth?
So I think the general consensus is that Dubai and Singapore are far ahead. I think they've still got a long way to go, and obviously it's an active discussion. But both are regulating on activity, so they're trying to look at what the entities actually doing, what's their involvement, and how does that compare with the traditional entity, and then applying regulation that way, which seems like the sensible way forward. I think the next step will be looking at how someone who's managing assets on-chain doesn't necessarily have the same responsibilities as someone managing the assets off-chain, because they are very different vehicles in terms of managing liquidity and the control that you have. So I think we'll eventually get to a stage where regulation is potentially lighter in certain areas for DeFi protocols, but at the moment, the leaders are really doing it on activity-based and then aligning that with existing regulation.
Yeah, I see you nodding there, Temujin.
Yeah, I would echo that. There's not a single framework that you'd point to and say they've got it right, but this shift to kind of away from regulating entities in a traditional sense and more so regulating activities, principles, risks. I think this is a much better fit for something like DeFi, particularly when we consider that DeFi itself is not a fixed thing. It's in flux. It's always changing. So this type of shift to this type of principle-based enforcement or regulation, I think this is very positive.
Brilliant. Let's move this on to yield quickly, because this part of this conversation is about reliable interest, and we know that many DeFi protocols were trying to grow a while back with promises of huge returns for having your money locked up, staking, so on. Now we're seeing more and more people say that you can get reliable interest. Is that a sustainable situation?
What's the saying we use? It's if you don't know where the yield's coming from, you're the yield, right? That's the ongoing joke in DeFi. But I think, as with any other financial product, in that regard, they are very similar. Knowing the life cycle of what the economics are for whatever asset is paramount. And that's where I think regulators have a larger role to play, which is educating on financial risk in general. Like if you go to the average population and pick anyone in the street and ask if they know how, what the monetary policies for the fiat that they're holding is, or how much they pay for their credit card, it's not a lot of people. And if you go to developing countries, it's even worse. So DeFi adds another level of sophistication, but there's an upside to that as well, which is things are on chain, protocols are open source, you can audit a bunch of stuff. So just to kind of pick on the earlier, the previous discussion, there is a role for the regulators to play on chain as well. Yeah. With the data, never had better data, timely data to monitor the markets, right? So, and which is one of my hopes is that we don't use the nature of the infrastructure that was born out of the 2008 global financial crisis to create another one, but that's a separate story. But to your point, I think there is a role for that. And if the economics seem too good, because they're unsustainable yields for whatever reason, then there's something on chain in public repos that the regulators need to learn how to use to prevent any major crashes, and then bring builders and the entities to whatever regime is necessary. That is kind of more on the consumer protection front. When it comes to institutions, they have the level of sophistication, and they have to enter the market, and then make sure that, again, back to the risk conversation, is this enough of a return on the risk that I'm willing to take, but now I know what the risks are. So I think there's a balance there, and there's a role for the regulators to play there as well.
Definitely. And you touch upon, if you see a return that looks too good to be true, that's suspicious. But I think there's more to it than just looking at a headline number, right? So, so in this day and age, when you're looking for something that has a sustainable interest, what are the kind of factors you're looking for? And perhaps what are the things that might give you an indication that something is a bit amiss, something's wrong?
I think you need to be able to always answer the question is, and I feel a bit ashamed of how often I have to say this to my team, but where's the money coming from? Regardless of what the actual number on that yield is, you better understand and be able to answer that question, at least for yourself. If you see that number, if it looks too good to be true, it is. DeFi is not magic. It's very cool, but it's not magic. And so most of these DeFi protocols, that are boosting that yield to chase growth, that's obviously not sustainable. There might be a few exceptions here and there. Some of these decentralized lending platforms have a very kind of obvious way of understanding where the yield's coming from, and if there's enough demand for a particular asset, sure. But I think the point is to really just understand where's the money coming from. And it's not only for DeFi, in CeFi it's the same as well. If it's Celsius or if it's Binance Flexi Yield, it's all the same thing. Why is this one 26% today and 5% tomorrow? If you don't understand what's happening in the background, I would say just stay away. If you understand, okay, I'm staking in an Ethereum node and I'm getting 3 to 4% and I'm feeling happy today, yeah, that's probably sustainable. Just understand where is it coming from, and that'll kind of give you a blueprint of what to follow.
Great stuff. And let's get into the big question here. I think we're all agreed that we're in a much better position with regulation than we were a few years ago. Institutional involvement is bringing money into the space. The market cap of crypto as a whole is shooting through has gone through the roof in the last few years too. But is this adoption, and what does real adoption of DeFi actually look like?
So I think, yes, it is. We've seen a massive increase in terms of the use cases that we have and the sophistication of the participants. You've got people like Timogen offering an alternative to the way Ronin Bridge was set up. Cross-chain protocols are just changing, evolving, and everyone can be a bit more confident with who they're dealing with. I think the principles of DeFi are obviously to take out decentralized institutions to begin with, but really the core of it is allowing two entities, whether that be a person or a massive institution, to engage with each other without trusting themselves. And big traditional financial institutions will always play a part in our ecosystem, and having them on-chain and being able to interact with them will only be a good thing for the broader crypto community and help validate the space. So I think large institutions now publicly saying that they're playing around with public blockchains is a massive, massive rubber stamp of approval.
Yeah, I think it definitely is the starts of adoption. Having these institutions, these more mature, more professional players enter, they're coming because they see value there, but they're also providing value and increasing the value of DeFi as a whole. When we do get to a point where I can confidently say that mainstream adoption has arrived, that we're not there yet. I think as long as we continue to say DeFi and to view it as an alternative or a separate system to TradFi, it's not here yet. The best parts of DeFi are going to get just absorbed into the financial system, and then the world will move on. So in a sense, despite having kind of more professional actors and institutions now experimenting and playing with DeFi, it is also a bit of an existential threat to DeFi because these are all centralized actors. And part of this is our own doing. DeFi is still, the things you can do with DeFi, it's incredible, but it's not a totally mature stack. There's not really a single DeFi application out there that from top to bottom is 100% decentralized. The deeper you go, you can see little parts of the stack here and there that are still centralized, and this is true for just about every single DeFi application out there. And despite this, we've been doing really cool stuff, creating real value, bringing in new types of people to the system, and basically institutions, they got tired of waiting. They weren't going to wait forever as we try to continue to tinker on the details, and now they're here. The train's moving. We're doing our best right now that we don't lose the decentralized aspect of DeFi. But yes, adoption's starting, but hopefully we don't lose the D in DeFi.
Let me try and tackle this with piggyback on another question. Adoption in what direction, right? Because if I recall, when I first read the Bitcoin white paper almost 12 years ago, there's the whole vibes of decentralization, disintermediation, self-sovereignty. And when we talk about institutional DeFi, we're talking about intermediaries joining the DeFi infrastructure. And could that be considered adoption in the layer that we're bringing more TVL, more investment, more regulatory clarity? I think it absolutely can be in that direction. But if we roll back to the original ethos of the industry, where we are giving power back to individuals, pushing the values to the edges, creating other different network effects, I think we're in the stage of transition where there is a rewiring of finance to become from DeFi to just Fi. And I love the DeFi mullet meme. I think it's spectacular. The fintech in the front, DeFi in the back. I think that's what, in the period where we're living, this is what's happening. But if we lose sight of that original flame that started the industry, where self-sovereignty and decentralization and disintermediation are part of the new wiring of the Internet of Value, we just need to be aware that to not lose that. I think it's important that we accept the new players, and I think there's space for both. Don't get me wrong. If you want to be your own bank, there will be a reality in which you will be your own bank. But being your own bank bears the risks of being a bank regardless, so it's not going to be for everyone. So there will be this gradient of very much decentralized self-sovereign individuals or entities, and then it will be a longer tail of people that are dependent on the institutions and everybody else that has rewired the financial system. So I think it's not a unidirectional answer to this question. Depending on where you slice the ethos of crypto, you're going to fall yourself in different degrees of adoption, which I hope we don't lose any, and we create the optionality for everyone who wants to take on being their own bank and those who just want to participate.
Yeah, it seems like it's a battle to kind of retain that degen spirit, and at the same time, it's undeniable that DeFi has added genuine utility to traditional financial services. I mean, to speak from my own perspective, it's crazy to see the conversations on stable coins dominating mainstream fintech events. And a few years ago, that would have been almost laughable to some of those major players in that space. So I do think we're clearly moving in a positive direction. But is it the same as what we were starting? What was the intention in the start? I don't know.
Yeah, and I think it's worth adding that we're talking about the regulation to enable DeFi adoption, to kind of create the opportunities for these applications to exist, let's not lose sight that this is all built by builders. And these builders also need to be welcomed in where this will thrive. So let's not forget that there are geniuses. This is, I mean, I'm not going to talk about AI, but it is a privilege to work in Web3 with the degree of genius that we have spread around every vertical in the industry. These people need the space and the opportunity to thrive, and then we'll get to push this innovation further for everybody else to benefit. And I think if we lose sight of that, then we're going to lose sight of all the mission that is to decentralize finance as a whole.
Mm-hmm. And I'm going to do some future looking to finish this conversation. Let's assume that regulation moves in the right direction and gives us the clarity that's needed and actually supports DeFi. What do we think the next frontier is? Is it something like the tokenization of real-world assets? Is it on-chain credit? Is it even decentralized identity or something like that? What do we think the next big thing is?
Who wants to go first?
Marissa, taking a deep inhale.
I think one of the things, and I'm not just saying this because I'm building Midnight as a decentralized, programmable, privacy-preserving blockchain, but privacy is important. Like we gave away a lot of data that is now feeding all the AIs that can replicate your faces in very questionable videos. And we got used to this, right? And I think it's especially in DeFi where the most important maybe decisions we make is related to money, they can't be all public. Even for the institutions that we're talking about, they have a private side, they have a public side. If we don't get the control over what we want to disclose to the world quickly under control for us, we'll continue to be exploited by these increasingly more incredible AI devices that will ultimately end up playing against us because we just gave all our data, whether it's financial or personal. And I think it's time for the industry to kind of realize that this is a blind spot and address this front and center, because there are regulations for privacy. They are now all great, but they also need to come into play when it comes to on-chain finance or DeFi or stablecoins or tokenization, because otherwise, if everything is public, then every data is for free, and then everything gets to get exploited. And I think we know where that leads us.
Yeah, and you can see public opposition to kind of encroachments on privacy as well in the response to CBDCs in various parts of the world. Also, even if you look at the UK's Digital ID Act, that petition against it now has almost 3 million signatures. So clearly people do care about privacy. So it's not just a necessity, there's also appetite for it. How about you guys? Is there anything you're looking at in the future that you see as a massive opportunity should the regulatory framework allow it?
So I think the big unlock isn't going to be something necessarily new. It's just bringing finance on-chain from the big institutions, putting a lot of capital there. We have a lot of products already which work really, really well. But as Mauricio and others solve the privacy issue, we've got KYC all embedded, and it works with existing regulatory frameworks and financial institutions. Then we'll just see a big movement of capital on-chain. It's already starting to happen with some smaller layer one blockchains, and I think as it progresses, it's going to be quite exciting. So I don't think there's going to be a massive, massive change. Just we'll see a change in participants. Everything will become more efficient and easier to use, and the use of the blockchain will become abstracted away.
Yeah, and presumably as an insurer, you'll have more confidence in insuring the risks that emerge from these new things.
Yeah, the understanding's improving, and the industry is definitely keen to grow. I think it's easy to dismiss a smaller industry. It's harder to dismiss it when your big clients like Bank of New York are all over it.
Yeah, and Temujin.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think my answer is not as sexy as privacy, but we've been talking about regulations a lot and DeFi, and I think one thing where the industry has really kind of lagged is being very proactive and taking kind of responsibility for our own future as it relates to compliance. Regulations are coming. Right now, all the tooling that exists out there to allow projects to be quote-unquote compliant, these are all centralized. So if a decentralized protocol even wants to integrate some of this tooling, part of the trade-off is you have to give up a bit of that decentralization, because we spent very, very little time and energy developing compliance tooling for DeFi. We've been doing what we've been accusing the regulators of doing. You know, they're just taking something that pre-exists and trying to slap it onto DeFi. We've kind of done that a little bit as well. So I'm hoping kind of this next phase here as the industry continues to mature, that we get true tooling that is designed with DeFi in mind first, so that we can do things, very simple things, like, for example, not engage with sanctioned entities without having to give up decentralization along the way.
So it's a D-RegTech.
D-RegTech.
Okay, one last question, because we've got a minute. Obviously, we're all aware of market cycles, and we're also aware of how regulators respond to ups and downs in the market. Let's say we have another crypto winter coming up. Do we have faith in this day and age that regulators will still remain, forward-thinking and, well, more forward-thinking and more progressive than they have been, should the market be seriously tested and should people suffer serious losses? Do we think it's different this time in terms of regulatory approach?
Yes, I do. I think regulators are often slow to move because they've got to be very cautious. The FCA's primary objective is to keep consumers safe. But because they've already started to turn like a big ship, they'll continue on their trajectory addressing the key issues.
Yeah, that's pretty much a perfect answer. And also slightly more optimistically, as that slow ship continues to turn, I think the scale of the damage might also be limited because a lot of what is being put into place are protections. That being said, from a pure DeFi perspective, the next crypto winter it'll do like it always does. It'll prune the industry. The innovation will slow slightly, but what had been innovated in that most recent cycle will be able to improve incrementally and then can kind of continue along our way.
If that happens, it's cheaper for the regulators to start playing with it. Come on, chain.
Absolutely, what a way to finish. Everyone, please, a massive round of applause for the panel.
Thank you very much. Okay, so that was an amazing panel right there. We have an action-packed day for you today. But one thing we need to do very, very quickly is we need to just quickly clear the room. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to ask everybody to just temporarily exit the room. The exit door is just there. We just need to clean the room, reset the room, and make sure that we are ready for the next speaker that we have coming to the room. So if everybody can just quickly... the quicker we can get this done, the quicker we can get you back into the room. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
When you say it's over, never was the gravity that pulled me closer. It's harder now, we shut it down so we can focus on ourselves. Hoping you'd come around, that we could fix what's burning out. But my words you spun, it's gone far. Holding on to what we had dragged me down deeper. Now I can't go back. You let me drown, fighting just to catch my breath. When I know it's over, is it really how this ends? Lost all composure. We're farther now, I'm breaking down, losing myself along this road. Find a way to make it When the night is long and cold, darkness seems forever, and the memories of before slowly fade away. But there's a path to hallowed ground. If only you'd remember, feel the fire deep inside you. Let the pain be gone. When everything seems wrong, like it came out of the blue, hold it and be strong. I believe in you. And after all the shadows have gone down, can you feel the rising sun? 'Cause after all this time you can't surrender when you have come this far. So after all the shadows have gone, can you feel the rising sun? You will finally find the light inside of you. So after all the shadows have gone, after all the shadows, so after all the shadows have gone, you will feel the rising sun. After all the shadows have gone, you will feel the rising sun. There's a whisper on the wind, a promise made together. That is how it all begins. This is not the end. When everything seems wrong and you wonder what to do, hold it and be strong. Hear me calling you. And after all the shadows have gone down, can you feel the rising sun? 'Cause after all this time you can't surrender when you have come this far. So after all the shadows have gone, you will feel the rising sun. You will finally find the light for you. After all the shadows, so after all the shadows have gone, you will feel the rising sun. After all the shadows have gone, you will feel the rising sun. Rising I'm feeling down on myself, and lately I've been trying to bend, but I'm just breaking. You're a burden I don't wanna carry, but I can't let it go. I know I tried to start a fire and it burned me. I can tell just by the color that my heart has been turning. It's a burden I don't wanna carry, so please release my soul. Diamond rings and everything you buy her doesn't change that she'll always be a liar, a liar. And yeah, I know how much you love to hate me. lately. I'm over you for the most part, and for the most part I'm over you. It's not enough for me to say I'm sorry. I should've listened to you when you told me. I'm over you for the most part, and for the most part I'm over you. I'm feeling better about myself, and maybe for once I won't let this depression take me. So it's a burden on my heart to carry. Diamond rings and everything you buy her doesn't change that she'll always be a liar, a liar. And yeah, I know how much you love to hate me, so I've been telling myself lately, I'm over you for the most part, and for the most part I'm over you. It's not enough for me to say I'm sorry. I should've listened to you when you told me. I'm over you for the most part, and for the most part I'm over you. Over you for the most part, for the most part I'm over you.
I think about you all the time. I think about you, about you. I think about you all the time. I think about you, about you.
I was dressing late. You had me singing for you. Your touch was all I ever craved. Anything I do for you. But you fucked up, I called it, you weren't even honest. I gave you myself and you did it regardless. My head's a mess. All the moments you stole them, you didn't deserve them. I wanted the best, but your best wasn't worth it. Oh, I'm a mess. Now I don't wanna fade away. A figure in the background. And I sing for you a symphony. And fall until I fly like a songbird. Darker nights, will they ever change? I still think about you. Cause I can't get over the fact that it's over. You're everything I knew. I knew. But you fucked up, I called it, you weren't even honest. I gave you myself and you did it regardless. My head's a mess. All the moments you stole them, you didn't deserve them. I wanted the best, but your best wasn't worth it. Oh, I'm a mess. Now I don't wanna fade away. A figure in the background. And I sing for you a symphony. And fall until I fly like a songbird. All I need tonight is your voice and an upright piano. Cause those are two of my favorite sounds. The lions at the gate in my mind, and we've run out of ammo. But everything is gonna be just fine. Can we roll it? Can we hold it? Can we drink it, chop it up and smoke it? Can we peel it? Can we pop it? Cause we don't like feeling these emotions. Can we try it? Can we find it? Can we please be kind and just rewind it? This is real life, these are real times, and we're always wanting to escape them. Put down that vice, they're all nice. Let's have a conversation. 'cause you are one of my favorite songs. It always ends the same way for you, and those demons are chasing. Can we face them? Can we roll it? Can we hold it? Can we drink it, chop it up and smoke it? Can we peel it? Can we pop it? 'Cause we don't like feeling these emotions. Can we try it? Can we find it? Can we please be kind of just rewind it? This is real life, these are real times, and we're always wanting to escape them. All I need tonight is your voice. All I need tonight is your voice. Let's not roll it, let's not hold it, let's not drink it, chop it up or smoke it. All I need tonight is your voice. Can we roll it? Can we hold it? Can we drink it, chop it up or smoke it? Can we peel it? Can we pop it? 'Cause we don't like feeling these emotions. Can we try it? Can we find it? Can we please be kind of just rewind it? This is real life, these are real times, and we're always wanting to escape them. All I need tonight is your voice.
That's how I feel when I'm with you. I never thought I'd be into someone who makes me feel like you do. I never knew I'd be into driving down the coast just to see you. I never thought I'd be fine leaving my own life behind. Home to you, I'm driving down the coast to you. We'll go somewhere no one knows. When home is you, it doesn't matter where I drive to. We'll go somewhere no one knows. We haven't stopped since we saw that sign for the world's best coffee. We've got the time, but my heart's still racing, so keep driving till the sun goes down. Maybe then we'll stay a while, count the stars and hope they smile. Back at us and wish us well, 'cause when the sun comes up, I'm driving home to you. I'm driving down the coast to you. We'll go somewhere no one knows. When home is you, it doesn't matter where I drive to. We'll go somewhere no one knows. Waking up next to you feels like it's forever. Footprints in the sand, your hand in my hand. Take it slow, we've got nowhere to go. Footprints in the sand, your hand in my hand. Take it slow, we've got nowhere to go. Home to you, I'm driving down the coast to you. We'll go somewhere no one knows. When home is you, it doesn't matter where I drive to. We'll go somewhere no one knows. have you. 'Cause across a million seas, would you do that for me? Yeah, I'd fly this whole world twice if I could be your paradise. Close your eyes, will you dream for me some paradise? Tell me who you see, 'cause I think I know what you mean to me. What you mean to me, but does this work? Only 'cause we never say what we think, waiting for the perfect way. Time zone speak, got me on delay, 'cause across a million seas, would you do that for me? Fly the goddamn world 3 times, and I run all the red lights across a million seas, just to have you next to me. Paris and Tokyo, I go where I have to go. Screw geography, but would you do that for me?
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time. We are here live at Z to the E to the B to the U. It is Zebu. Make some noise for Zebu. Okay. So, first of all, I've got to recognize you. You are the community. You are the heart. You are the movers and the shakers. You are the future of innovation in the UK. You are the degens, you are the devs, you are the creators, you are the curators of the future. And you could have chosen to be anywhere in the world right now, but you chose to be here. So, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to introduce first our moderator, Mr. Chaparro, founding reporter at crypto media firm The Block and head of content at the crypto capital markets firm GSR. Let's give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Now, a little bit about the gentleman has had similar experiences to me in regards to banking in the UK. I believe a lot of us in the industry already had our fair share of gripes with the traditional finance world. Who agrees with me? Yeah? Okay. And which drew us all to the world of decentralized finance. Many of you working in the industry may, like this gentleman, have had your bank accounts shut down just like I have, further validating our confidence in assets like Bitcoin. The next gentleman is literally pushing for reform. So without further ado, please allow me to introduce the leader of the Reform Party, Nigel Farage.
It's almost like I have your medical records or something here. Your cholesterol's great.
No.
Blood pressure's really good.
No.
How are you doing today, Nigel?
We're doing well. Yeah, no, we're doing well. And change is in the air. You know, change is in the air in this audience because they're looking for a new way where they can have sovereignty, control over their own lives, freed from debanking. I'm sure we'll come to debanking. And I think change is in the air politically as well. think we're a bit tired of the old parties, the old way of doing things that isn't working. So, yeah, I think change is in the air. And even though, I mean, London is not the buzzy, bouncy place that it needs to be, but I think there's a particularly younger generation coming through saying, do you know what? We're going to make it back to what it was. We're going to get it to be a great place again. So, yeah, I think there's a lot of excitement in the air.
So let's start with that change. A lot of people have described your brand of politics as disruptive of the old order.
Oh, yeah.
How does that disruption translate into financial services and crypto?
Well, disruptive in the sense I want them all to lose their jobs. I want to get rid of them all. Absolutely. No question about it. With Rachel from accounts ought to be very near the top of the list. I mean, she is so out of her depth, folks. It's almost unbelievable. I mean, we literally have a chance with the Exchequer. In fact, we have a cabinet of 25 men and women, not one of whom has ever set up and run their own commercial venture. And they think just taxing high earners, punishing creators, making life for small businesses and entrepreneurs more difficult. They think this somehow is going to solve our economic problems, and it's not, because people are literally leaving the country. The non-doms have gone, the wealthy are going, and a lot of people in this room, this age group in this room, who are looking to succeed and get on, they're heading off. And they're being tempted by Milan, Georgia Malone is tempting them. I mean, she probably tempts quite a lot of people, Georgia, but well, at least President Trump.
Elon Musk, I think.
And Elon, well, there's quite a lot may have gone on there. Lisbon's been attracting young entrepreneurs. So all these things worry me enormously. They worry me enormously. And as I say, we've got a budget coming up on November the 26th that will be bad for entrepreneurship. But kind of in a way, maybe things have to get worse before the public's ready to vote for genuine change and real change. And that's what we represent. Our brand of politics is disruptive. And in financial services, look, I worked here.
Yeah.
I worked just over literally a few hundred yards away. I worked in St. Catherine's Dock for 20 years. Love Wapping, know it very, very well. Recommend the Captain Kid afterwards, it's really nice. But the city is now atrophied. It's stuck with, it's got a regulator in the FCA that is there to stop us doing business. It's got a Bank of England that frankly is out of touch. And I was with the governor of the Bank of England just over a month ago when they put a limit on the number of stable coins any individual can hold. I said, listen, mate, you being a dinosaur.
It's insane. I mean, you don't need to just juxtapose the current state of the UK's capital markets with the 80s when you were probably coming up as a commodities trader. You just need to go 10, 15 years ago. I think the most startling point, something that worries me, and I'm not even from this country, is the fact that you have, in this year, $250 million raised via your London Stock Exchange and your capital markets, juxtaposed with 10 years ago, $50 billion. What went wrong? What broke?
Well, IPOs off the cliff, commodity trading, which London dominated the world in, diminishing. The sheer level of cost and regulation of doing business in London is driving people to more competitive marketplaces. And as I say, I believe we need regulation. I believe, I want to bring in digital assets and crypto from the cold in London to have a regulatory framework under which everybody can operate. Regulation is good if it brings investor trust in markets. Regulation is bad if it makes the cost of doing business too high and, frankly, in the end, protects idiots against themselves. Then it doesn't work. Over-regulated, too costly. The compliance departments in London are now of a crazy, crazy nature. Look.
One of the only sectors maybe growing at a rapid pace.
Compliance? Well, no one loses their job in compliance, do they? It's the traders that lose their job if they get it wrong. No, we're in the wrong place. But I will take you back to the 80s. In the 80s, we had Big Bang. Big Bang was about taking some outdated market practices, bringing the city into the 20th century. And what happened? 300 foreign banks came to London in the late 80s and early 90s. The place was absolutely rocking and rolling and booming. Yuppies were everywhere. I was one of them.
Is that when you got that tie?
No, this is a little bit more modern. Now, the ties then would have been much louder. The suits were big pinstripes and, you know, young, in my 20s, earning loads of money but spending more. And it was great fun. But that was about innovation. Look, here we are in Tobacco Dock, right? Here we are in the London docks. This country became a great country through merchanting, through trading, through adopting a global approach to how we operate. And this is a relic of what we were great at in the 18th and 19th centuries. We became very good in the last half of the 20th century at making London the biggest financial services centre in the world, right? We moved...
In commodities, it was the biggest.
Oh, and I worked on the London Metal Exchange, and we've dominated the whole thing. And now we have this whole space, this whole digital assets and cryptocurrency space.
Is it really a possibility for London to be a hub in crypto like it was for commodities? Is that a fantasy?
When I'm in number 10, it's going to happen, right?
So what
it's going to happen.
If you were in charge of the government tomorrow, what would be 3 strategic implementations you would make to Big Bang 2.0?
Big Bang 2.0 means changing the regulatory structure. It means the FCA should be there to provide sensibly regulated markets, not to ensure that employers have the right DEI policy in banking or wherever else it may. That is all cobblers. We've got to get back to meritocracy in business as opposed to picking quotas from different groups of people. All that madness has to end. With this whole space, we have to have exchange-traded products in the United Kingdom that give investors the confidence to come into this space, as I say, with the right degree of regulation, and that we could do actually really quickly. I mean, it's an amazing thing. You know, if your bank, let's say you transfer 100 quid a month into Coinbase, your bank will probably close you down to say that you shouldn't be doing it. Investors, a lot of investors don't have the confidence yet to have digital wallets. Gen Z do, but many others don't. And despite being told that it's a Ponzi scheme, despite the governor of the Bank of England saying that cryptocurrencies are worthless and could go to zero. I mean...
Well, what else can go to zero?
Well, fiat currencies, frankly, are pretty valueless in that they're not backed up by gold anymore, despite everything that's been said. And by the way, I came out in favour of cryptocurrencies to say they were a legitimate resource in 2020. There'll be some in this room who were much earlier adopters, but in the political space, I was very much the first person to come out and say, this is real, you know, it's not going away. And despite everything that people are told, already 1 in 7 Brits have a digital asset of some kind. 1 in 4 under 30s have a digital asset of some kind, despite being told it's the Wild West and you shouldn't be going anywhere near it. Just imagine, with a government that encourages it, we could do what London has done over the centuries, whether it was here in Wapping, whether it was in the city in the 80s and 90s, we can become a world leader and a centre for this industry. There'll be thousands of well-paid jobs, there'll be lots of legitimate government tax revenues, and lots of entrepreneurs making loads of money. What's not to like?
You can make it a welcoming place to do business by implementing clear guardrails, rules of the road, regulatory clarity. But politics are complicated, right? And they're often intertwined with other issues, tax, crime, etc.
Well, we have already published online on our website a digital assets and cryptocurrency bill. This is a piece of legislation we can bring into Parliament and pass pretty quickly. Yes, it'll take a bit of time to get the regulatory framework ready for it, sensible, but we're doing the homework on this already. And it can, look, you know what? If you have a government with a majority, if it's got will, it can do whatever it wants to do. The Tory party, Rishi Sunak made one speech in the city about this and then did nothing. The Tories have no interest in this space whatsoever. The Labour cabinet, frankly, haven't got the IQ to understand what we're talking about. If you think I'm being rude, you want to hear what they say about me. And we are the only hope. I'm being serious. We're the only hope for this industry. I come from this world. My whole life's been in this world, albeit commodities, not digital assets, but options, futures, all of those things, I get it.
I think if crypto was around in the 80s, you'd be working at a crypto exchange or trading firm.
That's probably right. It's probably right. You know, yeah,
Using 100x leverage, perhaps?
I mean, all right, guilty, he's got me.
So one thing that we talked about backstage was where the levers of power are. And obviously in this country, I think ministers over the last few decades have relinquished some of that power to regulators and other entities. Two questions here that I think are worth exploring. First, which group do you think needs to wake up and smell the coffee the most? Treasury, regulators like the FCA, or ministers within Parliament? Which group do you think is lagging or serving as the biggest impediment towards progress?
So we set up regulators, we set up quangos, and basically we say to them, off you go, you get on with it. And Parliament is sovereign, right? Parliament can do what it wants to do, but Parliament can choose to give that power to other organisations. It's done that in the case of financial services. The Bank of England has so-called independence over monetary issues, and the FCA has power over regulatory issues. And frankly, you now have a situation where regulators like that, or quangos in other areas, become accountable to themselves. So that the politicians have transferred power to make decisions away from themselves to other people, so that when it goes wrong, they say, well, don't blame me, Gov. It wasn't my fault. And I would argue it's better to have elected politicians making decisions, even if they make an absolute balls of it, because at least you can get rid of them every 4 or 5 years at elections, than to give these enormous amounts of self-control and power to organisations like the FCA. Similarly, with the courts. You have court judgments overruling acts of Parliament. Well, that actually is the wrong way around. So it was Blair that did all of this, and it hasn't worked. And we have to go back to the more old-fashioned way of what you get is what you vote for. And they might do a good job, they might do a bad job, but you get the chance to change them. So I do think there's way too much power and control with the regulator.
There's an issue of power and control, but I think also one of incentives as well. Regulators, right, aren't incentivized to support or enable or facilitate success and innovation. Well, no, just because they're incentivized to avoid catastrophe or things blowing up in their face.
Look, if you ring up a regulator to say, I've got a business idea, I'm thinking of doing this, is it within the law? Does it make sense? Do you know what they'll say? We'll tell you after you've done it. So you're taking risk all the way through. There is no level of encouragement of entrepreneurship, of encouragement for business that comes from regulators. There is a stonewall response, and then if they think you've done wrong, they come and try and close you down. We are not encouraging entrepreneurship in this country. We're not encouraging business in this country. We're not encouraging innovation in this country. And I believe if we send the right signals, I believe the people that live in this country would grab it with both hands, embrace it, and we could turn this around incredibly quickly. I genuinely do.
What do you think are some bold measures you can take to sort of send a signal to the world that the UK is open for business and crypto business? We've seen things like a national stockpile, which has been talked about and rumored in the US. We'll see if that ever comes to fruition.
No, the opposite. In fact, Rachel Reeves at the moment has control over a degree of Bitcoin that's been taken off crooks, and I'm urging the Bank of England, the Chancellor, to use this money as the beginning of a Bitcoin reserve. That, I think, is the right thing to do. Again, it would further legitimise this space. And yet, you know what she's going to do? She's going to sell it on the markets to cover up for all the errors that she's making and everything else. Sorry?
She can sell it to me if she wants.
Well, they did sell all the gold, didn't they, a few years ago at a price that was about under $300 an ounce. So, yeah, if they sell it, they'll sell it badly, so it could be cheap, everybody. But no. The thinking is all wrong.
Yeah. No, it's interesting. So walk us through, just so people can get some familiarity with your proverbial come to Jesus moment with crypto. Obviously, you became a I think you said in an interview recently your debanking coming out story.
Well, yeah, I mean, so when you get debanked, and I'm sure there's, how many in the room have been debanked? Yeah,
This
there's a
guy
few.
definitely
Yeah, there's a
has been
few of you.
debanked.
There's
Look
a
at
few
him.
of you. Well, you know, when you get that phone call, when you get that email, there's actually quite a hollow feeling in the bottom of your stomach, because without a bank account, and you know, a bank account is as essential as running water or electricity coming into your home. And I got the call that I was being debanked, no proper reasons given, and I then thought, well, I better get myself sorted. I better go and find. And I was then turned down by 10 banks. 10 banks that I went to visit, filled in forms, spent scores of hours on. 10 banks wouldn't have me. And I just thought, you know, there's something wrong here. So I used one of the few good things that Blair did, the ability to put in a subject access request, which I got back, which said I was being debanked because I didn't support the bank's climate change policy. I didn't support the bank's DEI policy. But I thought they were a bank. Quite why they've got political opinions on who their customers should be is beyond me. But the funny thing was, the last paragraph of the subject access request said there's no risk of him going public because he would find it too embarrassing. Well, you know what? They picked on the wrong bloke. So I did, and it was like coming out. Because you say to the world, I've been debanked, and immediately you fear your credit rating will be downgraded, people will think less of you, people will think you're dodgy somehow. And when I did come out, rather like the show of hands in this room, I suddenly learned that hundreds of thousands of people had been debanked, mostly because of what were seen to be unusual payments coming in and out because they're applying anti-money laundering regulation. So an innocent business gets debanked because 1 month there's a payment that's unusual from the last set of payments for the previous year, and yet Turkish barbershops proliferate on every high street in the country. So, but I think being debanked.
Is it a lifeline? Is crypto a lifeline for that?
So I realized then that the ultimate personal protection we have for our money, and I say this in light of an authoritarian British Prime Minister who now wants to bring in digital ID, which could ultimately give him complete control over your bank accounts and how you spend your money. Don't give these people an inch. We saw that during the pandemic. We saw it with lockdowns. We saw it, didn't we, with vaccine passports and 2 types of citizens. So I realized when I was debanked that I'd already said I thought crypto was a valid space. I realized after being debanked, this is the ultimate freedom. Being in control securely of your own money, making your own decisions, free from authoritarian government. Crypto is the ultimate freedom in the 21st century, and debanking absolutely taught me that for life.
There's not just...
No question. No question.
There's also a lot of talk about the potentiality of a central bank digital currency. How do you view that in light of everything you've been through?
With total and utter horror. A central bank digital currency fits into the plan for digital personal ID. It's one and the same thing. And when I said to the governor of the Bank of England, and you know, Bailey and I may not agree on things, but he is honest. He's an honest public servant. I asked him straight, are you still progressing your plans for a British central bank digital currency? And the answer was yes. I don't want to live in a country with a central bank digital currency that can measure, you know, how much we've spent on, that could be linked to carbon outputs or whatever else it may be. No, I mean, frankly, I would rather go to prison, and I'm prepared to go to prison to stop us having CBDCs administered under digital ID. That is how committed I am. You know, I fought my campaign for national sovereignty and freedom and independence, but I'm now going to have to fight the campaign for individual liberty, freedom, independence, and choice. And you know what? They may think they're the big guys. I think there's enough of us to win this great battle. I genuinely do. and I intend to be at the forefront of it, however long it takes.
How much have you experimented with crypto? Have you tested the waters a bit?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Of course, yeah.
Now that you're the crypto champion, are friends and family not returning your calls?
There are.
Like the rest of us?
There are, no, not at all. People are fascinated. You know, the fact that am I famous? Well, infamous anyway. You know, when I talk about things, people do actually have conversations about it. So, yeah, look, you know.
What do you think? Give us
one thing is investing, the other is trading on margin, isn't it? Right? So, you know, trading on margin is great when it's great. It's not so great when it's not so great. So, I have got some crypto investments that are long term, but just occasionally when I fancy the market, I have a bit of fun.
You don't get a bit of a pull from your younger self to maybe engage in some more risky behavior?
What's he asking about here? Do you know? Yes, of course, I do. But, you know, the thing about trading is, if you're trading or day trading, you've got to, I mean, you know, obsessively you're watching screens and numbers, and I've got a few other things to do. So I do a lot less of it than I used to.
What lessons from your commodity days do you think influence you today as a politician?
Number one, you have to be innovative. You have to be in new spaces. Last year's way of making money is rarely next year's way of making money. That's one thing I learned in business, that all business evolves and changes over time. You know, trends change. That's the first thing I'd say that I've learned. Second thing, what else would I say I've learned from commodities and trading? Never think you're better than you are. When you think you've cracked it, folks, you're in big trouble. So a degree of humility.
So we have a version of that in crypto. It's when you start posting your P&L on Twitter. That's when it's time to sell or take risk off the table.
As soon as you do that, you're about to do your dough.
So give us a temperature check, you think, of the political landscape here in the UK. In the United States, we have, interestingly enough, very anti-crypto lawmakers within the Senate and House, which is unusual because there's not a lot of folks within your normal life who hate crypto. There's plenty of annoying people who love crypto and will bite your ear about it, but there's not a lot of people that hate crypto. Is it more of a sort of, is there a lot of passion on either side?
No. Most of our regulators don't understand anything about this subject. They have zero knowledge of this subject. This whole vast growing area, this 21st century industry, is virtually never, ever discussed or debated in the House of Commons at all. They just don't know it's happening, which is part of the completely out-of-touch nature that British politics has found itself in against the country, which is why you've seen such massive change in the opinion polls. They've lost it. They're out of touch.
So there's a bit of a complacency as it pertains to business.
I would say a bit of a complacency as pertains to almost everything. It's like Westminster is its own ecosystem, and everyone that's there loves it, and most people that are there are earning the biggest salaries they'll ever earn in their life. Probably 10% are earning the lowest salaries they'll ever earn. It's funny how the whole thing works, but most people in Westminster, when they become MPs, or they've got senior civil service positions, or jobs at big...
They never leave.
Or jobs at big media companies, they're very happy with the status quo, they're very happy with the way things are, and there is a reluctance to explore maybe what changes are needed. And I've seen that writ large. It's not new. I think all through the history of mankind, when people have new ideas in science or business or politics, they're always met with a status quo that says you're mad, you're bad, we don't want to know. And that's been the battle that the crypto space has had in this country, but then it's not had any champions. And I'm arguing today with your audience, you know, whether you like me or don't like me is irrelevant. I'm actually a champion for this space.
What resonates more with voters, you think? The sort of investment potential or opportunity, or the job growth potential opportunity, or this more philosophical concept of freedom money?
So I think that under this Prime Minister, I think, you know, two-tier justice, two-tier policing, two-tier care, I think we believe that now as a country. I think we genuinely believe there is an unfairness within our criminal justice system that has not been there probably since Magna Carta, where we don't quite trust the authoritarian nature of this. I mean, 13,000 people last year had a knock at the door from the police for non-crime hate incidents or things they'd said on social media that could lead to prosecution. More people having their doors knocked on for what they've said here than in communist China or Russia. So given that's where we've got to as a country, given the controlling nature of this government, given still the push towards CBDCs, I think the single most appealing part of the crypto space is I'm in control of my money, nobody can close me down, nobody can take it away from me, and I can choose exactly what I want to do with it. That's the big appeal in a country that is becoming, I would say, increasingly distrustful of government.
What advice will you leave people in this room with to build out their business, to sort of make this issue omnipresent in UK politics?
Put pressure on your MPs. You know, the trouble is you might not get an answer from them, but at least email them, write to them, ask them why they're not thinking about what's going on in this space, and tell them Reform are looking at this space. That'll make them sit up and think, because they're terrified of everything we do. They're terrified of everything we do. So that's one useful thing I think people can do. And secondly, like everything in life, spread the message, keep honest, and believe that things are going to change, because they are. Everyone can do their bit. And collectively, if everyone does their bit, and if we're able to give political leadership in this space, which we intend to do, to get this community, I mean, there are two ways of looking at it. Either I'm here to support your community, or your community is here to support me, but either way, this is a trade that works for both of us. And if we become really successful, the others might just start to think about it and talk about it. And then maybe the consensus changes and we become part of it.
So you've been at the center of probably one of the biggest in modern history political upheavals in Britain. Are you having fun?
What disrupting things? Being a bloody nuisance? Loving every minute of it. Of course I am. Of course I am. Yeah, I mean, Brexit was a major upheaval, but I just thought the whole European system not only lacked any democracy, but equally was based even more on the bureaucratic, controlling elements that we've discussed. And I thought leaving the EU was our chance to break away from all of that and to become a more innovative, more competitive, and freer nation.
Certainly for crypto, allows the United Kingdom to carve out its own path and not be subject to the reins of Mika.
Well, yeah, and I think, you know, let's face it, the EU is never going to be a world leader in this space. It's too bureaucratically structured. It's too centrally structured. So, yeah, I think Brexit was the right revolution. Yes, it upset most politicians. Yes, it was 52-48 in the country. But I believe it was the right thing to do. And I think if we fully embrace it, it'll be a massive success. And actually, as you say, it's given us the freedom in this space for London to do what the hell it wants. So what we now have to do is do it.
Perfect. We'll leave it there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate you taking the time.
Very good. Thank you, mate.
Great job. Thank you so much. Brilliant, brilliant.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you ever so much. If you would all please kindly remain seated just for around 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Look at that, I can count. Wow, and so can you all. Give yourselves a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Our next panel, for those of you interested, is about advertising in Web3.
Why did you leave without warning? From the second you were gone, I was just old news. but I still feel it. Your heart close to mine. I still need this. Your hands wrapped in mine. I still miss you. I think of you all the time. I search for this day and night. But a love like yours is hard to find. Want me, touch me, know me, make me worthy of your love. Want me.
Ladies and gentlemen, if we'd all please kindly take our seats, we are about to begin the next panel. The next panel is all about the future of advertising in Web3 with none other than Mr. Luke Courtney Smith. I thought I'd give him that intro.
Surely, tough booking for the lad.
Isn't it?
Tough booking, but thanks for the boxing ring intro.
Almost here to see us.
Yeah.
It's on. Are we?
Mic check. Are you on?
Yeah. I think
Are you on, surely? Right. We're technically the headline, darling. So enjoy it.
I'm ready.
Now, Joel, I know the answer to this, right? But you're gonna tell us.
Yeah.
Alchemy.
Yeah.
Advertising, on-chain stuff. What's Alchemy's reason to exist? What problem are you solving?
So yeah, I mean, within like Web2 advertising, there's a lot of issues that exist, which is basically everything's not traceable. There's a lot of margin taken out of the middle, and by putting stuff on chain, we make it auditable, transparent, and we can lower the cost by about 10x. So like all those kind of good things that most people talk about when they talk about blockchains is very applicable to most marketplaces, and that is true for advertising.
Why are they not doing it? Why has no one gone, hang on a minute, this is cheaper, quicker, faster, better for the environment, etc.? Why have they not? Why is it taking you guys to go, hang on a minute, lads, we should be doing,
Yeah, well, currently, there's big competitors like Google. The people have probably heard of them, but they essentially their business model is already like tied to extracting quite a lot of fees. They've been in trouble with the DOJ recently about that, but it's. For most people, when you tell them what we're doing, they're like, oh, okay, yeah, obviously that makes a lot of sense. Like, why wouldn't people do it that way? But the incumbents that exist within the industry have been there for a very long time. It's a very mature industry. It's a $1 trillion industry by 2029 or something. So there's a lot of people who have been in it for a long time, playing the game for a while, and they've got long-standing relationships. There's a lot of things that might go on that, maybe aren't as savory as they should be, and that's where like people have like those relationships that are very sticky, basically. So that's the kind of first hurdle that we've had to overcome. I think it's that Peter Thiel who says you need to be 10x better than your competitor, so we are 10x cheaper. And we also have all of the extra features that come with running on a blockchain that I think you can't find anywhere else at all. And that actually opens up a load of other possibilities in the future, which is stuff that we're looking at for kind of 2026 onwards. So a kind of DeFi product around the exchange as well. So really like utilizing all of the amazing things that blockchains do really, really well, and like bringing that to a very big market, and essentially like bringing the value from a nearly $1 trillion industry on chain, is a kind of how I think the whole industry needs to look at these things. It's like there's a lot of money in a lot of traditional markets that exist. We're in advertising, but there's loads of others. And when people finally kind of work out that you can bring that money from outside in, that's where kind of blockchain will stop being a kind of industry in and of itself, and it will be more like the internet, where every business is on the internet, so you don't really talk about internet businesses anymore. It's just the infrastructure that exists that everybody uses, basically.
Because you were in the more traditional ad world before, weren't you, professionally?
Yeah. For like my whole career, basically, has been in advertising, and then got into cryptos and realised that blockchains solved all the problems that we were seeing. Especially working at a big publisher, I worked at Condé Nast, and they were used to printing magazines, really. So they didn't have the kind of wherewithal to like know what they were doing with the technology that was programmatic advertising. So that's kind of how they ended up like losing a lot of revenue. And so, it's the obvious solution to like all of these problems. It's like, well, how much money is getting taken out of the middle? It's like, well, you don't know because Google won't tell you. So by using the blockchain, it's there for everyone to see. You can access that information. You can pull reports on it. We're also integrating AI into it to allow people to do PCAs, so they can basically just ask any question about their campaign or their revenue streams and that sort of thing. So it's the best way to like have immutable data that you can then build your business model off, basically.
When you go, because I think for some of the people here, it's like they are building something that may have a purpose for like the traditional market that they're entering, right? Advertising, whatever it is, finance. When you're speaking to big brands or big agencies that do media buying through you guys, like how are you communicating it to them so they don't go, oh, you're trying to sell me some crypto thing, are you, lad? Like, how are you communicating the value prop to the professional sector?
Yeah.
And how hard, like, it must be hard, no?
Yeah, I think, like, I mean, from a go-to-market point of view, like, it's evolved over time because, we're really excited about blockchains and we think they're really cool, but most people don't give a shit, really. That's, like, the ultimate problem. It's like all they really care about is what is the problem you're solving and what is the product that does it for me. So you don't really need to like get into the ins and outs of how blockchain works with people because there's no point. You really just need to sell them on the features. Like, this is what you're getting for it. This is why it's better. This is why it's cheaper. And the stuff that happens in the background, no one really cares about. Like, most people don't know how their Visa works, right? But they go use a point of sale card reader all the time. But they will still use it because it's faster, it's more convenient, all of those things. So as long as you can sell them on the products and the features of what you're doing, that's really the way to like sell it in. And then, you get those people who are really interested, who will be like, oh, so like, how do you do that? Or, how does the blockchain help you do that? And then you can deep dive with those people, but that's probably 2-3% of the people you're ever going to talk to.
So you're literally, when you're closing these deals, you're not, they don't actually even know this is going on chain type stuff.
Yeah, I mean, we started off that way talking about it, but we then quickly realized that most people, it just goes over their head and you're not going to sell them on blockchain. You're going to sell them on how does it make my life easier at work and what do I get out of using this technology.
What's been the biggest win for you guys in the last year, let's say?
I think it's just the actual adoption curve has like steepened, which is good. I think, again, it's like the features and what we can actually build using a blockchain is stuff that just is not even on people's like horizon from a sort of traditional advertising perspective. And what that means is we can say, look, we've built this cool feature, we can do this, this is different to what you currently have. And then people are like, oh, okay, cool, yeah, that's great. Like, I can definitely sell that into my client. I can look good in the office, like telling other people about how I've like discovered this new company that does this cool stuff. And I think that, it takes time to build those products and features out. But once you start putting them in market and you're telling people what it does and how it's going to make their life better, it does actually, you do see that adoption happen like a lot faster over time. It's, classic hockey stick. And we're kind of in that curve now, which is cool.
Just on the curve,
just coming up the curve. Yeah.
So you got the advertisers and the brands, I suppose, that you're dealing with, and you got you guys who are building the tech and stuff. But you have a community, right? Like in the sense you have a brand, you have like a diehard community. I've seen. Well, we've got some of your like pins and stickers and stuff, right? The characters and stuff. So, what's driven that? Like, how does that how does that work? How are those guys kind of benefiting from being part of the company?
Yeah, so I mean, essentially, when like most people interact with digital advertising all the time, but they are essentially the product that's being sold to somebody else. So by being part of the Alchemy community, holding tokens, you're essentially involved in a value transaction online. So you're no longer just like the product that's being sold to somebody else. You can actually like own the token, and then you would actually get a yield from that. So that means that, you know, rather than somebody stealing your data to target an ad to you for somebody else to make some money from it, you can essentially like yield farm the internet by holding the token.
How do people respond to that?
I think like most people have an opinion about advertising, like not necessarily often positive, but then when you like kind of reveal a new paradigm for them about how they can, you know, interact with advertising and not see it as something that is negative, but actually, okay, cool, like it has value and then it will have value to me. That's quite a powerful message. I think it resonates quite well with people because most people understand the value of the data that they put online, but there is zero way for them to be involved in the monetization of that. So by being a token holder with Alchemy, by, you know, staking your tokens, you can actually do something that you would never be able to be involved in, really. So it's quite cool.
It's sort of injecting the user or consumer into the commercial relationship, right? Exactly. Of like data holder, data buyer, etc. And it's like, well, no, I'm going to be part of that as well, right?
Yeah, so you've got advertisers and publishers, but the person that the advertisers are trying to reach are normal people, just like any person that they're targeting across the whole internet. So, but it's also been the sort of part of the value chain that's completely ignored. It's like there's been this kind of trade-off over the whole of the internet, right? It's like, okay, well, somebody can target an ad towards me, but then I get free content, right? That's great. But for a lot of people, that hasn't been enough. There hasn't been enough of a value proposition for them, or, you know, the amount of data that's being taken and stored about individuals has increased a lot over time. But now you're able to actually like be part of that value transaction, then it kind of seems a bit fairer. It's like the added bit that you haven't been available to, you know, hasn't been available to you previously.
Yeah, it's your share for being part of the game, right?
Yeah, exactly.
What's been the toughest bit of the last year? In the sense that you guys are like a relatively fast-growing startup, for lack of a better phrase, right? We forget all these, like, you know, it's a tech startup that happens to be using blockchain and on-chain and stuff. Like, that's hardcore. Like, what's been the toughest bit?
I think, you know, we were talking about having a community and stuff, and I think balancing, like, running a real-world business with crypto business community is kind of difficult because every day you're doing kind of normal stuff that is, you know, pushing the business forward, but also you can't really tell everyone about everything that you're doing that's really cool because that's not kind of how the community sort of system works. And if you say, oh yeah, we're building this thing and they can't see it happen tomorrow, then that's always a problem. So it's that kind of balancing act, you know, it's like, you know, rewarding as well, but that is always a challenge. It's like communicating your message like strongly to that community and making sure that they kind of understand what you're trying to do and how you're trying to get there and that you are working hard every day. And, you know, we ultimately want the business to be successful. So, yeah.
It's a tough gig, isn't it? But I think with most kind of crypto on-chain companies that have a token, you basically have this pool of 20,000 additional shareholders.
Yeah, it's
so
basically like IPOing.
updates.
Yeah. You basically IPO'd from day one, didn't you? Do you know what I mean? It's like you have a bunch of people who you have to kind of keep up to date about what's going on. It's no different if you're a publicly listed company, I guess.
For sure. So, okay, mega brands working with, that's moving forward. What's the shoot for the next 12 months for you guys? What are we going to be talking about next year?
Yeah, I think it's, you know, it is scaling up really. It's that kind of, we've done the 0 to 1 bit now, and now we need to kind of get beyond that. And that involves like, you know, reaching out to the US, which is kind of going to be a big thing for next year. But also like there's a few more extra products that we're bringing out. So talked about the DeFi element. So we've created that marketplace where buyers and sellers, you know, get to interact with each other across the marketplace, but actually putting a financial structure around that. You know, the killer app really for most cryptos and blockchains is stable coins at the moment. But, you know, everything that DeFi offers allows people to get yield from things that happen within certain marketplaces. So we're going to be building that kind of around the outside, which means we'll be able to pay publishers on day zero to help with their cash flow, which is the biggest issue for them within that kind of transaction. So they normally have to wait about 120 days. but we're bringing that down to zero by creating a DeFi pool where people will be able to get a yield from it, and that will go to like paying these publishers early. So, you know, we're just doing God's work, really.
Are the publishers going to know they're part of a DeFi pool that's getting them early payment?
Yeah, I mean, again, some
It's
of them
like
might
what-
ask,
yeah,
but
yeah.
again, really all they care about is like, cool, I get the money straight away. It's like, yeah, that is what stable coins are great for, like instant payments, really. And being able to use DeFi products and get yield and all of those things. You know, there's also the opportunity for them to be pool, like LPs in that pool and gain more yield from the ad revenue that they're making. There's quite a lot of different ways that if people really get into it, that they can actually like be part of the ecosystem and probably benefit a lot from it in the way that any token holder or stablecoin provider would be able to.
That's great, man. I think like it's one of those things where everyone always has the mandate of like, how do we get more people on chain using blockchain, et cetera, et cetera. And I think that doing it, picking an industry, building rails that people don't almost even need to know that they're using, but then, you know, you're talking to Warner Brothers, you're talking to whoever you're talking to, these mega brands that are actually using on-chain technology is great, right? It's like, it is an actual angle to mass adoption that isn't just like, oh, everyone buy Bitcoin, everyone buy whatever.
Yeah.
It's like, you know, you're building an infrastructure that works, and we've known you guys since you were here last year, right? So it's great to see it kind of like evolve forward, and those conversations with the bigger brands continue to happen, and then, you know, they work with you, and then it's just, it's a great kind of thing to see that ecosystem scale out on both ends of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you see brands get really excited about the overtly Web3 stuff like NFTs or whatever, but actually the kind of business models that you can create using blockchains is infinite, and that I think is the most interesting thing about blockchains. But being able to like apply that to a whole industry, and then the kind of, right, we can do everything that you can do previously, but better. And then there's all this like, you know, blue sky stuff that you can do that doesn't exist yet. Stuff that we don't even know what it's going to be, but are things that actually push things forwards in a way that isn't just like, okay, cool, we're carrying on down the same cul-de-sac that we've been on for a while. It's like, okay, you can actually break out of that and do something very different. You can create products that don't exist. But really in the background, it's all just done on chain. And it's like, that is just underneath. No one needs to know how it's happening or what it is. You know, we geek out about it because that's how we build businesses on top of it. But for most of the people, it's not going to be that interesting, really. They're just like, oh, cool. Have you seen this cool thing that I can do?
It's like, if you like that, you'll love this.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I think we've kind of always said it. It's like the blockchains and crypto will win when people don't realize they're using it. And we're kind of getting to that stage now where there's kind of more businesses doing more real world stuff that is just kind of underneath the sort of UI layer that most people will be interacting with.
Amazing. We're at time.
Boom.
Hang on. Thanks everyone for sticking around and listening. Appreciate it. Thanks, Adam.
Thanks.
You're a hero.
Cheers, mate.
Doesn't matter, right? Yeah. Good. Well, a little less people than with Nigel Farage, which seems to be expected, right?
Yep. You know, I thought I was going to have more than Nigel, but you know, it's okay.
I was actually like, okay, if we are straight after Nigel, it's going to be a little bit more. And then I saw everyone walk around, and then I think it's fine. I'm here with Dan Help. I think you don't need to provide an introduction, but if you want to, go ahead.
I'll keep it short. I've been in the space since 2011 and worked at a variety of different companies. Sold my first company to blockchain.com. I was the first product manager there in 2013. Sold my last startup to Kraken in 2019 called Interchange. And at Kraken, I led marketing from 2019 through 2022. In parallel with that, I also have produced a series of long-form content and short-form content on Twitter, LinkedIn, and my blog, where about 1 million people on social media follow me for my thoughts on Bitcoin. So people like to follow me because I distill concepts around Bitcoin and make it very, very simple.
Bitcoin only, right?
I'm a Bitcoin only guy. Sorry to disappoint.
There's enough to talk about Bitcoin. We just had a chat over there. I think if we want to talk about what's happening in the Bitcoin ecosystem right now, the first thing that I wanted to touch upon is the crash that we had nearly 2 weeks ago. It didn't have anything to do with the existence of Bitcoin, but it has a negative impact to the entire system.
Yeah, I mean, Bitcoin dropped the least out of everything else. Compared to the alts, Bitcoin looked relatively stable. I haven't spent enough time, digging into what exactly happened there. Like, I don't know if that was from the best of my understanding, it was cross-asset collateralization for margins, and then the margin auto-liquidation engine on certain exchanges liquidated the altcoin collateral automatically into an order book where basically there was no bids. And then, of course, like price discovery means that the price is going to be super low once the bid gets hit. Evidently, like APIs went down, market makers couldn't place orders. That's my best synopsis of what happened. But, Bitcoin moves in mysterious ways. I remember the March 2020 drop where it dropped 40% in one day. Bitcoin dropped 40%. I don't know if people remember that.
I do.
2020 doesn't feel like that long ago, but it is. It's 5 years ago. That was fucking nuts. I've never seen anything like that in my time in Bitcoin. And that was due to BitMEX's auto-liquidation engine, auto-liquidating Bitcoin in positions, and it just kept unwinding. So that's my best hypothesis as to what happened.
I think the reason that it actually continued to collapse is that there was that mechanism that is the ADL concept, and then market makers were not able to fill the books anymore, which is primarily, well, we also know Mt. Gox, which was a single exchange being traded, or Bitcoin being traded on there, that went down, and then the price crashed. If you were around, I wasn't around, maybe you were.
I remember every single moment of that. Yeah, I mean, people forget that Mt. Gox was 95% of trading volume. Imagine if the exchange today was Binance, Kraken, Coinbase, OKX. Imagine if they all went down at the same time, like collapsed. That was Mt. Gox shutting down. It was the biggest exchange by far. It was huge.
And now it's kind of the opposite. We have a gazillion centralized exchanges. We have even more decentralized exchanges. What's your opinion on that sort of spreading out of the exchanges and the impact on the markets? It feels like it's becoming less efficient.
Well, I would actually counter that it's more efficient because price discovery is occurring on multiple order books. So in the traditional financial world, you've got like NASDAQ, New York Stock Exchange, London Stock Exchange, and the equities that are traded there, there's one order book. And then your brokerage account connects to that exchange or routes your order on behalf of you to that exchange. With crypto, we've got multiple order books and multiple geos all across the world. So price discovery or the bid-ask crossing is occurring on every single book all across the world simultaneously, which I would argue allows for more information to be reflected in the market price, which if you are a believer in efficient market hypothesis, which I believe efficient market hypothesis is descriptive, not predictive. It doesn't predict future price. It merely describes why the price it is today. So I believe it's actually more efficient due to the price being factored into globally simultaneously. And what's kind of nice too is due to the speed of light, you've got information that's being processed in local order books that'll be reflected faster in one place versus another just due to information and how fast it has to move across the world. So I would argue Bitcoin and crypto, due to its multiple order books, multiple exchanges, is actually more information is priced in. Now, does that lead to liquidity problems? For sure.
Yeah.
You also can't, like, for example, if the New York Stock Exchange has a problem or a flaw, they can pause an equity. They do it all the time. But with Bitcoin, since price discovery is occurring on all these order books, if Coinbase decides to pause it, the market price is still moving somewhere else, which leads to Bitcoin being one of the most resilient markets in the world. It never closes. It's 24/7.
I mean, it's indeed the liquidity issue that needs to be spread out and then becomes very thin on all the order books because there's just not enough. But on the other hand, we have the impact of traditional finance on Bitcoin. I mean, every day there is a new debt being created that has Bitcoin in there. And I've been discussing this yesterday on the main stage too, that there are also many sorts of altcoins that are being included in treasury companies. In essence, it has a positive impact on Bitcoin as a whole. But at some point, it starts to become a threat to the entire ecosystem if there is a lot of debt involved in issuing or creating more Bitcoin in the balance sheets, right?
Yeah.
I want to test you out on the debt and structures and your view on that.
Well, call me old-fashioned, but if you want to buy Bitcoin, fucking buy Bitcoin. you don't have to buy a DAT to buy Bitcoin. DATs are basically a levered play on Bitcoin. You want to buy a DAT because you believe that the DAT equity price will go higher than Bitcoin's price rise over time. If you want to play those games, you're probably better just buying call options. Or I don't really recommend this, but trading on margin. If you want a leveraged position, you can manage your own leverage. With this, you're hoping that they manage their leverage properly. I certainly wish all the DATs the best. I'm not here to say that they are inherently risky or bad, but if you want to own Bitcoin, just own it outright. A lot of these DATs have, you've got strategy, MicroStrategy, and then you've got kind of the rest of them. Strategy is in a much stronger balance sheet position than the rest of them. A lot of the other ones to stand out or provide a higher return will take on riskier and riskier debt and equity instruments. So, if you're going to buy these things, understand what you're buying. If you don't understand what you're buying, don't buy it. And that's a good first principles way of thinking about investing in general. There's all sorts of assets that I don't own, not because they're not a good investment, just because I don't have the time to learn about it. So with these DATs, be very careful about which one you purchase. And again, can't stress enough, if you want to buy Bitcoin, just buy Bitcoin.
When you talk about strategy is also going on the risk curve by issuing more and more debt, right? Is that thesis changing from the original form of just buying Bitcoin and then using the inflated price of the assets of the company to get more Bitcoin and now going into getting more loans to pay back the dividends? Is it getting more tricky for them, or?
Little Ponzi-nomics?
Well, some people have been describing this on LinkedIn.
So the convertible notes and other instruments that they are using in the market have really long durations. So Saylor's bet is even if there is a significant downturn, he would be able to weather it or survive it long enough for the price to come back up. I think that strategy and everyone else, of course, would be in a bad position if Bitcoin's price dropped significantly and then stayed flat or kept going down for like a decade or something like that. I think that's the bet.
Yeah, and that's also where the risk comes in with all the new companies is people should realize that Michael Saylor started at 18K doing it, and all the other ones are doing it at 110K, which can still be good, but at some point your collateral becomes or goes underwater.
Totally.
And that's where the risk lies. And that's also the exotic altcoins that are included in treasury companies. That is more of a marketing tool than actually adding value to any of the two. Do we need any sort of regulatory framework for that as well?
Well, as an American and a libertarian, I naturally lean onto the side of little and lesser regulations. I'm a free markets ultra-capitalist. I believe that the free market will do its thing. Mm-hmm. If people end up losing money, they lose money. It's the whole point of the market. The market decides winners or losers, and it's based on how well you assess your risk when investing in something. We can't stop people from making dumb investments. We can't stop people from trading on margin. We can't stop people from... things will lose value. We can't always have everyone win. The markets are a truth-seeking mechanism of who allocated capital the smartest. Mm-hmm. And so, for me, I think the market will equilibrate where the ones that are poorly capitalized or have bad debt structures will fail faster and have more of a drawdown. Granted, the underlying assets are still there, so it really depends on how levered they got. So, it could be super levered where the equity owners have very little ownership of the underlying collateral, or it could just be a simple, it's trading under NAV, and another company tries to buy up the equity, try to arbitrage the difference. So I'm not too concerned. It's a natural market mechanism. I do think what is reflexive upwards is also reflexive downwards. So if these start to unwind and there's forced asset sales, that could exacerbate a downturn. but I stopped worrying about a lot of this stuff a long time ago. Bitcoin's going to do its thing. There's a lot of people on margin. There's a lot of different products that have been built. People get liquidated. People create Ponzi-nomics. Bitcoin is still 21 million Bitcoin.
Well, the thing that has changed is the impact of the government. Well, again, we had Nigel on here. It felt like it's a little bit of Trumponomics that is on stage in the UK, which is positive for crypto to regulate the entire industry, but to make it bigger for adoption. Trump has triggered a bigger wave of interest from institutions. And he wants to, we had the Genius Act, the Clarity Act, and I think there's the AS Act as well. It's impacting the space in a positive way, in the terms of more liquidity flowing in, more interest from institutions that didn't have the opportunity to get in the space beforehand. But you're saying, I would rather want to have less regulatory impact or like governmental impact. What is your view on the agenda that Trump has and on the impact on the space as a whole?
Yeah, I mean, the core OG types in the crypto space were very anti-government inherently. Bitcoin was built as a giant fuck you to central banks and governments. I mean, literally in the first Bitcoin block, there's a message, UK Chancellor on the verge of second bailout for banks. It's obviously a shot against the bow and a rejection of their authority, which I personally love. I don't need a government to give me rights over my body or my money. It's an inherent right that I have as an individual. So, first off, I reject the premise that governments should control or own us in any sort of capacity. But given the fact that we live in a game theoretic world where we have to make decisions where we exist with governments, you know, for them, it's been interesting because in the beginning, in the very early days in Bitcoin, like in 2013, we thought we were going to get our doors kicked in. Like, we thought that they would realize what we're up to right away and be like, yeah, this is totally like unsanctioned money, and if this becomes popular, this could erode confidence in the dollar, the euro, the pound. And we thought they were going to kick our doors in. Didn't happen, obviously. And we're surprisingly seeing governments pull it in deeper into their existing financial systems, which, again, you know, the core premise of this is to undermine the confidence and belief in fiat currency. Despite that, they seem to just have absorbed it. I think the government entity, whether it be US government, UK government, they're so nebulous and just bureaucratic and slow and misaligned incentive-wise that they don't even realize their existence is coming under threat from this. I think they're so arrogant that they don't believe it could ever happen, you know? And so seeing the President of the United States talk positively about crypto is great. Seeing these regulatory frameworks put together are awesome that are more permissive. You know, Bitcoin will be this cancer that infiltrates all of the existing financial system. And so I welcome this era of Bitcoin, where Bitcoin, you know, you got BlackRock, what do they manage? 20 trillion? I don't know, some astronomical sum. The largest asset manager in the world. And we've got the CEO, Larry Fink, hard shilling Bitcoin on stage on CNBC. That's incredible. Like, we are at a moment where the President of the United States is shilling Bitcoin alongside his other stuff, but that's another topic.
Well, we can talk about the meme coins, right? I don't know.
Sure. I don't think Trump coin is going to be the coin that we all use in the future. Yeah. But this is incredibly bullish because more institutional folks, ultra wealthy people and late people will buy it. And then it'll be too unpopular to cancel it or stop it. If 30, 40% of the population owns this thing, good luck having a politician get voted in that's going to want to put more restrictions on it. So Bitcoin's game theory works both on-chain and off-chain. And so I welcome this era where Bitcoin slowly infiltrates the existing financial system, where it becomes so integrated in such a systemic part of it that it becomes impossible to remove. In the early days when there was, I don't know, 2013, there might have been 100,000 of us, maybe.
Probably less.
Probably less. You know, you could have squashed it then quite easily. You could have identified everyone who bought on Coinbase or Bitstamp or Mt. Gox, made it illegal, and Bitcoin,
You should be looking at all the news articles calling Bitcoin dead. Every crash, that's funny.
The
if you
Bitcoin
start commenting
obituaries,
that. Yeah.
the Bitcoin obituaries website marks every time a journalist said that Bitcoin is dead, and there's all these little dots along Bitcoin's price. It's to believe in Bitcoin that early, you had to be crazy, honestly. Like your friends, your family, coworkers, lovers, they all thought you were nuts. I mean, I went on dates and girls were like, "So are you like a drug dealer or something?" I'm like, "No, I'm in Bitcoin. It's this new digital currency." And they're like, "Yeah, but people buy drugs on that with Silk Road." Anyways.
I mean, when I started like 8 years ago, I was still with a student association, and they were calling me stupid to jump into crypto. And then 2 years later, they were like, "Which coin should I buy, or what should I do?" The thing with Bitcoin is that it's just Bitcoin. It's an investment vehicle. Sometimes people trade on it. And now I think Bitcoin needs to get to the next stage, which is that we're actually using the Bitcoin, which can be through different youth strategies, but also to have Bitcoin-fi. And as I said prior to this, you were on stage here last year talking about Bitcoin-fi being the most exciting thing that has to come up. We've seen multiple layer 2s, we've seen multiple protocols that are trying to activate the TVL that is in the Bitcoin ecosystem. Where are we currently from that 0 to 1 path to a broader ecosystem in Bitcoin?
Yeah, good question, and a lot has happened since last year. So one, I do want to push back against the premise that like we need to use Bitcoin. Bitcoin is being used when you're storing value in it. Like you don't have to use gold and shave off a little piece of gold every day to use gold. Owning gold itself is its use case, which Bitcoin digital gold is that. But with this new digital gold, this pristine asset that we own, what if there were more things we could do with it? What if we could collateralize a loan and borrow dollars in a trustless way? What if we could lend it out trustlessly and earn a yield on it? There's all sorts of different, and that's like what we call FI, like decentralized finance. Bitcoin DeFi or Bitcoin Fi is that. And so people need to remember that Bitcoin isn't just the largest and the oldest crypto asset. It's larger than everything else combined. Like this is the biggest crypto asset. So if we were able to unlock DeFi on top of it for any reason at all, just a little bit, like if 1% of Bitcoin got unlocked and was put into TVL for like DeFi protocols, that would be larger than like a Solana plus Ethereum TVL. Bitcoin is gigantic, and I think people really underestimate how big it is. A lot of folks will go, well, are those the same users? Are the Solana, Ethereum, DeFi users? You know, do Bitcoiners care about that? Well, most people who own Solana and Ethereum own Bitcoin. So these are the same people. And if they could, they would like to borrow against their Bitcoin using it as collateral and all sorts of other DeFi activities. So for me, you know, since we last, not us on stage, but since I last talked, we've seen a bunch of different Bitcoin L2s launch. A lot of them have attracted billions of dollars of TVL. We've seen dApps launch as well. So we're talking like, you know, the early inklings of this new world being built on Bitcoin is happening. Now, is it as, you know, robust or as deep as Ethereum's? Not yet. But I do believe, and that's my fund's investment thesis, is that Bitcoin DeFi will flourish. I think what's required, and maybe I'm kind of leading into the next question, like what is required for Bitcoin DeFi to become a thing? We need to see a proper market cycle. Bitcoin spot price at 110K. This is a very slow moving cycle. If you look at Google search trends for the word buy Bitcoin, if you look at the Coinbase top free app rank, these are your hallmark top cycle or speculative retail cycle sort of signals. We have not yet seen retail and mass come into Bitcoin or into the altcoins. Until that happens with Bitcoin spot, like Bitcoin spot, aka Bitcoin's price, hits like 150 to 200K, you know, then we'll see that retail fervor kick in where there's a FOMO mechanism where your uncle, your aunt, your niece, your nephew, whomever, they hit you up and they're like, hey, should I buy Tron? And you're like, no, please don't fucking buy Tron. But just buy Bitcoin. So, you know, I haven't had that happen yet. That's usually my signal is my high school acquaintances, not friends. Acquaintances come out of the woodwork. They ask me about literally buying Tron and like Ripple. And that's usually when I know like, okay, now we're entering a retail fervor. We haven't had that happen yet. So, you know, until that happens, I don't think that speculative flywheel mechanic hits Bitcoin DeFi yet either. I do believe that that speculative flywheel is what enabled the 2020 Ethereum DeFi boom, that DeFi summer. And so I think we need that to happen for Bitcoin DeFi as well to get that flywheel of token value going up. People use that to incentivize users to pull them in to provide liquidity, and that kind of bootstraps. It's like your, you know, when Uber or Lyft, when they offer you, you know, $5 off your ride, and that's using VC capital to get you to use the product, and it creates a flywheel effect. And you know, with DeFi, using the token, it's a quasi form of equity, you can use it as a flywheel to pull in users into your protocol. So until that speculative fervor occurs, that flywheel effect won't kick in.
If we talk about the retail interest in the markets, there are a few interesting concepts that are maybe still applicable, which is the 4-year cycle. As a Bitcoin maximalist, Plan B, a Dutch one, is also a Bitcoin maximalist, has made the stock-to-flow model. Is the 4-year cycle still alive? Or, I think you've created a long read on this as well. Are we in a super cycle?
Well, I can answer both. So, I always believe there will be cycles in Bitcoin, mainly because we see cycles existing in traditional equities. They always will exist. There'll be an over-allocation, over-exuberance, and then a pullback. And so human beings haven't changed in 4 years. Mm-hmm. So human beings will act like human beings, and they'll be greedy, and then they'll be fearful. So we're going to continue to see the cycles. Now, is this going to be a classic 4-year cycle or not? Well, Bitcoin did come from, what was it,
15.6 or so it was.
That was the low just a couple of years ago, all the way up to 110K. So, I mean, that's a pretty decent bounce back from lows. Are we tracking exactly like the other 4-year cycles? No, this one seems to be taking longer. Does it invalidate the 4-year cycle? I'm not sure. I think it remains to be seen.
Yeah, I think the fact that we have the ETF has pushed up the price of Bitcoin significantly with the billions coming in. Otherwise, if the ETF wouldn't be here, then Bitcoin would probably be trending around 50K or so.
That sounds about right.
Yeah,
I would agree with that.
And that's basically correlated with the retail interest right now. The retail interest is in gold.
Well, I mean, the BlackRock Bitcoin ETF was the most successful ETF ever to launch in history.
Yes, but there are queues for gold at this point.
Sure. Yeah, gold still has a good mimetic value. And gold is quintessential form of store value. It's the oldest we have on record, you know, like it's still continuous. Yeah, I think gold and Bitcoin are going to coexist for now until later, decades from now, as older people die off. As the phrase goes, science progresses at the death of every scientist. Same with these old concepts as well. Bitcoin will be adopted by younger cohorts, and gold will eventually be like, what the fuck am I doing with this gold brick? Like, how do I sell this thing? Like, you like shave off a piece to pay for a bread? I don't even know. So like,
you could try to do that.
You could try, yeah.
It's getting smaller and smaller the higher the price goes, though.
Yeah. Look, I mean, you know, people argue, well, gold has other utility. It's used in electronics and jewelry. Well, jewelry is a display of wealth. It's a display of a store of value asset. It's not an alternative use case. You're just displaying the wealth. And then electronics usage for gold has only existed for, 50 years, 70 years.
I think the only reason why I bring up gold is that you kind of have the same investment thesis when it comes to Bitcoin, and gold has taken off massively.
Totally.
It's so far off in terms of volatility to the upside. Why is Bitcoin not following through?
It's a good question. And I'm not going to pretend that I know the answer.
No, but from your perspective, is it the government
opinion?
shutdown, or is it just the lagging indicator? Or
Well, right now, Bitcoin's trading like a higher risk, like a higher beta equity play. It's a high risk asset. That's how it currently is traded. That's how most folks look at Bitcoin. What's funny is Bitcoin is a boring store value asset that has had its adoption curve basically created through solely through speculation. Bitcoin, when I'm old, I'm 37, so maybe in 30 years, 40 years, my grandkids are going to be like, Grandpa, who the fuck wants to own Bitcoin? Like it might go up like 1% a year. That's Bitcoin's ultimate purpose. It will be a boring store of value asset in its final price. like way in the future. Right now is the price discovery, the price going up and down, of people going, well, is this going to be gold 2.0 or not? And that requires time. Humans build trust with something over time, and that takes decades. If you look at other technologies, if you look at their adoption curves, if you look at how long it took people to become comfortable with things like equities and options. Equities, of course, were introduced about like 400 or 500 years ago. They were actually viewed very skeptically. So any new asset type takes time to get in terms of like market penetration.
If we look ahead, it's a few more months until the end of the year. It's usually a positive quarter. October is called on social media. It's not entirely October at this point. What are your expectations and what are you most excited about going into the last few months or into 2026?
It's been a little bit more of a side-tober than Uptober.
Yeah. Well, that's actually true. If you look at the chart, it's like this, and it's just...
I mean, technically, we've been chopping at around 100K since November 2024, almost a year ago.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, usually in the bull run cycles, Q4 is where the action happens. Remember, gold, one of the, I mean, what is it, 20, 30 trillion? I forget the market cap is.
Now at 30.
$30 trillion market cap asset with a ton of liquidity, that moved up 40%. So like, people are like, oh, is Bitcoin gonna pump? Dude, gold just moved up 40%. This is unheard of. Like, and you don't think a little bit of liquidity introduced into Bitcoin is gonna move the price? I'm a patient hodler. I've been hodling for 13 years, so if it happens now or later, it doesn't matter to me. But, typically this is where the excitement happens. And I think with all the ETFs, the DATs, the regulatory environment, so in the previous cycles, we had something called climbing the wall of FUD. FUD is fear, uncertainty, and doubt. Usually in like 17 and 21, the price would go up, and then all of a sudden, fucking China FUD would come down. China's banning Bitcoin. And then the price would go down. And then it would pop back up the next week. And it's called climbing the wall of FUD. Or there'd be Bitcoin mining. Remember all the Bitcoin mining negative news articles that Bitcoin is going to boil the oceans? We don't see those anymore because now AI has taken that place, which is great. AI has taken the pummeling from mainstream press. So, when we look at climbing that wall of FUD, there's no more FUD. I don't know of any negative narratives, other than maybe like gold stealing Bitcoin's thunder. Sure.
Matter of time, I would say.
Right, but it seems, all it takes is a small demand catalyst. Price goes up. Because it goes up, people become aware of it, and that fulfills the virtuous flywheel of reflexivity. So, yeah, I mean, if in terms of a risk-weighted moment to be an investor in Bitcoin, this is a phenomenally risk-weighted moment where there was a lot more risk earlier on, but I just don't see much FUD or risk currently in Bitcoin. There's no civil war. People forgot about the Bitcoin Cash hard fork that occurred in 2017. That was like a civil war. That was nuts. That was probably the worst moment I had in crypto because the community split. And in the chain, ultimately, the network effect is based on community. So if the community split, how much was going to go on one side versus the other, that was a pretty big deal. So yeah, I just don't see much negative downsides to Bitcoin right now. Now, I can't predict where the price is going to go, but in terms of technical development, in terms of culture, liquidity, it's a pretty good spot. So yeah, I'm excited to see what happens.
It's been a good story to follow whether Greg Wright was actually real Satoshi or not.
Well, I thought the UK courts proved he wasn't, right?
Yeah. That's true, yeah. Final question is, if I go on to social media or if I talk to friends that are not a Bitcoiner or into crypto, they keep on saying Bitcoin is too expensive, I can't make anything out of it. What would you tell them?
There's a couple different ways to approach this. I've had this conversation a few hundred times now, so I've A/B tested this. Okay. Ask them, what is the price of one share of Berkshire Hathaway? Everyone knows Warren Buffett. He's one of the wealthiest people in the world, one of the most successful investors. If they don't know, which they should know if they don't, you're like, cool, it's $300,000 per share. Is that expensive or is that cheap? And of course, they'll say it's expensive. And you go, well, it's actually neither. It's the price per share. Like I could have, and then you could frame it other ways too. You could say, well, if a company has 1 trillion shares and they're $1 per share, and so the company's worth $1 trillion, Or if the company has one share and it's $1 trillion a share, it's irrelevant. It's the price per share. It doesn't really matter. Then if you want to use another narrative as well, you could say, well, you can buy part of a Bitcoin. Be like, Bitcoin's divisible just like a pound or a dollar. They're broken down into sub pieces that you can own. So any one of those play decently well, depends on your audience. If someone's a savvy investor, I bring up the Berkshire Hathaway one. If someone isn't, then you can bring up the per share, or the fact that it's like, you can buy cents or a smaller denomination.
I think those were good tips. I see that the time is on 0. I would strongly advise people to follow you. It's very entertaining and also insightful going through the Bitcoin cycle. So thank you very much for the time being on stage here. And thank you everyone for coming to the final fireside chat of today. Thank you.
Thank you. Great way to finish. Thank you everybody for being here. It's not the end, it's the end of the talks, but there is the party and you're all welcome to it. I don't know if you've seen it. There should be a slide up here somewhere. The party's, just over the road, so we hope we'll see you all there and we hope we'll see you next year for Zebu Live. Thank you.